Okay, so good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. It's a bit earlier than the normal live stream slot that we do, but I finished work a bit earlier today, and it's been a really hectic few days on the channel. So, with the amount of new subscribers and new viewers we've had literally since Friday last week, so in the last week, the channel has just grown massively. The last 5 days, apart from 2 days last year. Literally, apart from 2 days last year, I've not seen channel growth like this. This is something that um, I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting that many people to, watch those videos. I mean, the Women's Rugby World Cup. I mean, the engagement's been fantastic throughout the tournament, but I was not expecting the view counts for both semi-finals, let alone the Canada New Zealand semi-final, but both semi-finals, and then my final preview. I was just not expecting the view counts, the engagements, the comments section, and just the general growth. I mean, the view counts are still through the roof. And the view counts from Canada over the last 5 days have been absolutely ridiculous. Um, the amount of viewers from Canada in the last 5 days is more than the previous 7.5 years from Canada. It's just ridiculous. The amount of viewers in that 5 day period, it's just fantastic, and the amount of new subscribers and the comments being left, the questions being asked, it's been a real hectic few days. So I'm more than happy to obviously I try my best to respond to as many comments in the comment section as possible. And if anyone is like, if you leave a comment, I can leave a like and a heart, obviously. But if you have a question in one of your comments, I'm more than happy to answer it or share a link to any other videos on the channel. There was one comment where they were new to rugby union and they are trying to learn the sport. Now, I'm more than happy to share the link in the community section to my rugby union for beginners video that I did. Going back, I think, what year was that? 2019. I think I did that video. It's been a tough week for me following the Raiders' demise in the finals when they went out of the midweek. I do think it was a mistake by Ricky Stewart to make so many changes in the last regular season game. And no team has conceded more than 50 points and gone on to win the grand final. And history wasn't changed there. But look at the Bulldogs as well. Their failure in the finals as well. So I actually think we massively overachieved this season. I was not expecting to be minor premiers and to have the regular season that we did. I think we're still a young team. We're still developing as a team. It's going to be interesting to see where Ricky Stewart stays beyond, 2026. I wouldn't, have a go at their credentials necessarily, but when I was doing the regular season reviews, I know admittedly the last few weeks I haven't been watching as much NRL and I haven't been doing the round reviews and the match reviews as such. But I was saying I was surprised throughout the season that they were still in the top four. That they kept up that momentum in the regular season, and we've only at max lost 2 games in a row all season. So it was a matter of time. We had to lose a game eventually after this lengthy win streak. I'm not disappointed with the fact we haven't won the grand final. I'm disappointed with how the finals have gone and the score lines in both games and the performances in both games. I mean, you could argue in the Brisbane game, there's a lot around that and there's a lot of questions around that in regards to Ashley Klein, and there's been a lot of social media debate around Ashley Klein and should Reece Walsh have been sent off rather than sin binned, and should he have got a longer suspension? Should he got a suspension for that headbutt? And you could argue that Hudson Young, I mean, he overacts it a little bit, and I think that's embarrassing. But Ashley Klein as a referee is regularly criticised. He's not the most. I think there's a lot of, and I think a lot of that is justified with Ashley Klein as a referee. There's a lot of it justified, I think. But no, I'm a bit disappointed with how that second game went and how they just didn't turn up in week 2. But I'm not disappointed with them overall in regards to the regular season and the fact that we weren't even expected to be in the top eight. A lot of people were saying we were going to be wooden spoonists before the season started. Now I hope that next year, they are still a top four side and they kick on and they continue to be in that top four. Otherwise, it is just a flash in the pan season, and then people will be questioning Ricky Stewart's contract extension that he signed a couple of years ago, which I was uncertain of at the time. I wasn't sold on Ricky Stewart being extended, but he signed that extension, and so far that contract extension has proved the correct decision. Maybe it is time for a change within the Raiders organisation, but these young players, I mean, Kyo Weeks, for example, at fullback has been a revelation. He's been a fantastic, fantastic player this season. And I think that was his coming of age season. I just hope that next year they can continue with the momentum and learn the lessons of this year, and continue to compete, because that was a fan. But the same with the Bulldogs. I mean, they've got to learn some lessons as well, and the Warriors. I think these three sides going forward are going to be regulars in the top eight, if not the top four. Now let's see what the Broncos can actually do against the Melbourne Storm, because Melbourne did fall away towards the end of the season a little bit. I felt the Storm was showing some worrying signs in a negative sense towards the end of the season in regards to their performances and their discipline. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the Broncos Storm match up this weekend and what the result is. And of course, next weekend obviously is both grand finals for the men and the women. So that's going to be fun. Looking at both the grand finals, I've got to catch up, obviously, with the women's NRLW final series as well. But of course, this weekend, I think that's a Sunday thing. This weekend is to catch up with both the men's and women's knockouts and see where teams are at. And then obviously next weekend are their grand finals. And then obviously we go into the international season. And, I'm really looking forward to the Ashes series. Hello, Jordan. How you doing? Yeah, I mean, I do think you were right to question I was surprised that they continue to be a top eight side, in fact, top four side. I'm not doubting the fact you did raise a few concerns about their experience with the younger players and where you felt they would be in the finals and their Premiership credentials. But they were a top four side. They were minor premiers, so they did make a statement in the regular season. And I think going forward into the future, I think they will still be a competitive side. In regards to the standards that are held, possibly because they're outside of Sydney or Brisbane and they're in Canberra, and therefore most of the Aussie media is either Melbourne or Sydney based. There's obviously a fair chunk of the Aussie national media based in Brisbane, and I think therefore there's less of that spotlight on Canberra-based teams. I don't know. I can't comment on about the Aussie media landscape. I'm not a massive expert on the Aussie Australian media landscape. I know in the AFL it's very Melbourne and Perth bias, I suppose, and centric, and in rugby league it's more Sydney and Brisbane, and so places like Melbourne and Canberra, when it comes to the rugby league media, because Melbourne's in a AFL hotbed and Canberra is just everyone just doesn't sort of ignores it. I think there could be a little bit of that in regards to it. But Ricky Stewart, obviously, as a player, was a world-class player, and look, he has won as a Premiership coach. He's obviously coached grand final teams. It's a weird one. I don't know how it works, and how. I also think Ricky Stewart, as a coach, does have a lot of friends high up in the Australian sports media. I do know that, and whether that has a bearing on it, I don't know. But well, I would say when it comes to competitiveness, Canberra have been to more recent. Have been a bit more competitive in regards to making the top four, and obviously Parramatta more recently in a grand final. But also Canberra have been more consistent than Parramatta. Parramatta have there's a lot of wooden spoons in there, but I also think it's certain board members, I think, and potentially certain ex-players and coaches are either involved with the media with Sterlo in regards to his media involvement for a very long time as a commentator and as a pundit. And with Ricky Stewart, he does have a lot of friends within the media, so I do think that potentially, in my opinion, I would have thought explains some of the media coverage. I think it's the relationships between certain big figures at both clubs, and also, the fact that there's those friendships with the media and ex-players and coaches. Like Mal Meninga, for example, is a a legend and former Australian coach, and has also worked in the media and also spent most of his career at Canberra. So I do think there's some of these sort of, I wouldn't say suspicious, but I think the way that certain icons within the game have been linked to both Parramatta and Canberra and then get really big roles in the media or coaching either New South Wales or Queensland or coaching the national side. So in Mal Meninga's case, I think that has something to do with it. And Ricky Stewart definitely has friends within mainstream media organisations at a decent level. And it's more than just Paul Kent being a good friend of Ricky Stewart. I do honestly believe he does have friends within media management, I think. And Mal Meninga, obviously, with his profile in the game and also his profile in politics, or admittedly, it was a bit of a disaster in politics, but the fact involved with politics might have also got something to do with it as well, alongside that. And then you've got Glenn Lazarus, who was a pretty successful politician, who played at both Brisbane and Canberra. So there are some political links and some media links. I think that's in my opinion, where I sort of lean on that. But again, I'm not a massive expert on the media landscape overall in Australia. I just think that's my opinion on that. My thoughts on Bob Marty and Dembele winning the Ballon d'Or, both women's and men's. Bob Marty, look, she's the first player to do it 3 times in the women's game, and of course she could have died earlier this year with bacterial meningitis. So the fact that she even played at the Women's Euros and is, had a decent tournament, I wouldn't have thought as good as the World Cup a couple of years ago. I think that's got her some favourability with, how I don't know how the Ballon d'Or is actually the selection process for the Ballon d'Or and how you get votes for it, but I think that sympathy votes helped her a little bit this year, even though I think Chloe Kelly should have won it, but that's neither here nor there. Dembele, I think the fact that the Ballon d'Or now, I think it's more of a popularity contest rather than the best overall all-round player. I think it's been a popularity contest for a very, very long time. And people do question. It's like with anything. It's like with all the various trophies in the NHL or Major League Baseball, like those league trophies for the best player or whatever, or the Dally M in the NRL. There is a certain aspect of question marks over how players are selected, how the votes are cast, how they gain their points, or whatever it may be. I do think how they go around selecting certain players or shortlisting players, the system behind it. I mean, last year Vinicius Junior, Real Madrid threw their toys out the pram, didn't they? So, for me, I don't really follow the Ballon d'Or. It doesn't really interest me. I can look at the history of it and the players that have won it, and and bits pieces like that. So I can definitely look at the history of the Ballon d'Or and controversies surrounding it. That would make quite an interesting video. Right, Ricky Stewart. Well, what? The Roosters obviously won that grand final, had that initial success. Definitely, Cronulla it end like an absolute shower. Not gonna lie about that. And Parramatta didn't go particularly well. That I think was his low point as a coach. Now we can look at his time as a coach and why things ended badly. But he's been very consistent. He's been with Canberra now a very long time. He's got them to win a minor premiership. He's got them to a grand final. He's made them pretty consistent as well. There's been only a handful of seasons where they haven't finished in the top 8 with Ricky Stewart as coach. Of course, they were minor premiers this year, which I think is his which is ultimately, regardless of how the final series went, that's got to be his one of his best seasons coaching. And I think he's going to be quite disappointed with how the overall postseason ended. But no one expected them to be in the top eight, let alone not get the wooden spoon. A lot of people were writing them off even hours before kickoff in Vegas. That for me, I think was a fantastic season. And I hope that this young squad continues to develop and continues to take their next step and ultimately can make the grand final next year and win the Premiership. And I think that is very plausible that it could happen. I hope this isn't a flash in the pan season and then it doesn't work out. These young players have stepped up and done really, really well. So we'll see what happens without Fogarty in the halves and how that impacts the team. But honestly, on an overall, the last two games are a bit disappointing. That the Brisbane game, people are going to talk about the Ashley Klein. Should he have sent sent Reece Walsh off rather than sin bin him and all that drama, and also how the penalty goes against us for a headbutt? I don't know. Regardless of your fandom, if you're a neutral, you've still got to ask the question: players headbutted another player, yet the player who's headbutted gets sin binned, and the player whose team committed the headbutt gets the penalty. That makes no sense. That is deliberate, foul play. But I could definitely look at how Ricky Stewart departed the Roosters, the Eels, and the Sharks, because I definitely know the Sharks was an absolute shambles, and the Eels didn't really work well. And people said, "Oh, he's a crap coach; it's not going to work out." He was a flash in the pan. But then with Canberra, he's been very consistent and coached a lot of games. He's coached them to a grand final and top four finishes and a minor premiership. So in that regard, he's a good coach. I don't get how the voting pro. I'm going to have to look at the Ballon d'Or and really do my research and read up on it, and then I may obviously with the Women's Rugby World Cup being the primary focus this week, obviously on Saturday, I may Sunday have a little look at it and do some research and have a brief history of the Ballon d'Or or the how the voting process works, how shortlisting works, because I find it's a popularity contest in my personal opinion these days. So there we go. Van Dijk getting 28. Look, he's a defender, and defenders generally don't win the Ballon d'Or. So again, flashy goal scoring and creativity seems to win the day there. Although the Pushkas Award is quite an interesting one, because we've seen some Pushkas Award winners for the best goal of the season go to some lower league players before or be considered for it. You don't bother with the Dally M medal, never have. Case in point, how Pongas was awarded Sean Johnson should have won that year. That was a joke of an award. I don't know how, but again, maybe because Sean Johnson was playing on just a team that was playing well, rather than Caden Ponga dragging his team on a winning streak. Potentially, that could be why how he was involved with so many try assists and attacking plays. Maybe I don't know how they work out the Dally M points either. Going back to Ricky Stewart, my point is, besides Canberra, every other club or job he has ends with him making enemies at the club, losing dressing room and doing a runner. Well, that's how it's perceived either in the media or how it's spun by certain people within the club structures and within the media, because Ricky Stewart isn't as universally popular as you might think. But again, there's a lot of hearsay around these departures and how it all goes wrong. But he was a club legend at Canberra, and he knows the board and the coaching staff and the players, and they seem to buy in at Canberra. For some reason, it works there. I don't know why. Is it because he's a club legend and he hasn't burnt those bridges with the club's hierarchy? I don't know. He's had his moments where I think he should have gone. I think I am surprised they decided to extend him. I did say that at the time. I wasn't overly sure on the idea with how we were trending at the time. And then this season, it's just gone the complete opposite direction from where I was expecting the club to go as well. But I think because he obviously his playing career there and the success he had there as a player, I think he'll probably when he decides to hang up the coach's whistle and the coach's textbook and all that, and and decides to go on. I think he will have an honorary role or an ambassadorial role within the organisation. I can see this being his last coaching job. I can't see him coaching anywhere else unless, and I do stress this, unless at the end of this contract, depending, because obviously this with the Aussie job, the Kangaroos job, with Kevin Walters, again a former Canberra player. The irony here, obviously, we know Kevin Walters. This is a temporary thing. We don't know if Kevin Walters is going to be the coach for the World Cup next year. If Ricky Stewart decides that come the end of his contract, he then coaches at the World Cup and becomes the Australian coach, which could potentially happen, I can't see him coaching anywhere else unless it's either State of Origin or the Kangaroos. I can't see him take another coaching job at an NRL club. I really can't. That's the only other option. But it's like Mal Meninga. Mal Meninga coached at Canberra, and no one thought he would have a club coaching job anywhere else other than Canberra, even after he got the boot from the Raiders. Obviously, he worked with Queensland and then latterly the Kangaroos, and now he's gone back into club coaching with the Perth Bears. But at that same token, that was a little bit of... Obviously, now it's not a surprise, but if you were to say in, what was it, 2001 or whenever it was that Mal Meninga stopped being a club coach and ended up, before he goes with Queensland and Australia, if anyone said that Mal Meninga would coach anywhere other than Canberra, much like Ricky Stewart, they would have gone, you're mad. They would have gone, you're mad. The fact that for some reason Ricky Stewart was made head coach by the Roosters rather than either Canberra or the Bulldogs, again, people are like, well, he didn't play for the Roosters, but somehow he ended up coaching, coaching the Roosters and then latterly Parramatta and Cronulla. If anyone was to say now Ricky Stewart is going to coach at another NRL club, they'll go, no, it's not going to happen. And I don't think it happens. I think he ultimately, World Cup next year, end of his current contract, the Kangaroos come calling because Kevin Walters, I believe, interim. Personally, I think he coaches next year as the Kangaroos head coach. Personally, but in regards to Ricky Stewart and his departures from his his previous three coaching jobs, yes, there's obviously breakdown in the relationship between the playing squad, the board, recruitment, all that kind of stuff. It can't just be Ricky Stewart's fault. There's got to be. Look at Parramatta. They've been a shambles for a long time off the field. If we're being brutally honest, the salary cap scandal and other issues that Parramatta have had off the field and other issues, Parramatta is a bit of a shambles of a club, if we're being honest. That's my personal opinion. I think Parramatta's got some off-field issues they still haven't figured out. So have Cronulla. Cronulla and Parramatta, scandals never far away with those two clubs. If you look at some of the off-field dramas they've had over the last 20 years, I'm not surprised Ricky Stewart fell out with board members and players and club staff and left under bad circumstances, because after he leaves, Parramatta, they've had a salary cap scandal. And Tim Manor, his agent, Isaac Moses gets deregistered and fiddles things, and then Cronulla, they've had the peptide scandal and other stuff going on and financial issues. So I'm not surprised that Ricky Stewart's getting on well with the Raiders. Ricky Stewart is the only head coach I've ever known to publicly give up on a team and say that results like losing 50 points will keep happening. I honestly think that by that point he wasn't getting through to the players. And the club culture was probably wrong. When a coach is saying that, considering that he's won a premiership, and subsequently since being a Cronulla and Parramatta, he's coached another team to a grand final and a minor premiership. I think it's a bit more than just Ricky Stewart. I think there is still, I would say, in regard to Parramatta, that I think there's some still issues there. From what I gather, I think there are some. I think they're being sued by someone from that season. I think there's a lawsuit going on involving Parramatta in regards to the 2016 season. In regards to the off-field stuff, like Parramatta, I mean, there's been some individual players, and I think Brad Arthur. I think I think the way they handled Brad Arthur was a bit crap. And some of their salary cap management since 2016, you could question some of the signings and dealings and the relationship with Isaac Moses as a player agent, especially when Tim Manor was there and how he got treated. There's definitely been some goings on at Parramatta that are worthy of a few eyebrow raises. The 2016 salary cap scandal, well, yeah, it was a while ago. I will give you that. But I think there is some stuff going on that would raise a few eyebrows. And I do think the Isaac Moses, some of his dealings with a lot of clubs do raise questions about player agents and how they operate. And I know with the Tim Manor situation, I think there was stuff that did lead to a deregistration. In fact, Isaac Moses, I've done a little digging on Isaac Moses. He's been deregistered on more than, I think, is it 4 occasions now? It's definitely more than 2. He's been deregistered. The club is in a really good place now heading into the future. Oh yeah, Jason Rolls, I think he's a very good coach. I think he's done considering how the season started and how the team were struggling defensively, and how Lane, what's his name, the forward Lane, who decided to retire at the end of this, retire this season. He was clearly struggling in that back row, and he decided to step back from rugby league. And he obviously ultimately decided, you know what, I've had enough. He's a good back row player actually. I think Jason Riles, however, I think he's the culture change that I think was required. And you could definitely see that in the second half of the season. There's still, I think, issues with the roster, and I do think that, you know, some players have underperformed. I know some players are now out the door and moving on to pastures new, but let's see how Parramatta, let's see how they go in years to come. Yeah, I do think they have underperformed as a team. I think with the current ownership at the Gold Coast Titans, I do think they've got the right ownership group in charge, and I do think they do mean well. Could they run the club a bit better by getting the right footballing people in and have a director of it like a GM and sorting out their pathways? I think that is crucial because they have a great junior nursery that they're underutilizing. The crowd numbers at Gold Coast have massively improved in recent seasons. I think the Des Hasler experiment, I think, didn't obviously go well. I think he was the wrong coach for the wrong club. I do think their roster is badly managed, and they've made some really poor decisions in regards to recruitment of players. But I do think keeping Kieran Foran around at the club following his retirement, I think, is a really good move because I do think he can definitely impart some positive, tips to the younger players coming through. They do have some talented players. They just need the right coaching setup, and they definitely need to fix. They definitely do need to fix their youth system and their pathways. In regards to West Tigers, we can debate West Tigers all day. Newcastle promise much and deliver little. The St George Illawarra Dragons aren't much better than these three, with the issues in the boardroom, the infighting, and how badly run the playing roster is and how badly they played for a very long time. I think the West Tigers, Newcastle Knights, and St George Illawarra Dragons are more of a basket case off the field than the Gold Coast Titans. At least the Gold Coast Titans have a board and an ownership group going in one direction. They do sort of align with what they want to happen by 2030 and how they want to get there. It's just getting the right coach, the right squad together, and then the right youth pathways together. At least the Titans now have stability they didn't have before in the boardroom and with the ownership. In regards to everyone else that I've mentioned, Christ, West Tigers is just an absolute shambles on and off the field. Although I will say this, I think Benji Marshall, is the right guy to be coached there. The results this season speak for themselves. There's been a massive, massive improvement in how the team has played. And they weren't in the bottom 3. So there was no spoon bowl for the Tigers this year. and they are trending in the right direction on the field. Off the field, still an absolute shambles of a club with a lot of issues, rightly discussable issues as well. Newcastle, yeah, they're still suffering a legacy of the Wayne Bennett era. But I don't think they've recovered from those three consecutive wooden spoons, if I'm being brutally honest. I don't think, I just don't think they've recovered from the three consecutive wooden spoons. I honestly don't. And this season was an absolute disaster. But I think Justin Holbrook, in his brief spell at Gold Coast, you could definitely see, and especially his first season and a half, you could definitely see what he was trying to do with the squad and how he wanted them to play, and they were showing improvement signs from previous seasons. And I do think he was let down by the players rather than the board and his assistants. I think the players were the ones who let him down. I think that's a good appointment. I really do think that's a good appointment. For Newcastle. I think Adam O'Brien, it was never working, even though, yes, when you look at making the top 8, he has done that more often than they've missed. This season, they just fell apart. And there hasn't been a long-term plan for the Knights, really. There is no long-term planning. Mitch Pearce was meant to be the long-term plan. He was in the second half of his career when he signed there. That didn't work. Kalen Ponga's overpaid, massively overpaid. And I just don't think that balance. And then so you could look at their salary cap and go, "What is going on here?" But I do think Justin Holbrook, I think, will definitely. Well, people say they're going to be wooden spooners, but I think he could turn things around. Yeah, I think St George, they do have issues in the boardroom, though. There are issues in the boardroom with the Dragons. And some people are saying they should split and become St George and Illawarra again, which maybe could be a solution. But the Dragons do have boardroom issues, plus the constant scandals that the playing squad continues to have at the Dragons with players just really being divs, being kind with St George here. Some of these players who have played for St George Illawarra over their existence, firstly as a joint venture / merger, and now as the club entity that we see today, some of their off-field indiscretions that end up involving the police and the courts, whether they're found guilty or not guilty, that does bring into question the culture within that organisation. And culture always starts at the top. So, yeah, and I think that joint venture merger, or however you want to look at it, between the Dragons and the Steelers, yeah, there was definitely self-interest there and greed there, and not for the benefit of both parties. And I think that's contributed to the issues and the struggles and I'm going to say the lack of direction at times. And yes, Wayne Bennett did a fantastic job. They win that grand final. They had some great players. They brought some good players in. And yes, you can definitely say that they got their post-Bennett planning completely wrong. And there's been some poor signings, so some really poor roster management. There's been some players there that have underperformed, and also that off-field player ill-discipline. I'm sorry. Whether certain people should have been found guilty of offences or they were found innocent or whatever, it does leave a lot of questions to be asked, basically, about the culture and the type of characters at the club. And look, the Jack DeBellin situation, we covered it back in 2018 when he was stood down. And look, he was found not guilty. There was lots of that legal process dragged on. We now know there's more coming out about what how he was charged and question marks over the police who investigated it now being done for fraud and all sorts. But that really was a negative low point in regards to off-field playing culture. Barbecue Gate was just stupid behaviour. There were other Corey Norman, some of his antics with some of his associates that he used to hang around with that, again, bring the game and the club into disrepute. There have been other players who've misbehaved. And you've got to start questioning the culture within the organisation. And culture starts at the top. with the CEO and the board downwards, and who the head coach is, and the coaching staff, and ex players who are involved in some capacity, either in administration within the club or as ambassadors with the club. You have to keep asking, if why are these incidents of player misbehaviour off the field continually happening? And that raises questions. And it doesn't help that the club aren't winning. It's harder when you've got to give a press conference when your players have misbehaved or in legal hot water when you're not winning. But it's the same when teams are winning, and that gets brushed under the carpet. Unfortunately, because St George have been so bad for so long, or so mediocre, although this season they were dreadful, you can't keep hiding player misbehaviour or misbehaviour within the club and within the organisation. St George only did it for two reasons: expand the junior player base, plus ensure their future in the competition. Yeah, the late 90s, early 2000s obviously was a very tricky period following the Super League war. And look, we've obviously got the Perth Bears coming in a year and a half's time. Basically, the North Sydney Bears moved out into Western Australia. And a lot of people weren't happy with how, clubs were forced to merge. South Sydney obviously being kicked out of the comp for a while. But the sport found itself in a position, and the league found itself in a position where the reckless spending of the 90s and the Super League war basically left the sport bankrupt, if we're being brutally honest. And yeah, there was a lot of self-interest in the 90s, early 2000s by some clubs, and other clubs just were on their knees financially. Only a handful of clubs were making any money. And I fear that here in the UK Super League is going to go the same way. That clubs are going to be forced to merge together to try and survive, and that's going to please no one. Absolutely no one's going to be turn that. I can't turn that round because the monster fuck's sake. But I completely understand that you obviously know more about the history of the NRL and Super League, and I'm just a fan of the sport. But I know enough about the Super League war and the aftermath, and those first few years in the aftermath, that the damage took a long time to recover from, really long time to recover from. And in some cases, you could argue the sport is still recovering in a lot of aspects. And going back to Perth is part of that recovery that's taken, 26, 27 years. Nearly 30 years. I mean, the sport damn near bankrupted itself 28 years ago with the reckless spending and and I listen to some of these podcasts now where players and coaches and administrators who were involved at the time in the mid to late 90s are now obviously going on podcasts and giving interviews, and they no one wants to take any responsibility for the social damage that was caused to communities, and that's still being felt today. There's no one going, we shouldn't have done that, because there's a lot of self-interest from the players, the player agents, the clubs, the media broadcasters, the TV companies, the other media partners. There was a lot of self-interest and a lot of greed, and no one, absolutely no one, will take some responsibility for causing not just the game but the wider communities a lot of pain, and the financial struggles that resulted in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I think they're still being felt today, and people are still questioning the existence of West Tigers and the St George Illawarra Dragons today. We're talking 25 years after the West Tigers became a going concern. We're talking all these years after, I can't remember when St George Illawarra, when the two teams merged together, but we are talking over 2.5 decades later. We are still having this debate about a situation that happened when we were kids. And quite honestly, I didn't understand a lot what was going on at the time. I was probably not, I wasn't necessarily too young, but I wasn't as passionate about rugby league as I am now. My interest was the Challenge Cup. Really, that was our staple in our household. Was the Challenge Cup games that were on free-to-air TV and the final. That was a big staple for me and my dad growing up. That was a big thing. And we were the only two people in my family who liked rugby league. And I'm the only person in my family who still does. And that was a big, big thing with me and my dad. It was one of the few things that we actually, I remember, because my dad's been passed away for some time now, and my parents, after I was born, weren't married much longer after I was born and separated when I was quite young. But it's one of the few things that I remember bonded me and my dad was, the Challenge Cup and the Challenge Cup final. Big things for me and my dad. In part because of my dad, playing sport through the army, like rugby union, rugby league, and football. And some of his friends ultimately went on to play in what is now League One or the Championship, or what will be the Championship next year in Super League. Some of my dad's friends ended up playing professional rugby league, and also going over to Australia and playing. So some of my dad's army colleagues ultimately were either from rugby league areas in the north, or ended up playing it because of their time in the armed forces, playing for the army in the Challenge. I think my dad played in the Challenge Cup for the army team as well at one point. So, yeah, that's where my sort of love for rugby league sort of developed. And then as I got older, I just, still sort of love it today to the point where it's my favourite sport. But I do think rugby league has got some issues it needs to resolve. And I think most of the issues are financial with the Super League and the clubs here, and we don't know who's going to be the 14 teams for next season. But with Jason Demetriou being appointed London Broncos head coach and Regan Campbell-Gillard signing with the London Broncos, and Darren Lockyer coming along and becoming a shareholder and pumping a lot of money into the London Broncos, I think it's safe to assume the London Broncos are going to be a Super League team next year. We also know that the Salford Red Devils have not put in their application to be a Super League team next year, so we can safely assume they're not going to be a Super League team next year. Whether they're a team next year or a going concern next year, regardless of whether Nick Politis comes along and invests money or not, the fact that the club at the moment have not put in an application, I think applications are now shut for getting licenses, is a sign. I think the Salford Red Devils, I think the race is run there, and I think that's an absolute crying arse shame. Considering that one of my favourite players, if not my favourite player ever, Adrian Morley, used to play for Salford. It's dark day, but at the same time, the fact that situation has been allowed to get to this point for as long as it and how long it's dragged on, I think is an absolute farce. And questions do need to be asked to the RFL. The RFL need to face up to the fact that they have mismanaged the whole Salford situation, and I think the IMG grading as well. I think a lot of questions need to be asked, directed at the RFL and their handling of a lot of things. But the Salford situation, the TV deal with Sky, the sudden need for expansion now, when the TV deal is due for renewal in what is it, a year's time or 2 years' time? We're at the end of the TV deal basically, and there's sudden need for expansion right now. Right at the end of the TV deal, raises some questions over how the revenue streams are going to work and how that's also going to impact the current broadcasters, which are Sky and the BBC, and how that's going to impact sponsorship and investment and crowd numbers and ticket sales and merchandise sales. Although I will be getting my hands on my London Broncos jersey, I will be purchasing one soon, just because the fact they brought back the anniversary jersey last year was fantastic, and I do like the fact they decided to go back to their traditional colours. That for me was a genius bit of branding, I have to admit. Admittedly, that season was outside the Super League, but I have to admit, having that anniversary jersey back was an inspired bit of merchandising and an inspired bit of branding, I have to admit, considering that they'd slipped out of Super League, but it was a nice kit. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not pretend that it wasn't a brilliant bit of merchandising there, and it wasn't overly expensive. So I'm hoping they've still got some up for sale on the club website or the club shop. So I want to get my hands on a London Broncos jersey or hoodie just to add to the collection of crap. But there is that. One other major bit of news, and that is Christian Horner's payout from Red Bull. He's officially now been removed from the Red Bull organisation in F1, and he's received, depending on reports, I've seen some reports saying around 50 to 55 million pounds in severance payment. I've seen some other reports suggesting as high as 75 million in his severance payment. And he's gone. He's no longer involved with Red Bull F1. They've moved on from Christian Horner, and there's a lot of speculation that he's going to end up at the new Cadillac team for next season in some capacity as team president or team principal. The whole Christian Horner situation has dragged on. It does raise a lot of questions about the culture within the team and the culture within F1 in more general terms, with how teams are run and their processes about discipline and complaints processes and the culture within the sport, which is obviously a very male dominated sport. There's very few high profile women team owners or team principals. I think Claire Williams, was the last female team principal that I can think of, although there have been women involved in the higher echelons of team management and things behind the scenes with teams, but it's a very male dominated pit lane. When we look at other motorsport formula, I think it's the way to look at it, or motorsport competitions, there's obviously more female involvement or women involvement with either teams, drivers, team principals, mechanics. If you look at endurance racing, for example, female involvement in endurance racing is fantastic. I think it's around anywhere, is it 30 or 40% of team principals and mechanics and team staff in endurance racing in IMSA or ELMS or the Le Mans series are women. Whereas in F1, it's a much smaller minority of the pit lane crews and team management. So there is that overarching debate in F1. Now, I'm not a massive fan of forced diversity and inclusion quotas. We know they're damaging. We know they're actually a retrograde step, and they don't work. It should be the best person for the job, regardless of background. So we know those DEI policies actually do more to hurt than help. It's been proven that is the case because it also creates industry resentment within, which then creates a worse culture where people are perceived to be there as a box ticking exercise, which I think helps no one and actually hurts the cause you're trying to include more people with. And that's why I do think when I watch the IMSA or European Le Mans or Asian Le Mans or the Le Mans series or any other form of endurance racing, it's really good to see the female drivers, the female pit crews, the female team principals, the female team managers, all that, female engineers. You can see a lot more of it, and it's more. And there's none of this DEI quota stuff. It's around 40%. Whereas if you look at F1 and MotoGP, so Grand Prix racing, there's a definite. It's very male dominated. So when it comes to the Christian Horner situation, going back to the harassment claims and I think there's an ongoing civil suit against him and all this, I think there was already a lot of rumblings at Red Bull that all was not well in the management side of the team. Going back a couple of years, even though with the success of Vettel and latterly Verstappen and some of their other drivers like Mark Webber they've had over the years who've won races and constructors titles and all this, there has been a lot of rumours, there's no smoke that far, but rumours being reported that there was things going on within the team organisation where there was a lot of culture. Culture is a big word, but there was a lot of talk about the culture behind the scenes at Red Bull and the what was happening there. And then all these allegations about Christian Horner and his conduct towards a female colleague who was an employee of the team. Remember this, come out. And there's been some stuff on social media that I think doesn't help the situation. And there's been a lot of allegations and crap going on social media that, again, a lot of it's just keyboard warriors, but it does make the situation worse. And obviously, Red Bull have decided that Christian Horner is no longer an employee. They've settled, they've come to a settlement, and he's out the door. Now, again, the reports of his compensation payout, even though he's been accused of harassment and other things in regards to this lawsuit, the fact that they're paying him out for me is I don't know where they would be. What the second seat in regards to Verstappen being the driver? Look, I don't really follow F1 anymore. I've got a couple of good friends of mine who are massive F1 fans. But there's definitely things going on at Red Bull that are not positive. And again, the topic of win at all costs mentality, and we talk about culture and how at times after Red Bull been successful for a long time this season. Look, it's McLaren that are giving it a fair crack, right? And they're going to win the title. It depends if it's Norris or Piastri. Is it Lando Norris? It is Lando Norris. And it's a two-horse race between the two McLaren drivers. We haven't been in a situation where McLaren have been the top dogs for a very long time. And look, I do think the win at all cost mentality do come back to bite you, because every team or individual athlete, depending on the sport, with this win at all cost mentality, we find out when the winning stops suddenly, questions get asked about, did we make the right decisions in regards to the culture, the win at all cost mentality, or win with dignity and win with respect, or just win. And you're not going to make friends along the way winning. True, you are going to make rivals. I wouldn't say enemies. You're going to have rivalries, but then some of those rivalries can turn very nasty, and not because you want rivalries sell. We know that, but what I'm trying to say is some of these rivalries start to become actually quite nasty and vindictive, and with that win it all mentality culture, there are things that go on, and I do think F1 is one of these sports where there is a very toxic culture within the sport with all teams. We've seen it. There's a few there's a few motorsport categories, and F1 is one of them, but there's a few others like MotoGP as well. And I would argue to a certain extent World Superbikes, where there is a very toxic culture. Whereas, as I say, with endurance racing, outside of Le Mans, I do think within the IMSA series, there's a good camaraderie between all the teams and drivers. They do tend to look after each other to a certain extent. So not all the teams have factory support, they're client teams. And when let's say a small privateer team, they've only got that one chassis, they have a bad accident, car's written off, a team with the same car, same model of car, might have a spare chassis. Oh, there you go. And we'll give you some spare parts. We've seen that a lot. Obviously, the British Touring Car Championship with Power Max Racing, obviously their team complex, their factory, their warehouse, and their offices caught fire earlier this summer, burnt down. Both their cars and their spare chassis were destroyed. They were obviously driving the Vauxhall Corsa. I think was it a Vauxhall Astra or Corsa? They had an Astra or Corsa as their car. They were the only Vauxhall team on the grid. And the Cupra, a couple of the Cupra-based teams came along and said, we've got some spare chassis and spare parts, and we're going to donate these chassis and parts so you can at least function as a team for the rest of the season, so you don't have to withdraw. That culture doesn't exist in F1. It doesn't. I also think with the culture within the FIA as well is pretty toxic. And I do think some of this really toxic culture within F1 goes back to Bernie Ecclestone days and Max Mosley days, with Max Mosley in the FIA and Bernie Ecclestone being the F1 Supremo. Yeah, but every driver wants to win. Every driver wants to be the best. The fact that you become an F1 driver, is it like how many? You've got to think. You look at IMSA and Le Mans. You look how many drivers have tested an F1 car and have made it to Le Mans. To make it to F1 is a very small percentage. To then not only win F1 but IndyCar and Le Mans, Fernando Alonso. There's your answer. That's how hard it is to get to that elite level. Elite level. Now, Roman Grosjean, he's a fantastic driver. Never won an F1 championship like Alonso, but he's also done well at Le Mans. He's also done well in IndyCar, and now he's an IMSA driver as well. That's fantastic. So to make it to that platinum level, so few drivers make it there. So few drivers make it there. And now Max Verstappen has driven a GT4 car. Oh, by the way, he had to basically be a learner. He had to do actual laps to prove that he could drive a GT4 car. Because it's a different type of driving. hard top compared to open wheel racing. He had to go around and prove he was suitable. He had to go. This is ridiculous. He's a platinum driver, but he had to actually have test laps, and he had to go around with an instructor to prove he could drive it. But it's the regulations the FIA put in place, and the category he wanted to race in. He had never raced a GT4 car before competitively. And they were like, yeah, we know you can win at F1. You've got to prove that you can drive basically a saloon sports car, a GT4 car, and do it safely and properly. Even though you are potentially at the moment the best F1 driver in the world, you're now driving a hard top. This ain't open wheel racing. It's a different style of racing, and you've got to prove you can do it. Different regs. But he does want to be the best. So I can see Verstappen leaving F1 and going into endurance racing like Le Mans or IMSA and World Sports Car Championship or Le Mans, and going into the hypercar cars. And I tell you now, those hypercars are actually harder to drive than F1 cars. There's even less visibility. What does he think it takes to get a viral video? This weekend, one of my most popular videos on the channel, I recorded on Sunday. It's the most popular video of this year and of the last 12 months. Honestly, don't know. Don't know what it takes. It could be just the title. It could be the discussion. In regards to sport, it could be the sports topic you're talking about. So I'm obviously was just Friday evening. Obviously, Canada beat New Zealand, and when it comes to rugby union, the Canadians beat New Zealand. That's only, I think, the second or third time the women have done it. The men have never done it. And so if you look at the head-to-head, that's a big thing, massive thing. And Canada as a country has really got behind their women's team for this World Cup. They've only been to one World Cup final before, and of course they just won Olympic silver. So that's fresh in the mind of Canadian rugby fans. Plus the sport, as I wouldn't say been in decline, but the men's team has been struggling over the last decade. And the fact that the women's team in both rugby union and football are doing better than the men, that tells you something. And the Canadians have got behind their national side. And in that case, two of my videos in the last week have done really well. And I think actually the World Cup preview, the final, is the best rugby union video the channel's ever seen. And some of my rugby union videos have had good view counts, and the view counts are still exploding right now for the preview for that. But when it comes to a viral video, like I found some of the managerial sacking videos when it comes to football have done quite well. In regards to sports media, when sports media personalities, especially like your Paul Kents and your Jermaine Geniuses and your Gary Linekers screw up, because they're big, well-known celebrities, that tends to do quite well. Whenever there's a sports scandal or something negative, they seem for some reason, rather than Canada winning and making a final, that's a positive feel-good story, they generally do quite well. When it comes to doing the match reviews, if the underdog wins, they tend to do quite well. Or a big transfer or trade that's unexpected. Oh, hang on a second. So if Wayne Gretzky was playing in the NHL today, and that trade happens where he goes from the Oilers to the Kings, and that happens today, right now, I honestly think my channel would explode. Honestly. I honestly think my channel would absolutely explode. I have no doubt on that. Absolutely no doubt. Now, when it comes to your football channel, I know you do comment and you are subscribed through both channels. Whenever you leave a comment, it always goes into the review section, the review file on my analytics, on my studio. And I have to manually go through and approve your comments. Now, you're not the only subscriber where their comments go straight to review. There's been a few this weekend. For some reason, how things have been worded or phrased has put them straight into the review section. But with your football channel, always goes into the review section, always, regardless of how you phrase or word your comments or questions, which I find really bizarre. Now, as you say, it's your second channel. And for me, that's a bit of a head scratcher, just saying. So I don't know if that's my settings, if I have to change my settings, but for some reason, any of your comments on your football channel end up straight away in the in the comment review section where I have to manually approve the comment. But otherwise, I don't know. It could be the way you title things. But I find if it's a big sacking, a big signing, a club in trouble, like my Morecambe videos, they all did really well. For a club of Morecambe size, it wasn't just Morecambe fans commenting and viewing, it was football fans in general going, this is unacceptable, we need change, this shouldn't happen. And there was a lot of views from around the country. I think the same happened with some of the Derby, when Ben Berry wobbled and went busts, Bolton with their issues, the Newcastle takeover saga videos, those videos all did really well in regards to my football content. The view counts, and they're always strong. When it comes, though, to, in a sports sense, when the underdog wins, when there's a shock result. So in the FA Cup, for example, if like a non-league side beats a league side, that's going to be a shock. If a lower league side knocks out a Premier League side, that's going to be a shock. That's going to get views. So I'm hoping that there's some upsets this season in the FA Cup. Obviously, big things like rugby league internationals. I remember the New Zealand 3-test series in England back in 2018. Those video view counts were really strong then. When Tonga made the World Cup semi-finals in 2017, really, they were some of the best videos this channel's ever had. They're still in the top 10 for view counts. So on a sports channel, it depends. Like normally it's involving a scandal or a major transfer of a player or a sacking, something along those lines, or a takeover. So Newcastle United. So any kind of issues with the club, like administration or points deductions, or bans, a player suddenly announcing retirement, a player missing a squad because of injury. And then when we talk about international tournaments, then yeah, World Cups and World Championships, they're going to get a lot of views consistently. And when the underdog wins, so when an outsider, so my Eintracht Frankfurt beating Bayern Munich video from 2018 is one of the top ranked football videos on the channel. Tranmere getting promoted back to the Football League, that actually did quite well. Mark Goldbridge, though. Mark Goldbridge is just a clickbait. Well, that's not even his real name, isn't it? Is it Dos Santos or something, or some bullshit? He's an ex-copper. I can't stand Mark Goldbridge. It is just pure clickbait crap. It's not even him. That is him just overacting being a child for views. It's not. I cannot take Mark Goldbridge. Arsenal fan TV. I mean, I think that in itself's getting a bit cringe now. Same with the West Ham fan TV as well. They're just reactionary, clickbaity, angry middle-aged men whinging about a football club. That's my personal opinion. They're probably really nice guys, and they actually are. Obviously, Arsenal fan TV and West Ham fan TV, they are very passionate about their clubs. There is Flying Pig United. I actually like him because you can tell that he is passionate about his club, but it's not just Man United he covers. He does cover non-Man United stuff. Obviously, his bread and butter is Man United, but if he's got a live stream going and you ask him about his views on other clubs or the state of the game or an international or something like that, World Cups and things, he will give his a fair, honest, calm opinion. But I think Flying Pig United, I think, he's better than Mark Goldbridge. He's less shouty, he's less pathetic, and he's less plural. Mark Goldbridge, I can't stand him. Now, fair enough. He's been successful. He's got his views. He's got his Bundesliga contract, which he's making no money off, apparently. Although he will be getting ad revenue, so he will be making money off that. I'm sorry, but he will. Even though he's not getting paid directly by the Bundesliga, he's still going to make money off it. Look, fair play to him. He's made a success out of it. I'm not a fan. And if he stumbled across this channel, he can slag me off as much as he wants as well. And that's his prerogative. And I'm not going to, he can criticize me. Fine. I don't like his content. I don't like the way he does it. It's childish. It's plural. It's embarrassing. He's a grown man. He's in his 40s. I'm in my 30s. Yeah, okay, I've got a YouTube channel. I do this as a hobby. I used to do the ranting and the raving and the swearing. That is just, for me, it actually comes across as really embarrassing when you do that. Now, looking back at my content from 2017 and 2018 and into 2019, some of my live streams, they are embarrassing. I'm not going to hide away from that fact. Even though some of my highest viewed videos ever are from 2018 and 2019, like these Dan Rowan video where I felt he should have been sacked is the third most popular video on the channel. I hate that video. It's my least favorite video I have done, including when I was just doing the video vlog, but it was just me just ranting about stuff. The Dan Rowan video I did back in 2018, I wish I hadn't done it the way I did. And personally, I hate that video. Absolutely hate that. It's me being reactionary and not taking a moment and going, okay, let's be calm and balanced about this. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Hate that video. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. And there's the 2 live streams with the Donald Trump. This is when Trump's first presidency. This is why I don't do politics on this channel. There was an American viewer, and I forget his name. He's probably still a subscriber. Whether he is or not, I don't know. I haven't seen him on a live stream in a while. But there was an American viewer, and I think he was American. He never said where he was from, but I assumed he was American with how he was spelling some of his words and all that. And he put a question into the chat, and he asked my views on Donald Trump, and I ended up, and I have to admit, this is it's funny because I look back on that. I can't remember which live stream it is. It's one of the longer live streams we've done on the channel, but my rant lasted a good hour and a half, and it was quite embarrassing. To be fair, people started sharing that live stream as I was doing it and getting their mates to watch, and then more people piled in, and then the view counts for the live stream went through the roof. The participations on the live stream went through the roof, and it was one of the longer live streams we've done, like 6-7 hour live stream. And it was a fun. I just went off on one. The vein goes in the forehead. It's a sarcastic kind of Jonathan Pie. If you watch Jonathan Pie, the comedian, that's his stage name, by the way, but Jonathan Pie, where he lampoons news reporters and he takes the piss out of himself, but at the same time, is satirical about politics and celebrity and all that kind of stuff. It's like a Jonathan Pie-esque rant about Donald Trump. Now, my view, but then I also rant about the Democrats as well. So it's not just Donald Trump, it's just American politics. I go off on one. I completely go off on one. This is before COVID. This is before the pandemic, but I go off on one. It starts with me. Some guy asked my views on Trump. So I rant about Trump, but then I rant about Hillary Clinton and the Democrats and how Obama wasn't actually that good a president. All this. I go off on one. It's quite funny looking back on it, but it's also embarrassing. Anyway, the live stream finishes and whatever. And I think it was in 2018. It was about the time of the World Cup in 2018, I think. Anyway, and I call it a night. I decided to put the Xbox on because that's when I was still gaming regularly. I decided to play a bit of Call of Duty, go on the Xbox, have a relax, all this kind of stuff. Play a bit of Forza, play a bit of GTA, whatever. Play a couple of video games. I think I might have actually had Assassin's Creed Odyssey at the time. But anyway, go on, relax. I think it was a Friday night I did the live stream. Anyway, Saturday's the next day. And I'm not at work. And I do a live stream a little bit earlier in the day. And it's hot. It was a hot summer 2018. I remember that. Because I used to do most of my YouTube stuff upstairs in my grandparents' house in my room and the games room where I had my console TV set up at the time, which I ended up moving into my room when I moved back in there in 2020. But again, next day, and of course, at the time, this is Trump's first term as president. Someone asked the question again, different person. What's your views on American politics and Donald Trump and all this? Before I can even go into seriously, 2 days in a row, you take the piss. The person who had asked the question the day before went, stop, we don't do that here. I did last night. Here's the timestamps. Here's the video. Watch it. He actually put in the live stream. He went, here's the timestamps. Here's the video. There's your answer. And that was the last time we had a political rant. That was 6 years ago. 6-7 years ago. And obviously what subsequently happened, obviously in 2020 with the shutdown and COVID and everything. Obviously, what's going on now with geopolitics, the world's changed. The world has massively changed since I first started doing this and doing live streams and discussing stuff and yeah, the world's changed and the channel's evolved. I've moved 1, 2, 3 times. I've moved. or is it 4 times? Was I live? Was I living in the trailer park for a while? I think I was actually living in the caravan. Yeah, I was living on the caravan site. So I've moved 4 times since 2017. Since I started this channel, I've moved 4 times. Lots happens in the world of sport. A lot's happened in the economy. A lot, and I do mention economics and how the cost of living has gone up, and how fans can only afford so much, and how ticket price and TV revenues and advertising and sponsorships, and how we're seeing more sponsors on jerseys now than what we were before. And now the North American major leagues are now got sponsorship on jerseys as well. A lot has changed. A lot has changed, and it is a lot different. Yeah, well, the fact that the view counts on the Women's Rugby World Cup final preview are still ticking along at a ridiculous rate, and the views have doubled. So it was not even at 1,000 views 2 days ago, and now it's nearly at 3,000. So yeah, it's doubled. And I think obviously as we get closer to the final on Saturday, view counts are going to continue. That video is going to age well, basically, for the next 3 days. But people are watching some of my content from like 2018, 2019, 2020, and the football club history. Some of them are getting views now. I did some of those videos in 2022. Automatically, videos like Crystal Palace, dated. They've won the FA Cup since I did that video. Liverpool won another league title since I've done that video on Liverpool. Some of them, as soon as I do the video, they're going to be dated. They're going to be out of date. Other clubs may not have that success. Other clubs like Yeovil were a football. I think Yeovil were a football league club when no, they weren't. But they've gone up from the National League South to the National League, and now I've done another video on Yeovil Town. Wow, some clubs get more videos than others because, like Morecambe, for example, this summer has been a disaster for them. The fact that they survived, thank God for that. They nearly didn't. But the view counts in some videos, like match reviews. So let's say, I mean, there was one where, was it Everton Atalanta from like 2017 when Atalanta put 5 past Everton in the Europa League. That's getting views now. The Dan Rowan video from 2018 still gets views now, which I find really bizarre how that's trended. So I don't know. I don't know. It could be their thumbnail. That's as simple as that. The thumbnail. Obviously, I have a full-time job. I'm assuming you have a full-time job. I am tech savvy, but at the same time, I'm not illiterate, but not lazy. I just find it easy doing it in one take, not having all the thumbnails and all that extra distraction. So I can do 5, 6, 7 videos a day and record them that same day, and I don't have to schedule them for like 5 weeks' time. I like the fact that I can churn out. I think the maximum I've done in a day is, I think, 10 or 12, and I'm not joking. When I was doing the football club histories in 2022, during that really hot summer we had 3 years ago, I think there was one day I did like 12 videos. I just churned them out. Bang. I researched 5 clubs, went, right, I'm going to start with this one, finish with this one. That's the morning done. Right, we'll do the next 5 after lunch. Bang, 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 bang. Right, next 5, up we go. And in the evening, there was some other sports stuff going on. And bosh. I think the max I've done in a day is 12 videos. I do think it's thumbnails. I might start doing just a custom thumbnail where I'm just me and I'm just doing my thumbnail with I might find the Croatia hat and put the funky aviators on and just look like I'm going to a rave. They seem to do well when I've had live streams where I'm wearing the Croatia hat and I'm wearing the aviators, or when I'm wearing my Winnipeg Jets or Vegas Golden Knights jerseys. For some reason, if I wear a sports team jersey like a Winnipeg Jets or my Vegas Golden Knights, suddenly I've noticed on the live streams they get the higher views. When either I'm dressed like a lunatic going to a rave or I'm wearing some of my NHL gear, they get higher views. Same as when I'm wearing my NFL stuff, like especially the Miami Dolphins. That seems, when I wear Miami Dolphins gear, videos seem to do better. No idea why. I think that is part of it. But no, the titles I've worked on, and I do, try and keep them in a certain style. I know at the moment there is an experimental beta that YouTube's trying with like AI helping with like 3 custom titles and custom thumbnails. I haven't touched it. Don't like it. Not a fan. AI is already trying to fiddle with our yeah. Uh, I'm assuming that's Dubai team being in the Euro League basketball. Yes, I'm assuming it's to do with basketball. Look, I think I'm not a fan of teams from outside Europe competing in Europe. But again, with Turkey, Cyprus is a weird one because they're a member of the EU, but half the country is occupied by Turkey, and there's a buffer. Cyprus, Israel, and Turkey are interesting ones because technically they're Asian countries that are involved with European organisations, especially Cyprus. But Dubai, I don't know, not comfortable. But it seems to be a trend that professional sports taking now with money from the Arabian Peninsula and the oil nations of Arabia. It seems to be a trend. Doesn't matter if it's Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi. It seems to be a trend. Yeah, yeah. I don't follow the basketball, so I can't pass comment on the decision by the governing body to do it. Let's just say that. I think down to luck as well. Case in point, the league he came from nowhere, did one video, went viral instantly. True, but I do think a lot of the viewers who subscribed because of my Jermaine Genius and Paul Kent videos are still hanging around as subscribers because the subscriber count hasn't suddenly plummeted off a cliff. And my view counts on average are slowly creeping up on average as well. So I do think the thing is, I think because I cover so many sports, I think that's potentially why the channel's taken a little bit longer to gain some momentum and some traction, perhaps, because not everyone's going to be an English Premier League fan. Not everyone's going to be an NRL fan. Not everyone's going to be a rugby union fan. So I do think there is that aspect of the fact that multi-sport channel, and therefore not everyone's going to be an NHL fan. So they'll watch the NHL content and then they'll just zone out, or they'll watch the rugby union content and then zone out. Yeah, look, you could put Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Kazakhstan in that. You also missed out Armenia, but okay. Technically, Kazakhstan geographically a little bit is in geographical Europe and political Europe. Georgia, and again, it's geopolitics, and that's where geopolitics and sports sort of clash a little bit, if that makes sense. But a lot of that has to do with the history of the Soviet Union and involvement in UEFA competitions, and that's sort of a legacy of that. I would say not just UEFA, but also it's a legacy of the Soviet Union instead of coming under Asia, because the capital of the Soviet Union was Moscow, and in previous times of Russia as well. Because of that, and the legacy with Russian involvement in European affairs, politically and sporting wise, same with the Soviet Union. I think that sort of is why we've ended down that path. What copycats? Clones. There's a look, same in the rugby league podcast world as well. I do like James Graham's podcast, The Buy Round, over oh god, Bloke in a Bar. Bloke in a Bar I don't watch anymore. Don't watch Bloke in a Bar anymore, can't stand it. He's just trying to flog really crap merchandise and really crap beer. And he had a couple of games for Brisbane, but basically he's a failed rugby league player. Better than me at the sport, yes, but he's a failed pro, couldn't hack it at first grade, had a couple of good games, including his debut where he scores a shed load of tries, and he just wasn't very good. And now he's just basically trying to flog really cheesy merch and really crap lager. Simple. It's true. Do I think the NHL will extend into Mexico? I think the Players Union might have something to do with that. And where they're going to get $1 billion US from for a team, because the NHL is not going to assist a potential owner in setting up a franchise. They're not interested in Mexico. If anything, if they were to expand the NHL outside of the US and Canada, it will be Europe. And even then, they drew up a plan in the 90s for a 10-team NHL Europe division / conference, and very, very quickly they went, yeah. So it's not going to happen. They won't go to Mexico. I think after Al Hilal and the Brazil clubs did so well, I won't be surprised if there's a push for these clubs to play in Europe, adopt a worldwide Champions League. Oh yes, the Club World Cup that no one watched or cared about because the European clubs sent their B teams. Okay, it's a flawed competition. It's a false narrative. It's a false positive. If that makes sense. I say bring back the Confederations Cup as an international tournament, personally, over a Club World Cup, but FIFA have gone down this money-making avenue, and it didn't do so well because they couldn't sell tickets. They were overpricing the tickets. Local fans didn't turn up. International fans didn't want to travel. Local fans didn't show. And they had to then reduce the tickets to basically child prices for like concessions to get fans to go through the turnstiles to watch games. And even then, they didn't sell out any games. So there you go. I guess the Rugby League podcast clones Lowell. Hat on inside, check, beard. Hat on inside, check, beard, check, slightly overweight, check. I think James Graham is not slightly overweight. He was a front row forward. He's still ripped, by the way, for a 40-year-old. I mean, I can't believe James Graham's only 4.5 years older than me. It was his birthday last weekend. He is still ripped. I can't believe James Graham is actually the same age as my sister. He's in fantastic shape. I'm not gonna lie, considering he's had some major surgeries done to his body, he's in fantastic shape. He's looked after himself in retirement. Admittedly, he hasn't been retired that long, but he's looked after himself the last 4 and a bit years. He's doing fantastic. I do like the Paul Kent podcast with Johnny Elias. I'm not going to lie. I was a bit dubious at first, in the first week or so. And then, I thought, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think Paul Kent and his podcast, brilliant. Not so keen on the Kenty Blitz side of things, but his podcast with Johnny Elias hit that at the end of the week. It's fantastic. And to be fair, on the Kenty Blitz thing, well, I'm not 100% with it because I think it's too short an episode. I think the episodes could be an hour long rather than half hour. I think that's something that in the future they could extend a little bit. And whether it's they've got that limited time slot in the studio that they use, and because they've got to share obviously facilities with other people, obviously in time. Yeah, no, I have to admit, I do like the Paul Kent one, Kenty Blitz, and Kenty Prime Time. I'm not gonna lie, I do like the Paul Kent one. I think okay, the things happened away from the cameras in his private life, which aren't great. He's admitted he had an alcohol problem, and I actually think he's doing all right, personally. The one thing I don't like about the buy round and Kenty Blitz, Kenty Primetime, is their gambling sponsorship. Don't like that. I don't like that, especially with some of the allegations going around about certain players at the moment, of which one of them appears quite regularly on the buy round, hasn't appeared since his arrest and his charge. It's obviously Brandon Smith. And I think Paul Kent, because he's friends with Brandon Smith away from the game, and obviously he's interviewed him a lot of times, actually become quite friendly with him. I think you can tell Paul Kent is clearly like, I know this guy quite well. He is my friend outside of rugby league. You can see he's like, I don't want to bag my friend publicly. You can see that Paul Kent, while he's had his own issues away from the camera, you can see that he's worried about his friend going forward and how this is going to impact him, because there are some serious charges, especially the gambling charges. I think, he could be in a little bit of bother there. But I think James Graham not even mentioning it, I think that is poor. I think they could have at least acknowledged that, hey, a co-contributor for this podcast, Brandon Smith, is, he's having these allegations. They're in a court of law. They're going through the legal process. But whilst this legal process is ongoing, they could have said, well, it's a legal process with Brandon Smith is ongoing and the allegations he's facing, he claims he's innocent of, while that's going through a legal process, we're he's not going to appear on it. That at least has acknowledged it, and that's that. He hasn't said anything. That I think is, I think they've let themselves down there a little bit, but I think all the podcasts have because they're all too matey with each other. In regards to the copy and paste, yeah. Oh God, there's oh they all is it Hello Sport? They all seem to appear with the big with what's his name really bloke in a bar. They all appear on there. You got the rugby league guru. Seriously, he was a school teacher. They let him teach kids. And then you got the other two on. Is it Hello Sport? And they all appear with on bloke in a bar. It's just a bunch of middle-aged alcoholics, isn't it? It's cringe. I used to like listening to bloke in a bar, but every other word's a swear word out of his mouth. It's F this, F that, F this, F that. I'm like, I get it. Aussies swear a lot. Us Brits, we swear a lot. But come on, be a little bit more professional. Like you've managed somehow to get a mainstream radio and TV gig. I forget his name. Dean and Kemp, that's it. He somehow managed to get more mainstream gigs in regards to the media. Yet all it is just F-bomb after F-bomb after F-bomb. And half the time he's promoting his crap beer and his crap merch brand, which is really embarrassing. I would be embarrassed to wear a bloke t-shirt or a bloke rugby top. I really would. I'd be like, really? Kids could wear that? Yeah, sure, that would be kind of funny. Kids and Dina. Grown-ass men in their 30s, 40s and 50s wearing that, I think that's embarrassing. But that's my personal view. I'm sounding like an old man, but that's my personal view. I think it's a little bit cheesy. You've got the rugby league guru. Well, I have no doubt he's a very analytical mind when it comes to the fantasy team. It's all about gambling. And this is coming at a time when Brandon Smith is in hot water with a gambling scandal, potentially, and a drug scandal, potentially. That, for me, again, really poor form. How they haven't decided, you know what, we're going to move away from the gambling sponsorship with like whatever, insert gambling company here. We're going to move away and we're going to pivot in a yeah. Well, a rugby league guru, it's just he's done well out of being a tipster. I will say that, but I get very concerned in regards to the gambling relationship with media personalities, TV programs, considering that there's a high-profile player, Brandon Smith, currently facing legal criminal allegations in regards to betting, breaching the rules and breaking the law. And look, I like James Graham's podcast by Run. I do think it was poor form not to at least acknowledge the Brandon Smith allegations and say, look, whilst he's facing these criminal allegations in Queensland, he will not be appearing as a guest or as a contributor on this podcast. And say, look, he is our friend, we do support him, but whilst he's facing these allegations, if they are proven to be true and he's found guilty, then whatever. But to not acknowledge it at all, poor form. I really think that's poor form. At least Paul Kent acknowledged it and said, look, this is my view on it briefly, without obviously getting into that legal minefield. Partly, I think Paul Kent's that little bit better in regards to journalism, what they can and can't say as a journalist. At least he acknowledged it. Again, the betting sponsorship that both podcasts have is a concern for me, and I'm not keen on it. But no, Rugby League Guru, I think he might be a Manly fan, maybe a Cronulla fan. He's definitely one of each teams. But I find it amazing that the New South Wales Education Authority found him fit to be a teacher, because he's basically encouraging people to gamble and waste their money, which is not good. I have my views on it. He also lied and claimed that Dean Cam contacted him from nowhere and asked him to be on the show. Why was it him and literally no other content creator? Possibly because Rugby League Guru is not actually a guru. He is basically making money out of the gambling firms to basically entice people to waste their cash gambling. And Dean and Kemp is sponsored by a gambling firm. So there's that. And I honestly, it's just a bunch of middle-aged blokes who drink too much. He probably are. Yeah, I'm not going to say what I'm going to say. I'm not a fan of them. I really started to tune out of Dean and Kemp's podcast. I'm going to say 2-3 years ago. It was just the same regurgitation. A lot of it's about Dean and Kemp. It's just an ego trip for him. Because he always seems to revert back to himself. Even when he's interviewing players, current and ex-players and coaches and commentators, it always seems to go back to him a lot. It's like an ego trip. Look, fair play to him. He's made his money out of it. Obviously, post-career, we always discuss post-career what players in whatever sport, what athletes do post-career, and making sure they have an income and they can provide for their families, and they can, if they want to, re-enter the workplace, set up businesses, whatever it may be. Post-career welfare, obviously, is a big discussion point, but not a fan of the Bloke in a Bar podcast. I've really tuned out of it. I haven't watched an episode in a long time. It's been about 2 years. 3 years, I started to get a bit bored of it because it was just cut, copy, paste, and repeat in regards to how it was all going, in regards to the type of players he would interview. They'd basically all be his bloody mates, basically. He would never interview someone where he's got to ask challenging questions and where the person being interviewed is like, okay, you're interviewing me now. You're asking tough questions. I've got to give answers, or because I'm not answering them. And it's always too matey on there. Yeah, but Dean and Kempton realised this guy's actually got a following. It's going to boost my following as well. It's a business deal. Long story short, one failed at being a school teacher, one failed at being a rugby league player. Who knew? And neither of them, since being successful on the social media side, actually live in the real world. I think Dean and Kemp wants his ego brushed up because he failed everywhere else. He really did. Let's be honest. When it comes to former rugby league players, apart from, I think, a handful of games for the Broncos where he just lights up on the wing, he didn't really do much memorable apart from like 4 or 5 games I can think of where, bang, he's memorable. Other than that, unless you actually deep within the rugby league fraternity and you are either a hardcore rugby league fan or a hardcore Broncos tragic, of which most of Brisbane isn't, by the way. May I just add, a lot of people in Brisbane don't like the Broncos. Unless you are a tragic of the Broncos or rugby league in general, like yourself, because you love your rugby league history, and you live and breathe it 365 days a year, every day of your life, and you like coach at youth level, or you coach at amateur level, or you play at amateur level, when you're in and out of a clubhouse and you work for a club as a, or you volunteer, and you literally, that is your life's blood, to the point where you literally probably are related to the blades of grass you play on. Many fans just go, Dean and Kemp, he had a couple of good, who, what? I remember him playing. How long did he play for? He had a career that long? I'm surprised he actually lasted as long as he did at first grade. He spent most of his time struggling in reserve grade. That's my view on it. Now, that could be... I hate bagging people, but as time has gone on, you've got to start calling out the BS that they spew. You have to start calling out and go, really? Really? Now, I understand, obviously, in the traditional heartlands in Northern England and in Sydney, it is a very... and Brisbane, yes, it is a very tight-knit community. I get that. I get that a lot of people live and breathe it. And, I get that there is that sort of... It is a big extended family. A lot of sports are. I know people who play ice hockey who are now playing for the GB national side. And that is a big extended family. Yes. It doesn't mean I'm going to persistently message a current or former player that I may or may not know to get a gig, whether either they come on here or I go if they have a podcast or a YouTube channel. No, that was a bit. Look, you obviously are more in depth with the knowledge and the connections in regards to rugby league, but look, and I completely agree with what you're saying on a lot of topics. But I just think on the Bloke in a Bar podcast, it's cringe now. It was good when it started and his early interviews with some of the players and coaches and those within the game. But as time has gone on, it's been a copy and paste, and it's just the same crappy regurgitates. It's the same questions he asks. The structure of the interview is exactly the same. And it is always people he's matey with. It's never someone he can go, right, okay, we've got a guest today. And I don't know, but it just, it's basically two mates having a conversation rather than an interviewer asking a challenging question of his guest who he's interviewing, or challenging questions whereby he might not like the answers he gets, or the person he's interviewing may not like the questions they're getting, and it gets a bit heated. That is proper journalism. We're not getting that. It's like Frost versus Nixon. If you actually watch that interview with David Frost and Richard Nixon, that is literally interview gold. One of the best. I know it's obviously involving a TV person and a former US president who was sort of fired from the presidency under some very dark circumstances. But Frost versus Nixon, the film, and the actual interview, actually watch that interview, which is a fantastic, fantastic televised interview. You understand what it is like to actually have that face-to-face interview, similar to what a podcast is, where you as the interviewer are challenging your guest and you're getting under they've got a and it was pure theatre for I think it was like an hour and a half. They made a film out of it called Frost versus Nixon. Everyone he gets on there is his mate, and it's really cringe. And they've all got the same agents, the same, and it's all very scripted. And the players, the ex-players or the current players know what questions are coming well before time. It's all comfortable and nice and pleasant, and there's nothing about it that is authentic in the sense of, right, we're going to have a challenging interview. We are going to push some buttons here. We are going to ask some testing questions, and you may not be comfortable. You may go, no, what? I don't want to talk about that right now, etc., etc. I think it could be that could have made him a much better podcaster. I think by challenging his guests on like, okay, you were suspended for a while. What have you got to say about X, Y, Z? No one. It's just no. Thoughts on the Ballon d'Or? Kane, we've covered that. I think I'm going to have to do a video on the Ballon d'Or and go into more detail about it, because I don't know how they select who's on the short list and how they vote for it. And I know they keep changing the way they select players who are eligible and how they get voted for and how they get selected and all that, and the process behind selections and voting and all that. It's the same with some of the NHL postseason trophies that players get, like the Vezina and the Jennings is easy. That's the best goalie tandem with the lowest goals against average and the best save percentage. That's how you win the Jennings. So Hellebuck and Comrie this past season, who played for the Jets, and of course Hellebuck gets the Vezina. The Vezina and the Norris and the what's the other one? The Vezina, the Norris, and I think the Vezina and the Norris Trophy and the Selke Awards. That's popularity contest. And if you are a previous winner, you're more likely to win again than you can get nominated. So there you go. And then get nominations if you haven't won it. But no, I have to admit, the 3 Welsh teams left in the League Cup. I'm going to have to look into when the last time you had 3 Welsh teams at this stage left in the League Cup. Of course, Wrexham have only been in the Football League now for a handful of seasons, and Newport have only been in the Football League a few seasons longer than that. So I'm going to hedge a bet that it was the last time Wrexham were a Football League club before they got back to the Football League. Yeah, I would say it's got to be at least 2 decades, if not more. It has. No, I wouldn't say the 70s. I would say a bit more recent than that. Obviously, Wrexham were still a Football League club into the 90s, early 2000s. So I would say the 90s. I would say the 90s, the last time we were at this stage of the League Cup where there's still 3 Welsh sides in it. Because this season, 4 Welsh sides can enter. Whereas until a couple of years ago, it was only 3 Welsh sides could enter. Before Newport County got back to the Football League, it was just Cardiff and Swansea. So I would go with the 90s. I would say the 90s at this point in regards to the League Cup. But that in itself, that's an interesting question. And I do think Cardiff beat Burnley's second team. Why? They're more that's Premier League survival, squad rotation, Premier League survival. Getting a good start in the Premier League before their FA Cup campaigns begin. That would be my viewpoint in it. Rotating the squad, and when they look at it, if a team wants to go on a cup run, they'd rather choose the FA Cup. There's more money in it, prize money, more TV revenue as well, more TV exposure. So the League Cup, lower crowd attendance, so lower, ticket sales, and less TV revenue, less advertising revenue. The FA Cup is where if you are going to go on a cup run, you're going to get better ticket sales, better merchandise sales, and again, better revenue. Everton will stay up. Well, you say that they've had we'll see what happens. I think they're better than what they were a couple of years ago. I think they're lucky they stayed up a couple of years ago, if we're being honest. I think some points deductions to some other rivals may have helped them. The fact they have, I think, is it 95 or 96? I think it is 95. Is it 95 or is it 96? It's definitely mid-90s. No, it is 95. Yes, that's their last trophy. Yes, it's been 30 years. Why don't they give it a go? Ownership. It's been... They got close under David Moyes the first time when Louis Saha was playing for the club. I would honestly, I think a lot of it's to do with what's happened with the ownership in the past, and I wouldn't say struggling in the Premier League era, but they have definitely struggled there. There was a period in the late 90s where they nearly went down. They got lucky. I think it was the 98 season. Around 98. Was it 98 or 99? So the 97, 98 or 99, 98, 99 seasons, they really had a bad couple of years. And the last 4 or 5 seasons in the Premier League have been, since Ancelotti left, have been really disastrous as well. They've not hit it in the transfer market. They've made some really poor decisions in regards to not only signings but also youth player retention. They've let some players go that if they had stayed might have kicked on. And I would argue, I think when they were letting players like Rooney go and Ross Barkley go, I think that was a sign that they had become a selling club. But hey, they have made an FA Cup final, obviously under David Moyes. I mean, that is a while ago now, but they did make an FA Cup final on David Moyes. I think that if they'd won that, potentially we could have had a different discussion. And if when they were qualifying for Europe, if they'd done better in Europe and potentially made a final one, like a Europa League, we could be having a different discussion. But yeah, obviously with the new ownership, there's that new stadium. There is that impetus to try and turn it around, but it's been 3 decades of mismanagement. I think it's a good way to put it. They were a really good side in the 80s. But they do it cyclically, Everton, like the 30s, Dixie Dean. When I did the history video on Everton, look at that. And I discussed how it's been so long since they've obviously won a trophy. And that was 3 years ago I did that video. So that was 27 years without a trophy. At that point, it's now 30 years. I would say the issue started in the 90s. A few years after that FA Cup win, things started to go wrong. And they've been going wrong, I would say, since about 98. Appointing David Moyes was a good decision. And there were times where people were like, oh, this guy, is he the right guy to lead the club forward? But then he regularly got them into Europe, and he made a cup final with them. And I think that was the opportunity if they had won that cup final, and they maybe gone a bit further in Europe and made a European UEFA Cup final at the time. But if they had kicked on, or in 95, 96, if they'd won the Cup Winners' Cup after winning the FA Cup, we might have been having a slightly different conversation, because winning will breed winning. If you win again within the next couple of years, that breeds further winning, because then you retain your best players and you attract other good players. And unfortunately, with Everton, their transfer policy has been all over the place. They've gone since David Moyes, who brought a lot of stability after Joe Royle, admittedly, but he brought a lot of stability to the club as a manager. And if it wasn't for David Moyes giving Wayne Rooney a chance, then we may not have had one of the best English players of the last generation play the game and stay. Given that opportunity, he might have ended up at a different club and may not have developed the way he did. And there you go. I think since David Moyes went to Manchester United, it's the last decade and a bit has been an absolute shambles. Let's not kid ourselves. It has been poor since Moyes left. It has been poor, and it's got worse. And look, the amount of videos I've done on Everton with another managerial sacking, and the Ronald Koeman and Unsworth, Martinez, Ancelotti leaving, that Lampard. It's just been crisis after crisis. There's been a lot of chopping and changing with the manager and the transfer policy. They've wasted a lot of money. They've spent a lot of money and got no return for it. So I wouldn't say they haven't given it a go. They've just been all over the place. Now there's the new ownership, the new stadium. You never know, they might win the FA Cup this season. They're definitely playing better. Let's see what happens. And David Moyes has now won a European trophy with West Ham. So he's now got that silverware and that winner's medal. And I think that changes the conversation as well. The fact that they've now got a manager who's won a European trophy at the helm, who's managed the club before for a long time, that does change the conversation somewhat. And if they were to win the FA Cup this season, finally that trophy drought comes. It's like, look at Newcastle. They finally win a trophy and the trophy drought's come to an end, and suddenly there's a different aura around the club. Crystal Palace win their first trophy, different aura around the club. Winning, helps you retain players and helps you attract players. Success will breed further success if, and I do say this, if things are managed correctly. That's where Everton have gone wrong. The attendances for the League Cup and FA Cup are not great. I wouldn't say the FA Cup's been terrible. It has been noticeable that at games in recent seasons, even pre-pandemic, there have been empty seats at the FA Cup. There is no doubt on that. The League Cup has had poor attendances for years. The League Cup has had poor attendances for a long time. And some people say they should scrap the League Cup, and it's not taken as seriously by the bigger clubs until the semi-final stage or quarter-final stage, depending on the club. Newcastle definitely took it seriously last season and won, and rightfully so. And have made the League Cup final a few times in recent seasons. So Newcastle's one of the clubs that take the League Cup seriously. But the attendances for a long time at the League Cup have been poor. The FA Cup, it is noticeable. Certain clubs, I'm not saying every club, but there are more visible empty seats at FA Cup games. Yes, I'm not denying that. I've never denied that. I've mentioned that for years on the channel, that the FA Cup, yeah. I also think, is it the fourth or the fifth round? They play it over 5 days. I think it's the fourth round. They play it over a longer. They stretch it out. The fourth and the fifth rounds out for longer. Nah, it doesn't work. Fans have said stop doing this. Fans have also said we don't like kickoff times being changed for TV. And Thursday night games, really? Basically a midweek FA Cup game. Really? look, Sheffield United, Cardiff. Look, both sides. Sheffield United. I don't know why they didn't turn up, but Cardiff. I mean, the last season for Cardiff was a shambles. We all know that, and both sides aren't well. Cardiff are having a good start to life in League One, but both sides have had their off-field dramas, haven't they, over recent years with transfer embargoes and bad ownership, which also has an impact. Also does have an impact, yes. There's no doubt in that. But I am surprised with Sheffield Wednesday only selling. But again, I mean, Cardiff City. Don't get me wrong; they have a fanatical fan base. I think most clubs actually have a hardcore set of fans who are passionate, and I think some clubs, you could argue, obviously got bigger fan bases than others, but some clubs it truly is fanaticism, and other clubs obviously have a smaller or more regional fan base or whatever it is, or just a bit more niche, and generally do have that limited fan base, but the situation at Cardiff behind the scenes has been shambolic for a very, very long time, and let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves at all. Look, as a Blackburn fan with the Venkeys, we're in exactly the same boat. As I say, as a Blackburn fan, the view is reciprocated from Lancashire. I can tell you that, even though I don't live in Lancashire, I live in Berkshire. But as a Blackburn fan, I've never been a fan of the Venkeys. How they end up owning the club, the decisions they've made, in the boardroom and off the field, and their just lack of care. Honestly, it's the lack of care. It's shambolic. The debt that the club has incurred, the loss of Premier League status, the fact that we also were a League One club at one point, it got that bad. The amount of managers we've gone through, some of the managerial appointments we've had. I think it was one season we had 5 managers, I think, or 4. We had more managers than Chelsea. It was ridiculous. Yeah, the situation is reciprocated. But it's not just Cardiff or Blackburn. It's how many clubs do we? Sheffield Wednesday, I think, is the one. I think as fans of the game, of the sport, Sheffield Wednesday is the next club that I'm worried about. I mean, look what happened to Brescia in Italy with Cellini. I mean, he's got a criminal conviction. He's been allowed to destroy Leeds nearly, and Brescia's gone out of business. If a Premier League team puts a second string team out, they can't complain going out. True. And at the same time, it's the choice they made, isn't it? It is the choice they made. And what else can you say? I'm not knocking the fact that Burnley have obviously got other priorities. And they obviously don't see the League Cup as a priority. They see Premier League survival first and foremost as the priority. And if they stabilise a little bit and have a good, first half of the season till December before they enter the FA Cup, and they're in a good position by November, December, then I do think that conversation changes with the FA Cup. I think they put a stronger team out. I honestly do. But if they are still, it's a bit tentative whether they're going to, avoid the bottom 3 or whatever, then they might put it in the FA Cup. But a cup run can really build some momentum, especially for a bottom half of the table. Look at Palace. Look what they did. They're in Europe. They won the silverware. And being in Europe means more revenue, a bigger profile. They're on a European stage now competing. And that's something that cannot be sniffed at. And Burnley have been a European side in our lifetimes. And you've got to look at what the ownership are directing to the club as well, and their objectives for the club. Because again, it starts at the top. Both Sheffield clubs are buggered this season. They're absolutely buggered. I do fear for Sheffield Wednesday off the field as well. Sheffield United is just really poor management decisions in regards to Chris Wilder and Ruben Sellers, and why they sacked Wilder in the first place. Then they rehire him for the 3rd time. There's a reason why he wasn't manager for this season. The club fell off last season, and I think that impacted their playoffs. The fact that the second half of the season, their form drifted and then it went off a cliff. There's a reason why he left the club. They bring him back for the third time. Repeating the same action and expecting a different outcome at the end of it is a sign of madness. And each time he comes back, the club doesn't do as well. It's just facts. First time, yep, cool. Second time, nearly there. Third time, you would think they might decide to go, you know what, I'm not against the appointment, but I don't think this time round it's going to solve the problems at Sheffield United. I don't think it is. In regards to Sheffield Wednesday, off the field, they've had it. They're in trouble. They're going to do a Reading, I think. A Reading or a Morecambe, and the owner's going to be forced to sell for whatever. And then the new owners are going to come in and try and salvage the mess that is Sheffield Wednesday. The stadium is in a poor state of repair. Hillsborough is in not a good state. It really isn't. And I do fear for Sheffield Wednesday long term. Yes, so are Morecambe as well. Reading and Morecambe eventually have got the right owners in who have stabilised and are going to hopefully keep both clubs solvent long term and thriving long term. But the Football League has got a lot of questions to answer. A lot of questions. And to a certain extent, Premier League as well. With some of the decisions taken over the last 33 years in regards again to club ownership. Not being funny. The guy who owned Reading, who used to own Reading, Die Young. Die Young. He wanted to buy Hull City back in, I think it was 2015 or 2016. And this is when Hull was still a Premier League side. And the Premier League said he didn't pass what we call the fit and proper persons test, the director's test, right? Didn't pass. Failed. Told, no, you're not suitable to be a team owner in this country. Within 12 months, the Football League passed him a fit and proper owner. Now, did the Football League have a chat with the Premier League saying, is this guy good to go? And if the Premier League then went, well, you've asked our opinion, we've said no, but you know what? Yeah, they don't care. Neither organisation give a toss. It's too much self-interest. There's too much self-interest. There's a lot of greed there. There's not enough transparency. I mean, look at the fact that Chelsea reported themselves for the previous ownership's financial misconduct, I think is admirable by Todd Boehly and his ownership group. Whether we actually like Todd Boehly is another thing. But at least in this case, the ownership group have gone, hang on a second, something's off here. And obviously the current ownership group want to keep favour with the governing body, considering how they got to own the club in the first place. Let that sink in. But they self-reported. And out of nowhere, I think it's 74 or 75 charges have come about because the club self-reported itself under the current ownership, Chelsea, right? And we've known for years that the Abramovich era was dodgy. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not be naive here. We've known for years that under Abramovich, some of the dealings at Chelsea were exceptionally dodgy. Now we know they were dodgy, but we had an inkling they were, right? Man City's 115 charges. Where is the transparency? The investigation has concluded 9 months ago. I think it was November, December last year, nearly a year ago, 9 months, something like that. Where's the transparency in the process? Seriously, where is the transparency? There is none. It's all cloak and dagger. Now, the fact that Man City were found guilty previously by UEFA on the same charges, forget that, and they got off on a technicality, which the Premier League technicality doesn't exist, so time limitation, as in time limited, we know they're guilty. They got off on a technicality. So there's that. But no, the viewpoint on the Premier League and all that, and the Football League, do they actually care? Too much there's a lot of self-interest. There's also a division within the Football League between League One and League Two and the Championship as well. But again, a lot of self-interest, and the National League, for example, this summer had to pick up the pieces with Morecambe. And at the time, I said I don't blame the National League for dealing with Morecambe the way they did, because they've had to follow their rule book. But they inherited a problem they should not have inherited, because with Reading, they forced a sale. And basically, the National League was like, this is going to happen. We want to keep this club going, otherwise it buggers our entire league structure and will put a lot of other clubs at risk financially in a league system outside the Football League that is basically hand-to-mouth existence. So I think the National League acted in their self-survival interests. How long do I think the West Ham owners will last? I would think, how long will Graham Potter last, I think, is a better question. I understand the discontent. I understand the discontent with the ownership. I completely do. But I think Graham Potter's going to go before the ownership do. Look, West Ham are not up for sale. But there's a lot of... This is where West Ham Fan TV... Well, I am a subscriber to them, because sometimes I will watch what they've got to say. But they're much like Arsenal Fan TV. They're reactionary. Mark Goldbridge, they're very reactionary. And obviously they're West Ham fans, so they're going to have a bias. Okay. But when they ever interview any other West Ham fans, the fans they interview always seem to have the same viewpoint as them. Now, in regards to Gold, is it Gold or Sullivan and Brady? Is it because it's one of the old West Ham owners died? Was it Sullivan or Gold who died, and the other one's still alive with Karen Brady? I'm trying to remember. Was it David Gold or Sullivan? I think it was Gold who passed away. Yeah, David Gold was the one who passed away. The Dildo brothers, yes, the Dildo brothers. Again, they've got criminal convictions. Admittedly, it's round, adult entertainment when certain things were much different regulation, different era, which what they were doing then is not illegal now. I think it was indecency laws. So in regards to their strip clubs and gentlemen's clubs and sex shops, and whereas, so what was a bit more taboo then is obviously not now, societal wise and in society, and obviously the laws around adult entertainment have changed over the years. But when they bought West Ham originally, got involved with West Ham originally before going to Birmingham City, then back to West Ham, they were called the Dildo Brothers. And I remember Birmingham City. There was question marks over their financial dealings at Birmingham City back in the day, and Karen Brady as well. And so there has been, over the years, eyebrows raised about this ownership group at two football clubs at different points in their involvement in football. And there's no smoke without fire. That is a given. And obviously Karen Brady's obviously had a relationship with the previous government under David Cameron. I remember, and that's where politics comes into it. And we have to, again, that raises questions about how they get the old Olympic Stadium, doesn't it? And there is that question of, go away. Why now? Go away. Why now does an update have to come in? Why? I can wait. I hate it when updates do that, because if I update now, we lose the live stream. That's really annoying. So I'm going to have to finish the live stream, see how the channel's doing analytic wise, and actually no, I'm going to check how my channel analytics is doing on my phone, because I've got my phone to hand, so I can go on the YouTube app on my phone. But no, the West Ham ownership, I think Graham Potter goes first. But the pressure's building now. The anti-ownership protests, they've been there before. There have been anti-ownership protests before with this ownership group from West Ham fans in previous years. So this is not a new movement within the fan base of discontent aimed at the owners. Let me make that very, very clear. Very clear. So that the current anger is not something that's just happened overnight. It's not something that happened yesterday. There's been on and off kind of relationship with the fans and the ownership for some time. Going back to the Upton Park days, before they moved to the Olympic Stadium, there has been a fractious relationship between the fans and the ownership. And look, at the end of the day, they're not the ownership group where there's question marks over their integrity and fans protest. Look at what's happening with Rangers and Celtic in Scotland. Look what's happening with Rangers and Celtic in Scotland. Even Celtic fans are protesting the board and the ownership. They are top of the league and they win the league every season apart from a handful in the last 15 years. Let's not get ourselves. Rangers, again, there are protests at about the manager and the board. The two most successful clubs in Scotland, the fans are pissed off with their ownership and boards and are protesting at matches. So you can be a successful club historically or currently, and the fan base not be happy with how the club is run or the direction they're taking or whatever. Now, as I say, with West Ham, I think Graham Potter's on. I don't think he's there by the international break in October. I think he's gone. I think he's gone by October, international break, which is not that far away. So I don't think he's going to be manager there much longer. In regards to the ownership, as far as I know, West Ham aren't for sale and they haven't sought outside investment in the club. I could be wrong. They might have put a stake of the club up for sale or might be seeking further investment with new partners to come in. But at some point, we'll see. There's a lot of fan groups up and down the country who protest their club's owners. And as a Blackburn fan, again, this is an ongoing thing where the fan base don't like the ownership and the direction their particular club is taking. Look, we've got it with Cardiff, we've got it with Sheffield Wednesday, we've got it with Blackburn, we had it with Morecambe. Now, ultimately, Morecambe were sold. We've got it with West Ham at the moment. We've got it with Rangers and Celtic in Scotland. And sometimes fan pressure can ultimately pay off. But at other times, we'll see what happens at West Ham. If they decide to put the club up for sale, it'll be interesting to see how much the club sells for. But it's the same with Man United. Man United have got fan protests about the ownership and the Glazers. There's been an anti-Glazer movement there for 2 decades, even before they bought their controlling stake in the club. And now Sir Jim Ratcliffe's come along. Guess what? There's protests about some of his actions as you know in the day-to-day running of the club, and how Ineos and Sir Jim Ratcliffe have gone about the commercial decisions and the day-to-day running of the club in the since he bought in a couple of years ago. It doesn't help that your West Hams and your Man Uniteds on the field, the results aren't there, and in United and both West Ham and United's case, okay, a couple of years ago they both win trophies, and then suddenly they're winning nothing. And the performances aren't backing up previous seasons of success. And in Manchester United's case, they haven't won the league for over a decade, 12 years now. And again, I mean, West Ham have won, one trophy with under the Gold and Sullivan ownership, and admittedly they did make an FA Cup final in there as well. But West Ham have been relegated outside the Premier League in their ownership tenure. And while the stadium lease they have at the old Olympic Stadium is very favourable to the club, it's not a football stadium. It's not a football stadium. They should have stayed at Upton Park. But at the same time, the Olympic organisers and the government wanted this Olympic legacy where the facilities would remain in use for a long time and have that Olympic legacy of facilities continually being used long term so they didn't become dead weights on the city. And so to get a long term lease for a sports team, in this case West Ham, at the Olympic site was important to the City of London, the Mayor's office, and the government. And in part, Karen Brady's involvement as being involved with the government and her relationship with the former Prime Minister in David Cameron, you can see some questions. Yeah, I think look, it will be interesting to see what ultimately does happen. With West Ham and whether long term, and I'm talking about 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years in the future, whether they still are at that stadium. I understand that the lease they have signed um, with I can't remember. Is it the City of London Corporation? Is it the Mayor's office? I know Boris Johnson was mayor when the lease was signed, and they're the anchor tenants, but they've still got to pay rent on the stadium. They don't own their stadium. This is what I think a lot of people don't realise is they're anchor tenants. They don't own the stadium. They pay a lease agreement. They pay rent on it. They are tenants. They're not owners. And a lot of people don't realise a lot of sports teams don't own the facilities that they use. They rent them. And in this case, it's West Ham rent the Olympic Stadium. And it's a very favourable, let's just say it's a very favourable long-term lease. Let's just say that. Let's say the contract's in their favour, not the city's favour. Now, Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, hates this agreement because he thinks, the city should be making more money out of it, basically. He wants West Ham to remain there, but he thinks the city, the mayor's office, should make a bit more money out of it. And also, the previous mayor was from the other party, basically. So there's also party political. Well, one of my rivals signed that agreement, not me, and so it's a dig at the previous administration as well. But he's not a very popular mayor now, is he? How he keeps getting re-elected is ultimately is beyond me. But again, since he's been mayor, I don't enjoy going to London. I think that it's not. To be fair, when Boris Johnson was mayor, I didn't particularly enjoy going to London either. But that's again my yeah, that's my view on that. Yeah, they have been there 10 years. I do think leaving Upton Park was a mistake, considering how much money in the last 20 years that the club were there. They spent on upgrading the Berlin ground, Upton Park, and increasing the capacity and the facilities and improving the facilities there. That within a very short time, within a decade of the last, I think was it within a decade of the last upgrades they did to Upton Park, they moved out. So they spent a lot of money in the decade or so before they moved out on Upton Park to then move out. Yeah, interesting one that. And of course, they made a lot of money selling on the land to be redeveloped as I believe it's housing and offices now. They did make a lot of money on the stadium redevelopment and the land there. Very similar to Arsenal with Highbury. Very, very similar. They did make a lot of money. But I honestly do think there should have been some stadium upgrades for the Olympic Stadium for West Ham to make it a more football-friendly stadium. I haven't actually seen the full logo redesign. It can't be as bad as that attempted Leeds United logo that they came out with. God, that was horrendous. That attempted logo redesign of Leeds, Jesus, that was bad. That was shocking, that logo redesign for Leeds. Thank God they decided to pull back from that. I think the planned Bournemouth one, Yeah, thank God they didn't go through with that. That was shocking as well. Um, but that Leeds one, oh God, the Bournemouth again. Leeds and Bournemouth. Thankfully, they saw the backlash and realised, oh God, we've got this wrong. But they tried to forge ahead with it, and fans were like, "What are you doing? We don't like it." Now, yeah, some logo redesigns fans aren't necessarily sold, but it was the reaction of opposition fans going, "That is cringe. Let's take the piss." It really hurt them on a PR point. And when you can't get your own fan base on the side, when the opposition fans are destroying you on social media, they wasted a lot of money paying design firms, right? Graphic designers to come up with these various designs. That's a lot of money they spent on a lot of different designs, and they've settled on some of the yeah, not great. Sadiq Khan, the London. That's not how you spell mayor, by the way, but it's OR, not ER. Maya, you've just spelt a German surname there, but we'll go with that. Supports that London. Oh wait, live. Yeah, that that is. I don't. If you are going to be a mayor of a city, at least be from that city. Say people could argue Andy Burnham being mayor of Manchester when he's from Liverpool as well, but that's another thing. I don't know if it's getting older, but football logos and kits, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are a bit generic now. I think they've lost a lot of their uniqueness to each club and a lot of creativity as well. There's just a lot of the designs are very cut and paste, and then just put the colours and the logo on. That's my view on football kits now. Just look, actually they actually look cheap. I'm not gonna lie, they look cheap. The kits from the 90s for me were and the early 2000s. There's a reason why they're so desirable for collectors. When they had the old collars and the bubble sponsorship, where it just was a little bit stood out a little bit. The long sleeves, you just don't get that now. I think kit designers need to look at the 90s. There's a reason why retro does well. There is a real reason why the retro Asics, Adidas, Reebok, Pumas, Lottos, Feelers, Kappa. What happened? Kappa and Feelers make great kits. Diodoras. Yeah, I remember some of even the Hummel kits from Denmark. There is a reason why those kits, those are just they're desirable. The retro does really, really well. I'm not sold at the current Adidas and Puma kits, where they look very similar on the shorts with the swoosh around the back. Cringe. It looks like they've got arse support. It looks like they're wearing a bungee jump thing around them, like zip line thing. There was definitely a bit more uniqueness for each kit. And yeah, the Nuki Brown, I don't think with the current ownership and alcohol sponsor is going to return. I don't think Nuki Brown's going to return to the Newcastle kit anytime soon with the current ownership. Just saying. But yeah, that's iconic. The Newcastle Brown Ale. That's an iconic. It's like McEwen's Lager with Blackburn. Iconic. I know Liverpool Carlsberg was a long-standing partnership, but when they were sponsored by Candy, that the washing machine manufacturer or Crown Paints, that was iconic. Then you had Luton Town with Electrolux. I'm trying to think of some other ones now where it's a very iconic. Arsenal with JVC. I think it was Wimbledon with TDK in the 80s and early 90s. Strongbow and Thistle Hotels with Leeds. Manchester United was Sharp in the 90s. That was a good sponsorship deal. Yeah, the Strongbow one with Leeds, but I remember Thistle Hotels with Leeds in the 90s. Strongbow came a little bit later when the money issues and the rebranding to the current logo came along. I remember the old Yorkshire Roads Leeds logo of the early to mid 90s. Bradford City with the toured off JCT 600 sponsorship, both for the Bradford Bulls and Bradford City. There's loads of iconic ones, whether it's a long-standing relationship with the sponsor and the club. Um, Friends Provident with Southampton, Auto Trader obviously with Reading, but Sanderson with Sheffield Wednesday. I'm trying to think now. There are loads. Autoglass with Chelsea and Coors. I remember Coors beer with NEC with Everton. Yes, Brother with an Edios with Manchester City with the old logo in the 90s and early 2000s, and then Thomas Cook latterly. There's just so many. There are so many. We could be here all day. Well, Bolton Runners with Reebok. Well, it was called the Reebok for a reason. Their kit supplier was also their sponsor, very similar to Umbro with, is it RC Long or Ren? Was it Ren or Long in France, where it was just a massive Umbro logo and it was absolutely ridiculous. Chronic. But then you had Nintendo with Fiorentina. You had Pirelli with Inter Milan. AC Milan famously was Opel for a long time. Lazio. Who was the Lazio sponsor? Roma famously didn't have a sponsor for a long time. Same with Barcelona. Oh, there's so many. There's so many. Was it? I'm trying to think of the Napoli sponsor. Was it Bertoni with the Maradona era? There's loads of them. Loads, and then yeah, I mean, Ajax produced a great third kit in recent years. The Bob Marley, but I think the Bob Marley one was a little bit. I wasn't sold on the Bob Marley one, if I'm being honest. I understand why they've done it, and I understand that it's sold really well. But for me, I mean, I know that people raved about it, and it is a very collectible kit as modern kits go. I know the sales, they sold out really quick. It was the same with the Nigeria kit for the 2018 World Cup. They sold out in 6 hours, and some people were waiting until after the tournament finished to get their Nigeria kit because Adidas didn't expect it to sell as well as it did, even though it was the 1994 retro design. And retro's been back in now for about a decade. I think Adidas missed the ball with that one. But then again, Adidas, when they were the NHL kit supplier, regularly, and I mean regularly, they didn't make enough of some of the NHL jerseys and they sold out their allocations really quick and they couldn't keep up with demand. Do I know where Ajax? I don't know who the friendly was against. I really have no idea. It's going to be against like a club like Palace or Liverpool, Newcastle, who's got a bird as the logo. It has to be. Oh, God. Bluebirds, of course. The Bluebirds. Why Ajax would play Cardiff in a friendly is beyond me. Mazda with AS Roma, yes. I wouldn't say that's an iconic one. No, Tim Mobile, which is their version of Vodafone in Italy. Tim, was that their version of Orange? Tim, mobile phone supplier for the network. That's a big one with Italy. Their biggest SIM card provider, phone network in Italy, had a good spot as a long-term sponsor. Juventus with Tamoil and Sony is another one. I'm trying to think of some other really iconic. Leon had Leon with Renault. I remember that. The Leon had a Renault sponsorship for a long time. PSG had Opel for a long time as well as their kit sponsor in the 90s. There's some iconic ones. There really is. I think, was it Toulouse? Was it Peugeot sponsored Toulouse at one point? But no, the retro stands out. Like the Nigeria World Cup kit from 2018, as I say, sold out in 6 hours. Like Adidas were just not ready for the demand. They did not make enough. They weren't ready for the demand, and then they just couldn't keep up with it. And a lot of fans demanded refunds. And it's like, no, we'll get your kit to you. Like, but the tournament's going to be over. But I do remember Adidas were caught napping in regards to the demand for that kit. I am trying to think of some other really iconic club kits. Rushton and Diamonds is one that does stand out to me for the diamond design they had on the kit, which you wouldn't get now because it just wouldn't work. But though Rushton Diamonds have been out of business for a long time, Rushton and Diamonds had a fantastic kit when they were in existence with the multicolored diamonds. That was similar. Basically, it was the colourful version of a Boa Vista kit. Boa Vista are obviously called the checkered ones because they're checkerboard black and white kit, which just looks like a chessboard. And Rushton and Diamonds went, we'll make that multicoloured and give all our fans a seizure, and the rest is history. I have to admit, the Pescara kit with the dolphin is fantastic. And at the time, they were a Serie B side. Now they're in Serie C1 or C2. But the Pescara kit from about 2-3 seasons ago. Don't tell me Boa Vista have gone completely bust now. No. I know Belenenses are struggling, but please don't tell me Boa Vista have gone belly up because I want to get my hands on one of their kits. Don't tell me they've gone. I always like to see Boa Vista do well, but I know the ownership are dodgy as at Boa Vista. There's a lot. Oh, right. No. They haven't gone bust. I know they are in trouble. There's a lot of issues with the finances at Boa Vista, and the fans aren't happy. The fans are pissed at Boa Vista right now. There's a lot of issues and suspicious activity in regards to the money men at Boa Vista. I think the club president or the board or the owner, there's something going on where they owe people money. They haven't paid wages. They owe money on transfers. There's a lot going on there. Players aren't happy. They're not getting their bonuses paid, and when they move on, they're not getting paid. I love their kits. I just love Boa Vista. They're the other club from Porto, aren't they? And they just, to the clubs from Lisbon, and they're one of only 5 clubs to have won the league. So, and they played in the Champions League and what is now the Europa League, formerly UEFA Cup, and they've won the Taça de Portugal a few times. They are the 4th most successful club in Portugal, and they're run really badly. If they will run properly and they will run well, I think we could talk about a big 4 in Portugal rather than a big 3 in regards to who wins trophies regularly. I know Braga have won a lot recently in regards to cup competitions and appearances in Europe, but honestly, if Boa Vista will run properly with the people funding the club doing it in the right way, and paying their bills and paying their players and not screwing over transfer. If they had the right people behind the scenes looking after the club and investing in the club, we will be having a different conversation about Portuguese football. Yeah. Absolutely. Some of the Japanese jerseys from the late 90s and 2000s, the 98 World Cup and the 2002 World Cup. I love their logo. I love the Japanese Black Eagle logo. The logo of the Japanese international jerseys are fantastic. The thing is, I don't like the Japanese kit. I don't know why. I just don't like the Japanese kit. Rugby Union, the cherry blossoms with the 3 cherry flowers, the cherry blossom. That is an iconic rugby kit. I'm sorry, but that for International Rugby Union, one of my bucket list kits to get is a Japan kit. I'm not Japan kit. I love the fact they're red and white, the striping, and the logo is just iconic. The cherry blossoms. I'm sorry. That is a kit I want to get my hands on. I've had a Springbok kit. I've had an All Blacks kit. I've got an Italy kit. Jersey, that is. I want to get hold of Japan jersey. That is bucket list jersey. They are iconic. I love them. That is a bucket list jersey to have for my collection. Is a Japan jersey. They are more common now than what they were 10, 15, 20 years ago as the team as the nations become more competitive and more successful in rugby union. Yes, okay, winning, getting to knockout stages, fine. I get that, but I want that kit. I want that iconic Japan cherry blossoms home kit, red and white. I think that is a fantastic. Like that is it's an iconic international jersey to have. I think it's more iconic than a Springbok or an All Black or a Wallabies or an England, or in fact any of the Six Nations. That Japan jersey is iconic. In my personal humble opinion. So there you go, the police, ambulance, and fire engines down the main road. Yes, that is all three emergency services. I can tell by the sirens all being different. So that's probably heading towards the M3. So there we go. I don't live that far from the M3, and I don't live that far from the M4 either, or the A329M. I'm sort of giving away where I live now. I live near Three Motor. No, and also I don't live that far from the M25. So I'm basically near four motorways. So from the sounds of it, that's heading south. So that's heading towards the M3. I live on a major A road, so even though I'm in a quiet part of Berkshire, I actually live on a major A road that links the M3 to the A4 and beyond, and obviously goes past two other motorways. So it's used basically as a major route for commercial traffic and people to sort of avoid certain sections of the M3 and M4 and M25 to get back to the M3 and M4 and the M25. It's sort of a cut through. And yes, quite regularly. And at the moment, there's a few road closures where I live, so they're having to sort of move around. It's weird. It doesn't. You do get the emergency services using the A road and the B road. You know, I live near some major roads locally as shortcuts to get round. You know where I live. And I live near one of the biggest police stations in the Thames Valley, basically. Yeah, where that police station is centred in Loddon Valley, they do tend to use the back roads from where the police station is, come over the M4 from Loddon Valley, which is in basically the edge of Reading, basically. It's in between Reading and the M4, basically. That's to describe it in detail. I'll have to describe some sort of districts of Reading and Wokingham and Bracknell and all that. But basically, Loddon Valley Police Station is one of the biggest police stations that is Thames Valley. And they're right, it's not too far from the M4. It's a stone's throw from the M4, really. And I live the other side of the M4 and the A329M. And to avoid going on the motorway, they use the back roads and they pop out behind my flat to get down to the M3 and get to Bracknell. And if they have to go, let's say, with the motorway being as it is now and the A4 being at this time of night, how they would be right now, they would avoid the M4 and A4 if they want to get to an assist, let's say Maidenhead or Slough, which are closer to London. Or Windsor, there's a major incident. They go round the back roads, which are behind my flat, or down the major A road, and it's annoying, especially with the ambulances. Ambulances more than police, although this time of year, I would actually say there's more police than in the summer. Ironically, it's weird. There's definitely more police this time. This summer was really quiet in regards to the police bombing it up and down the main road, the two roads by my flat, but where I live. But you generally find in the build up to Christmas and New Year, and then just after in the build up to Easter, that period, ironically, more police than anything else. Ambulances and fire engines, it's constant. It is constant. The police, I would say, as it gets to what I call the silly season, so Christmas, New Year, Halloween, that kind of thing, and into Easter, there's more police. It's just, yeah. Um, and with the nightlife that we have locally in Reading and Wokingham and Windsor, you do, especially with what happens in Windsor in regards to Windsor Castle and obviously what we've recently seen with Donald Trump's visit, again, getting political, trying to avoid it. A lot of police are drafted in from elsewhere in the Thames Valley to head up to, if there's a big event going on at Windsor, for example, they will transfer resources there. And then there's a lot of other stuff that happens locally, like with football at Reading or Maidenhead. Maidenhead United, for example, on match days, let's say Maidenhead United were to play Reading, for example, in the FA Cup, hypothetically, there'll be a bigger police presence. And again, they would, on match day, they will draft more police. I mean, I live up the road from, I don't live that far from Reading's training ground. And it takes me walking an hour and a half and I'm outside the training ground, if that. It's not actually that far. I could walk to their training ground from where I live if I really wanted to. I could walk there. It won't take me long. I'd rather not, because half the roads there have no footpath and you die, but I could walk to Reading's training ground if I wanted to. It wouldn't take too long. It's just about 3-4 miles that way from where I live. So I'm facing south at the moment, sort of southwest. It's 2 mile, 4. I would say about 4.5. I'm going to say about 4.5 miles to maybe 3 miles in a straight line to the west of me. I would prefer Maidenhead United to, bounce back from their relegation, and I would hope Maidenhead United get their stadium issue sorted and get a new ground built and move from York Road to a more suitable, more modern facility. And I would like to see Maidenhead United do well, if I'm being totally honest. But I am glad that Reading have got new ownership, and I'm glad they've stabilised. I've been to many Reading games. Many games. I've been to Reading. I've been to the Select Car Leasing Stadium, basically in Medeska. I've been to Reading many times over the years. I remember watching a FA Youth Cup match in 2001 at the Medeski, not long after it opened. A year or two after the Medeski opened, I remember watching Manchester United Reading in the FA Youth Cup. Bloody cold nights. It was on my birthday. I think it was on my birthday. It was with school. But I went on for some reason it just fell on my birthday. That was a really cold night. It was a Wednesday night. It was horrible. But actually, to be fair, a fair few people turned up. I was surprised for a youth cup game how many people turned up. It was sort of like I went to boarding school, and it was sort of. I went to fee-paying school. I wouldn't say boarding school solely, but fee-paying school. But there were boarders and day pupils. But it was for all the boarders, those who boarded at the school, to go. And obviously, our parents had to sign permission slips to say yes, my kid can go. And there was about 15 or 20 of us that went, students with 2 teachers, and we went and we watched the game. And one of the lads decided to wear a Man United kit. Man United, he was very stupid in the Reading section, and it didn't end well for him. Even though Man United won 1-0, I remember Luke Chadwick was playing for Man United. He was their captain on the night. It didn't end well for a certain lad at my school. There was some half-time pucker pies lobbed at him, and the stewards did have to come down and tell him, I suggest. And when they found out it was a school trip, they suggested he covered up a certain Man United kit, or we'd all be asked to leave, and we'd all be very, very disappointed. But when you were like 12 years old and you're going to a football game, and you're allowed to stay late, that was a big thing. It was not the first game. The first game I went to was at Anfield, obviously, but that was one of the first games I went to. Wasn't the first. It was, I think, the fourth or fifth ever game I'd been to. But it was actually kind of enjoyable, even though we were watching basically the under-19s or under-21s play. I was actually surprised by how many fans were actually there for a midweek youth cup game. I've passed Goodison and never been inside, but I've been inside Anfield, and I've been inside Anfield's trophy room, so I can say that I've been inside the trophy room at Anfield, and I've actually watched the game at Anfield, but I've been past Goodison and never been inside. And thankfully, Goodison Park is not going to get demolished; it's going to be used for the women's team. Oh, Anfield. Well, we are going back 29 years. And it was on my 7th birthday in 1996. So we are literally almost going back 29 years to the day. To be fair, only a few months short of it. How impressive. Honestly, when you are, a 7-year-old kid on your birthday or the day after your birthday, and you're there, you think everything's impressive. You just get overwhelmed, really, a little bit. You can get a little bit overwhelmed. If I was to go there now, I think I would take it in a lot more, and I would appreciate it a lot more doing the stadium tour, and I would happily do the stadium tour again. Just as a fan of the game and the history of the game, and the fact that my dad and my granddad never got to do the stadium tour, even though they were both lifelong fans. And the fact that they never saw Liverpool win the Premier League, I think for me, I would happily do the stadium tour. And I mean, I've obviously got to get Liverpool somehow, but I would definitely do the stadium tour. And the trophy room tour, I would happily do that. Am I a fan of Liverpool? No. But my dad was, and my granddad was, and obviously they very passionate Liverpool fans, and they were lifelong Liverpool fans. I mean, my granddad was born in the city to Irish parents. I think he was the only one of his parents' kids that was actually born in Liverpool, a stone's throw from both Anfield and Goodison. And yeah, as I say, I would love to do the stadium tour and see how much has changed in the last 30 years. Because when I watched the game, then I will be honest with this, when I went with my other granddad, who was a Burnley fan. The irony of this, Burnley weren't playing; it was Liverpool Sheffield Wednesday. Let's just say everyone who went to that game, one of us was a Burnley fan, one of us was a Blackburn fan. It's getting weird now. And for a while, my sister had a thing for Aston Villa, like my mum. Don't ask me why. It's complicated, but yeah, let's just leave that as it is. I know why my mum had a thing for Aston Villa, in part because of my granddad's job in the 70s, which I'm not going to go into. He was based he spent a lot of time in Birmingham, and my mum, my aunt, my uncle would spend a lot of time in Birmingham throughout, for a spell in the 70s. And Villa Park was close by, let's just say. And they did go to Villa Park on many occasions. Why? Because my granddad was an MP in Birmingham for 9 years. So yeah, claret and blue. I don't like it either. It's a thing. I just feel unwell when I see claret and blue. So when I see someone wearing a West Ham or a Burnley or Villa or Scunthorpe, I feel slightly unwell. There is an illness there. But no, my granddad was a member of Parliament for 9 years in the 70s, and part of his constituency was Cadbury World. So the Cadbury factory also came under his constituency. So there is that. And to be fair, I've been to Birmingham a bit through various jobs I've done, and I've been past the Hawthorns. I would love to do a stadium tour of West Brom, the Hawthorns. I would love to do that. I would love to do a tour of St Andrews, and I would love to do a tour of Villa Park as well. I would have to admit, because I do have family connections on both sides of my family to the West Midlands. I would love to do a tour of all three stadiums, if I could. But yeah, no. But obviously, my family did spend a lot of time going to Villa Park in the 70s as guests. So, yeah, true. It's not without the realms of possibility. It could happen. Villa, where I imagine that if actually that would be a weird bet if all three relegated teams had the same club colours. That would be weird. I don't think that's ever happened before. I really that would be weird if all three teams that wear claret and blue in the Football League, Premier League structure, because obviously Scunthorpe are outside the Football League at the moment. Oh, that would be really bizarre. That would be weird as that would be really, really odd. There is, but the odds on that I think are still long. I think I have no doubt that Villa will get out of the situation. I think they're just finding it a little bit tough adjusting to another European schedule on top of their league commitments. But Burnley and West Ham, two of the three, I can see that. But no, when it comes to claret and blue, I've actually got friends who are Villa fans and relatives. I know some Burnley fans. I know some and I've got some friends who are West Ham fans. So, the irony there is I know people who support the claret and blue, and yes, it does make me feel slightly unwell. What is really ironic is the reason why Burnley and Villa, not Villa, no, well, Burnley and West Ham wear claret and blue and Scunthorpe is because of Aston Villa. If it's not for and we may slag Aston Villa off here. We've got a Burnley with a Birmingham City fan. But Aston Villa and the Holt family, obviously the Holt end, and I can't remember who the club chairman was in 1888, but if it's not for Aston Villa and their club chairman in 1888, with, I believe it was it Newton Heath? I can't remember who the other club was. The first meetings held, I did a video looking at the history, but I know for a fact that if it's not for Aston Villa and their club chairman, we don't have the Football League. We don't have the Football League. I can't remember who the other club chairman was who convened the first meeting, but the second meeting is at Villa's insistence. I believe it was in Manchester, if I'm not mistaken. I forget the name of the hotel, but it was Villa who were as the club that were the driving force behind the original 12 forming the Football League. The following year, because of the Football League's insistence that only one club per town or one club per city could enter the Football League, so in Blackburn's case, we had Blackburn Rovers and Blackburn Olympic. And in Sheffield's case, you had Sheffield Wednesday and Sheffield United. And in Nottingham's case, it's Notts County and Nottingham Forest. You get the Football Alliance. So Nottingham Forest, Sheffield United, and Birmingham City? No? No, it's not Birmingham City. No, Blackburn Olympic go out of business because they just couldn't afford the wages. But you get what I'm getting. Nottingham Forest and Sheffield United end up in the Football League because the Football Alliance collapses, partly because it's a shambles, and it's sort of a continuation of the combination that also went belly up, which is why another reason why the Football League exists. So the combination, which becomes the Lancashire combination later on when they it's another iteration of it, is the first league that is professional, sort of. And then the Football League gets founded to make a more organised league structure because now the FA Cup, the FA allowing professionalism, and the FA Cup, they decide, well, we need to have a league structure to decide who's the best regular team is in a given 9-month period in a regular season. We'll have the Football League. The combination comes along at the same time and is an absolute disaster. They can't, for whatever reason, sort out a league structure that makes any sense. It's all over the place. So the Football Alliance is born because the Football League's insistence that only one club per town can represent, in the Football League. As I say, Nottingham Forest, Sheffield United end up in the Football Alliance because they are barred entry to the Football League because Sheffield Wednesday and Notts County exist. Simple. That is the reason why we have two clubs in Nottingham, two clubs in Sheffield at the professional level. Sheffield FC cannot enter the Football League or the Football Alliance. It's one of the reasons why Newcastle, two clubs form one, which becomes Newcastle United. Newcastle West End, Newcastle East End form Newcastle United. It's part of the reason why. Even though the Football League would relax the one club per town rule, they still looked at a town with more than one club a bit suspiciously. And when you were going forward to put forward your application to join the Football League, because you used to have to apply to enter, it was a little bit more difficult. Even though the Football League did absorb the Football Alliance surviving clubs, and they obviously had to expand the Football League into a two-division structure following that absorption. Yes, so Birmingham City Aston and Birmingham City. So Birmingham City, as in second club in Birmingham, you've already got a club in the Football League, come under Birmingham, which is Aston Villa, as a district of Birmingham. You can't have a second club. That's why Birmingham City joined the Football Alliance. Pretty much, there is the Football League shot themselves in the foot a little bit, but then the rival league comes a year later, and because of the combination's failure in the same year of the Football League's foundation, it meant that the Football Alliance, they were trying to attract players and crowds from the other league that had an extra year to establish themselves. And because they were the leftovers of the combination and the mess that was with the organisation, it didn't work as well in regards to promotion and trying to get the league off the ground. Plus, at the same time, rugby, as it was just rugby, what became the Northern Union, which became Rugby League, those clubs were more popular in Yorkshire. And a lot more clubs in the Football Alliance were from Yorkshire. So it made it more difficult for the Football Alliance to establish a foothold when the other pool of talent for players were going to rugby. They were getting paid, or they wanted to be paid. And then there's that split in 1895 with Union and League in 1895 in Huddersfield. But there is this sort of battle in Yorkshire for playing talent. And because football and the FA have allowed professionalism, some of these Football Alliance clubs didn't manage their finances particularly well. And that's why some of them decided to drop back to amateur status and not go into the Football League. And others just completely go bust. And those that are absorbed into the Football League, they have to come up with a Division 1, Division 2 structure, like Walsall, for example. Obviously spend most of their existence, and Port Vale, for example, in the lower divisions. It's just it gets weird, doesn't it? And then you've also got the growth of the railways, which obviously helps with the growth of the game in the Midlands, the Northwest, and to a certain extent in Yorkshire. And then we get to the First World War, and in part, you've got all these other professional and semi-pro leagues, not called the Football League, in the build-up to World War One, like the Southern League, for example, and the Midland League and the Lancashire Combination. And then World War One comes, and a lot of the players sign up to fight because they have to, because conscription, because they're not deemed a necessary industry, so they not classed as reservists, and a lot of them volunteer in 1914 to 1916, and then in May 1916 they just get conscripted because football is not a necessary industry. Same in World War II when they suspend league play. It's not deemed as a necessary industry. And they go to fight. A lot of them die and get maimed. And then there's not enough players for some clubs to survive, and other clubs, a lot of their fans are dead as well. It's not getting fans through the gate. They're like, shit, we've got no money. And the leagues we're in are struggling. And then the Football League decides, hang on a second, how about we are the only professional league in the country? So the other leagues go back to semi-pro and amateur status for money reasons. And those clubs that want to stay professional join the Football League. And so between 1919 and World War II, so 1939, you see 1919, 1920, 1921, 19, you see waves of expansion in the 1920s. And then as time goes on, World War II happens, league play is suspended. And then post World War II, the expansion of the Football League, and eventually it becomes the 92. And then 1992 happens, the Premier League breaks off. They have to restructure what is now the Championship, the old Division 1, the remains of Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. And they have to restructure that to Championship, League 1, League 2. There you go. And I need to do a history on the Football League. I really do. And I need to look at the Football Alliance. It's sad. But yeah, it's a weird one. Because the Football League got established first, and the 12 clubs, apart from Accrington Stanley, who were Accrington, the other 11 clubs still exist. The Football Alliance, however, only a handful of those clubs that decided to join the Football League still exist. So there is that in the sort of a continuation. There might be a few name changes and rebrands, but out of the two and the combination, you've got to remember the combination 1888 as well. Out of the initial organised leagues that actually organised in the 1880s, so the Football League, the combination, and the Football Alliance, of the original teams that start those leagues up, not including obviously the excluding the FA Cup, just looking at the clubs that formed those leagues in 1888 and 1889, and I think it was 1887, with the exception of Accrington Football Club, who go bust, reform and go bust again and become Accrington Stanley. So it's a Phoenix club, Accrington Stanley. It's not the original. 11 out of the 12 founders of the Football League still exist. In continuation. Whereas, was Bury a founder of the Football League? No, I don't think Bury were. Blackburn, Bolton, Aston Villa, Burnley. I think the club the furthest south is Aston Villa. When it comes to the Football Alliance, I think is it 4 or 5 clubs sort of survive, and a few others merge to survive. I'm going to have to look at 1888 and 1889. So 1888 is the Football League, 1889 is the Football Alliance. How many of those clubs have actually survived to the present day? That would be kind of interesting. How many of those clubs have actually survived? Because 11 out of 12 founding members of the Football League surviving to present day, I think it's pretty good going, for being honest. Football Alliance, the numbers are less. And in part, after the Football Alliance joins the Football League, Rugby League becomes more popular in Yorkshire and parts of Lancashire than football. And it's weird how that comes about. And then football and Rugby League, and to a certain extent cricket, are competing for professional players. Because you've got professional and amateur cricket players who can play Test cricket for England, up until obviously the professional era, which is post World War II. You actually have professional cricket players that was their job. They would play cricket in the summer and football or rugby league in the winter, and that was their job. And then you had paid players who were cricketers. They would get paid to get. They'd be paid to play, but they also had jobs. So they'd be sort of what we class today as semi-professional. And then you had the amateur players. And so in certain parts of the country, football had to compete with other professional sports. So in Yorkshire and parts of Lancashire and Cumbria, it's rugby league. Cricket's nationwide. And then you've got football as professional sports in the early days. Now, obviously, rugby union is middle class, and they were amateur, and you couldn't pay the players because they got to pay to play. But in the early days of organising professional, we're paying the players, even if they do have day jobs, but they've got to be paid and compensated. Football has got to compete with rugby league and cricket. Simple as it's got to compete with rugby league and cricket, and that is difficult to do because a fair few football clubs were formed by cricket clubs, so their players could stay fit over winter, and then they break away and they divide, and so suddenly these cricket clubs are trying to compete with football clubs to retain players, and so that's another one. So it's a really interesting It's a really interesting backstory. It is really, really interesting how the backstory works. You don't like the naming of the divisions now? Yeah, I think the Football League and Premier League. I think there needs to be a bit more of. I think maybe the Football League and the Premier League need to reunite a little bit, potentially, and look at rebranding. Rebranding the divisions because Championship, League One, and League Two is really bad. It's a bit weird, that one. They've definitely, the football leagues, and to a certain extent even the Premier League now. They need to look at their league branding, and I'm not keen on the current Premier League logo. The original Premier League logo they had in the early days, I think, was better than the current one. And the EFL Championship, League One, and League Two logos is crap. That's something else when you got your logo, your league branding like that. It's just, I'm not keen on it. It's not as iconic as the NHL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, or the NFL. I think the NHL shield they currently have is better than what they had previously as a logo. I think that for me is really good branding, and I just they have it in two languages, French and English. So that's brilliant. But the current Premier League logo is crap, and the Football League logos are crap. They really are. I think Newton Heath. No, I don't think they. I think they actually are in the. We'll have to look at Newton Heath, but I actually think Newton Heath were. They might have been Football Alliance, but they obviously become Manchester United. But I actually think they're Football League, Newton Heath, and then they become Manchester United with a change. Let's just say a change in colours and logo. Derby County, Preston North End, Aston Villa had baseball teams at one point. Yes, they did. That's why it's called the baseball ground, Derby, back in the day, before Pride Park is built. But baseball, people don't realise that baseball was actually quite popular in the 1880s into the early 1900s in this country. People don't realise that. Which is why it also becomes popular in the US. It's because of the waves of immigration to the US from the UK before World War One, and in fact across Europe, because a lot of Brits, like Genoa in Italy, is Genoa Football and Cricket Club. It's Cricket and Football Club. That's what the CFC stands for in Genoa. CFC is Cricket and Football Club. And actually, cricket was actually quite popular in the US before World War One. In fact, same with rugby union. Crikey. Before rugby was brought back in the sevens format to the Olympics, the US, I think was it 1928 they won Olympic gold at the Olympics with playing rugby union. I think it was 28. I'm trying to think. I could be wrong. No, it is 1928. The US win Olympic gold in rugby union. There you go. You learn something new every day, people. And of course, now Canada and the women's game of Olympic silver in the sevens. So both North American countries have won Olympic medals in rugby union. So there you go. I bet many people don't realise that. I bet many casual fans don't realise, or those that don't follow rugby union and the Olympics, because not everyone is an Olympic follower these days. I bet you a lot of people don't realise the US has won Olympic gold in rugby union. But I bet that will stun a lot of people. A lot of people would not realise that. I do believe it's 1928. The US won Olympic gold. And obviously, Canada most recently last year in the women's sevens competition at the Olympics win silver. It's a thing. There was a lad I went to school with who actually played at the Commonwealths and at the Olympics in rugby union sevens for England. Not that I got on with him. I thought he was a bit of a... Well, his surname was Pratt, but he was actually a Pratt. His half brother was in my year, and he was the year below, and he was... I didn't like him. He weren't a nice guy. Did not like him. Went to 2 separate schools with him, and I did not like him at all. But he was a damn good rugby player, though. Damn good rugby player. Most things were better before. I wouldn't say everything was better before. Living standards might have been for a while, but not always. But in a sporting context, I would say we peaked in the world of sporting context, about 20 years ago. I think professional sport was at its best 20 to 15 years ago, at ultimate peak. So the 90s to the mid 2000s, pushing 2010, 2012. I think that period between 1994, I'm going to say 94. Like people will say Italian 90, might have been a turning point. But I would say around 90, I'm going to say 94 to 2012, 2014. It's a 20-year period where I think professional sport was at its best. I'm gonna say no. I think sport as a whole. I think I'm gonna say now, can it return? Debatable on that one. I'm gonna say debatable on that one. I think there's a lot of things that have happened in regards to sports finance, TV deals, sponsorship, player contracts, and athlete compensation, depending if it's like sports like golf or tennis or team sports. I think I do think with where we're at now, in regards to some of the player contracts and some of the TV contracts, some sports are at a crossroads. We can definitely say that, like Major League Baseball, they're having a lockout. This time next year, we are discussing we're going to have a lockout again. And it'll be the second lockout in 4 years in Major League Baseball. So again, Major League Baseball's gone a long time, since the 90s, and I do stress this, since the 90s, without labour unrest. And now suddenly we're going to have a second lockout within 5 years. Do I think it can return? Look, I think if we're looking at it objectively, I think some sports are getting to that point now where they're getting more recognition, better TV deals, better sponsorship, better player compensation, better exposure than they did before. Other sports, depending on the league, I think they're either underfunded or the ownership structures of team sports, for example, some of the money being spent is obscene. Yes, player wages or transfers or contracts are definitely out of control. Team sports spending by teams is unsustainable, even though apparently they're making all this money, yet a lot of these entities have a lot of debt and aren't self-sufficient. Ticket prices, merchandise prices are too high in a lot of sports, and the average fan is being priced out. So I don't know where they're going to fill arenas and stadiums if 85, 90% of their fans are classed as working class in regards to salaries. How they're going to fill their arenas when the average fan is not there. So fans feel priced out. Ticket prices and merchandise prices, I would say more ticket prices, because merchandise, you could argue, could be more affordable. definitely when you're looking at like sports like the NHL or leagues like the NHL and Major League Baseball, and some of their prices for some of their replicas, like unauthentic jerseys. I mean, you die, yeah. I cannot afford what they are asking for an NHL jersey. My holy grail when it comes to NHL jerseys is an original CCM Kachina from 1996-97 season. So the original Phoenix Coyotes Kachina when the CCM had the contract for the NHL jerseys. That's a month's wages now. A couple of years ago, before the team obviously relocated to Utah, we're talking. I think it was the season when they had the old Howling Coyote. So before they rebranded to the Kachina for the last couple of seasons, they were in Arizona at the Mullet. So when they were still at the Gila River in Glendale, and they still had the Howling Coyote, a lot of fans wanted the return of the Kachina. Now, CCM still had the right to do the retros, so they were accessible. When Adidas bought the rights out, and then Fanatics didn't keep the rights to the retros, and CCM lost those manufacturing rights to the NHL retros, Kachina, the value of the Kachina went through the roof as a collector's item. When it first came out, same with the Mighty Ducks original jerseys as well. They were not necessarily as popular, and then suddenly, by the I'm going to say late 90s, early 2000s, before both Anaheim and Phoenix both rebranded and redesigned their logos and their unit, and same with Buffalo with the goat's head. They're now really desirable. Those original CCMs, they really are. Yeah, look at the value of the when the Kachina was re-released under Adidas before Fanatics take over the kit manufacturer for the NHL because Adidas didn't want to renew. They sold out really well. They sold out really, really well. And then Anaheim re-released their third with the original Mighty Ducks logo, or a park back to the and they sold really well. And so these teams have realised retro sells. Buffalo with the goat head. Guess what? That's selling really well. And so these teams are realising their old logos, bring them back. They're going to sell because Arizona did well before they moved to Utah. But my holy grail is a original Phoenix Coyotes Kachina from the 90s. And we're talking, if it's in mint condition, and I'm saying mint condition, there are very few here in the UK. So I'm going to have to look to the US or Canada to get one. And it's going to have to be on eBay. We're talking a month's wages, give or take a couple of £100. We're talking a month's rent at least for that jersey. The Batistuta era Fiorentina Nintendo from the late 90s. Yeah, have fun with that. So a couple of years ago, there was a journalist who actually did like collecting jerseys. It was a hobby of his. It was collecting sports jerseys. Noticed that it was getting more and more expensive to collect. And he understood that obviously inflation and price rises and rarity as well has a part to play because obviously there's limited production runs initially with that initial production run. And of course, the jerseys get redesigned every couple of years and sponsors change. And he noticed the value of secondhand retro kits from when they were new to secondhand was going through the roof. It was actually more expensive to buy a secondhand insert your team here than a brand new version. If let's say a club, when Parma re-released the goalkeeping jersey with Buffon in his return season to Parma, they sold out within a couple. They just sold out. They were going for €250, and that's a goalkeeping jersey for Parma. €250. They just didn't have the supply. The demand outstrips supply, so they've got really expensive. 2022, a Gabriel Batistuta Fiorentina from 1998. Minimum price. Someone found this. I forget this journalist's name, but he did an article about it. the cheapest price he found for a Gabriel Batistuta Fiorentina with the Nintendo's and the 7 Up sponsorship. We're talking that era from the 90s when it was 7 Up and then it moved to a Nintendo. So we're talking when he first signs for Fiorentina to his last season at Fiorentina before he goes to Roma. We're talking £600 to £700. That was 3 years ago. They have continued to rise. I'm now talking a month's rent for a Gabriel Batistuta kit. 10 years ago, I could have found one of them for 20, 30, 40, 50 quid. Because not many people were buying them. And they suddenly, during COVID, and even just slightly before COVID, it started to become more popular because some sports YouTubers, and I will mention the hockey guy in this, started really collecting jerseys. They become popular on YouTube, and the hockey guy is brilliant. I mean, I've sent him some of my jerseys. I've sent him some other hockey memorabilia. At some point in the new year, with his Entertainment Guide channel, I'm going to send him some F1 stuff for research, so he can actually have and research and read through about F1's history up till 2002. Especially during COVID when people were at home doing nothing. And some people wanted to make money. So they suddenly start selling all their old stuff. I was like, I don't wear these jerseys. I bought these from, let's say, 1994, 95 to... I'm not being able to go to games or I've moved. And people started to flood the market with their retro kits. And they wanted to sell. People were, trying to top up their income. And suddenly... It became popular again to start collecting, in part because some high-profile YouTubers have their collections. And you could argue I have my collection, and I do occasionally show off my collection. And my ultimate goal is to get that wall and hang my jerseys around. Potentially that wall over there, depending on how I set this flat up. I want to get some clothing racks and start hanging my jerseys around and putting my flags up and posters up again. That's potentially what I want to do, is turn this into a man cave rather than just a flat, which is very messy, and start hanging my jerseys up. But some more high profile YouTubers than me were basically, here's my jersey collection, here's my memorabilia collection, and suddenly the market exploded. Now, I've been lucky that I found some of my collection in charity shops, and people don't realise when they donate what actually their collection's worth. I've got a lot of Reading football programmes. When Reading were about to go bust, we didn't know if they were going to survive. In the day job, I found about a decade's worth of Reading programmes. Back in the Premier League days, all the way through to literally hours before the last game of that season, literally before they could go bust, and they survived on the last day and all that kind of stuff. People don't realise the value of what they're throwing out, on what they're donating, or what they're selling at car boot sales. You can still find the bargains, but I'm looking online now at some of the well-maintained, looked after sports jerseys from the 90s. And I am stunned with how expensive they are now. But some people have realised they can make a lot of money on eBay, on Gumtree, selling this stuff. And teams like London Irish have gone out of business. People want to buy that stuff because you're not going to get it again. You're going to get it again because the team doesn't exist. Or the entity does, but it doesn't exist in the Premiership anymore. They might return, but we don't know. Same with Worcester. They're not making them anymore. And of course, they get damaged, they get ripped, they get torn, they get stained food down them. Kids don't look after them. It's like my Blackburn jersey's wrecked. It's had enough. It's falling apart. Just wanting to replace it. But while the Venky's are in charge of the club, I don't want to give them my money, if that makes sort of sense. I'm sort of torn. I want to replace my Blackburn kit with a new one, but I don't want to buy with the Venky. It's just horrible. But Oh God, yeah, absolutely. The Seattle Sounders. Football and rugby peaked 15, 20 years ago, whereas ice hockey and AFL. It's debatable about the NHL, honestly. In this country, yes, ice hockey is growing massively, and there is arena issues, and we've got pathways now, and the national side doing really well, but there are arena issues, and some teams are struggling financially, and arenas are closing down, and there's uncertainty every off season with what teams are going to survive. But the grassroots game is growing massively, and in part that's because of the success of the national side, but also having a bit more of a structured league structure where there are pathways in place for player development. We also have been helped in some part by some of the NHL lockouts between the 90s onwards. So that has helped when NHL players are playing in this country. And there's a big Canadian and US expat community in this country. And of course, then the growth of the European migration in the last 30 years to this country, in part because the EU and ice hockey is very popular in Europe, and they bring their fandom with them. Yes, that does help. AFL, I think that's debatable. AFL, it really is debatable. I think the AFL's got a lot of the Tasmania Stadium not getting. Yeah, AFL's got problems. But yes, there's a lot of kind of not rose tinted spectacles, but there's a lot of nostalgia with the retro. The 90s and 2000s, and even to a certain extent, the 80s retro is really it's selling at the moment. There's a lot of desire for the 90s, basically, in regards to jersey design and logos, and also the style of having collars on jerseys again, long sleeves on football and rugby again, which we don't have anymore. Like yes, it did happen last season where there was a game. I think it was cancelled before the game kicked off, but it's not the first time that Ewood Park has flooded, and there's been issues with the drainage. It's the Darwin Valley. It's the river. The river's right behind the Riverside Stand. I mean, the Riverside Stand gives it away that there's a river behind the football stadium. It's the shape of the valley. It's the geography of the area. It's steep. It's not a shallow sided valley. It's quite steep. And where's the water going to go? Into the river channel. And of course, Ewood Park is on the riverbank. That's why it's called the Riverside Stand at Ewood Park. In regards to will there be a rematch, there are some people who suggest, because there is precedent in the non-league for this, and over 75% of the game was played because it was in the 80th minute. So we're over 3/4 past that the result should stand. Because they're not going to just play the last 10 minutes. I do have a funny feeling that because over 75% of the game is played, we see it in other sports as well. It's like 75% race distance in a motorsport. In motor racing, they don't have to restart after a red flag because a minimum distance has been completed. We've seen in other sports if 75% of the contest has been played, we can get a result. We will see what happens. If the game has to be replayed, the red card doesn't stand. Simple as. If the game does have to be replayed and is not awarded to one side or the other, the red card doesn't stand. If, however, they come along and say, look, we just got to finish the last 10 minutes with the players involved, then I don't know. It's an interesting one. It's a very rare occurrence for a game to be abandoned with so little time left. And there are questions over whether the game should have kicked off in the first place, knowing the weather conditions that were going to come and knowing the history of the ground with drainage issues. Not because it's a bad playing surface, it's just because the floodplain, the water's got nowhere to go. That's my view on the whole situation. I'm pissed off as much as you are, be honest, because you were there at the game. So you've made the trip up from Suffolk to Lancashire. It's not like as if it's Ipswich, Norwich City now, is it? Which is still a fair distance from Ipswich to Norwich City, but let's think it's not a short trip. It's a fair trip. That's a long way to go, and yeah, I mean that. Yeah, it's And to be honest, and not all Blackburn fans live in Blackburn. I'm going to say as a Blackburn fan, I don't live there, but but not all local Blackburn fans actually live in Blackburn. They live in the surrounding area around East Lancashire to a point. Of course, Burnley's the other side of Accrington, but Accrington and Darwin, the two towns in the middle. Yeah, there's obviously Accrington Stanley fans who support Accrington, but there's a lot of fans who live in the little villages and hamlets and around the countryside who support Burnley or Accrington or Blackburn who live in the wider Lancashire area, and they've got to travel in as well. I honestly think the Football League should not have allowed that game to go ahead with what was forecast on the weather. Looking at the flooding that's happened in North Wales and the north of England over the last few days, especially over the weekend. And yeah, with the way that, again, both clubs are in the bottom half of the table. I know it's early in the season, but we'll see what happens. It's very rare for a match to get banned, A, that late in the game, and B, with one of the teams a player down. We'll see what happens. But other games have played on in similar conditions and got to a conclusion. So it's referee's interpretation in it. I personally think just play the last 10 minutes in the mud bath and don't add any extra time on and go, right, we're not going to add any extra time. We're going to get this game done to a 90 minutes and a conclusion. Because Ipswich could have scored an equaliser in conditions like that. It's a lottery, isn't it? I mean, if that was rugby union, rugby league, they're playing on at that point. They're going, right, we've got to this point now. We're not going to call it. It's not going to drain. It's not going to drain. The weather's going to hold. We've got to this point. We've played on this long. It's a mud bath, but we're big. I've seen it in rugby league, especially in the what World Cup was it? The 2017 rugby league? No, the 2013 rugby league World Cup. I remember Workington Town Stadium. I think Scotland played New Zealand, and I tell you now, you think that pitch was bad at weekend? Oh, me. I remember watching Scotland play New Zealand up in Workington on the telly in the 2013 Rugby League World Cup, and you couldn't tell who was New Zealand, who was Scotland, apart from the ethnicity of the players, because obviously a lot of Maori players and Pacifica players, obviously, Polynesian and Melanesian lads, the Pacific Island lads played. Apart from the ethnic background of the players playing, you couldn't tell who was Scotland and who was New Zealand because of the amount of mud. And yeah, New Zealand play in black. That kind of gives away who New Zealand are, and Scotland playing dark navy blue with white shorts. And you couldn't tell who was New Zealand with black and white shorts and who was Scotland with blue and white shorts. Yeah, you couldn't tell. So there is that. So I've seen worse playing conditions for a ball sport on a pitch. And that was that. I personally don't think that game should have gone ahead back in 2013. And I mean, it's rugby league and it's different, and the ball is more held in the hands rather than kicked, although kicking is a key component of rugby league. But if that was a rugby game, either code, the game gets played to conclusion. It gets played to conclusion. So again, but at the same time, questions need to be asked of the Football League and what they're going to do. And if they are going to replay the game, the result isn't going to stand. When? It's a thing, isn't it? Yeah, look, Sammy Szmodic, look, I understand why he left the club and why he wanted to play at a higher level, which he did. And he stayed with Ipswich. Fair play to him for staying with a team that gets relegated. Fair play to him. But I understand why he wanted to test himself in the league above. And look, absolutely fantastic player. Consummate professional. I've got no ill will for him, moving on. It's the modern game. And look, yeah, he's well liked. Is he on the same level as Alan Shearer or Chris Sutton in regards to players that have played at the club? In regards of what he's done in the game? He's not on that level. He's not an international, I don't think, but damn good player and a good servant for football. Yeah, so there is that. Would they let the result stand or be replayed if this was a Premiership game with the media? Oh, here we go with the media surrounding the sport now. Oh, that's an interesting one. But here's the thing: if this ends up being key to who stays in the division or a relegation fight, or if who makes playoffs, because both obviously Ipswich have been in the Premier League recently, and Blackburn have been on the edge of the playoffs last season, and in theory, potentially both sides could be in the playoff contention if form changes. As a Blackburn fan, had a great start to last season, and the result doesn't stand, has to be replayed, and it ends up being a draw. Both sides miss out on a playoff berth, or they both end up in the bottom wrong end of the table. There could be a debate there about how it's replayed, and so it's an interesting one. And I don't think either side's going to be happy with whatever's decided. If the result stands, Ipswich fans are going to blow up. The game's got to be replayed. Blackburn fans, like myself, are going to probably blow up because we were a man up and a goal up. And yeah, 80s and not even 90s. If you look at pictures in the 90s, pushing even into the 2000s, Wigan Athletics pitch in the 2000s. God, Bradford City and Wigan Athletic in the 90s and the 2000s. Look at their playing surfaces to now compared to then. Jesus Christ. But no, look, it got to the point where the ball wasn't bouncing properly and wasn't rolling properly. But I've seen worse pitches than that where they played the game to conclusion when the weather turns. So it's down to the referee. It's down to the referee. But what can you do? They were fully aware of the weather conditions going into the game, even the day before, even on the Friday. It was well known that bad weather was due. There was a weather warning, and there were warning signs that there was going to be flooding, and that there was going to be weather disruption. They decided to forge ahead with the game. If that was Blackburn Preston, that game doesn't go ahead because both clubs are more local to each other. I think it was because there's been a lot of criticism of the Football League and the Premier League when they've called off a game where the away team has got, as you say, Ethan, a 9-hour round trip, and they call it off really late on when a lot of the fans are in the stadium and a lot of fans are on the way to the ground, and they call the game off with the weather or whatever. But I would say if that was a Blackburn Preston game, the game doesn't go ahead. The game does not go ahead. Doesn't get played. It gets rearranged. That again is my feeling because Ipswich fans would have made the trip well before the bad weather hit, as in hits Blackburn, even though it already started to hit Wales and Cheshire at that point, and the West Country. The West Country got a bit of rain, and all of Wales, and it moved northwards across the Midlands because your mob had started on your journey quite early in the morning and were already in transit. I think it's a poor decision by the Football League and the referee to get that game going, knowing the weather that was likely to come, which did come later on that day. But there were question marks over other games potentially not going ahead that weekend, and they did. So we shall see. It's too early in the season to call it a relegation battle, but if they have to finish the game, they would, from where the game was called off to a final whistle, they'd have to get the same players back on the field that were on the field at the time the game was abandoned, and Ipswich would have to play that last 10 minutes with 10 men because the player who was sent off. This is a problem. Either they have the results down, they replay from the beginning. You can't play just the last 10 minutes. Even though it has happened and there is precedent for that, there's precedent for results standing, playing the last 10 minutes, or just starting the game from scratch. Whatever outcome ends up, the Football League can't win at all because either both clubs or one club benefit. If it's a draw, if they go, right, we'll just class it as a draw, end of. It's a weather-related abandonment. It's not one team's had too many players sent off which has happened, and they have to forfeit because they've run out of fit players, either because they've run out of subs or players sent off injury. There's a minimum number of players you have to have on a field to play a game, and we've seen that happen before. It's not like Dover Athletic situation where they can't complete the season. So, whatever decision the Football League come up with, they can't win, and there's going to be a protest from the club that loses out, basically. So if the result stands, Ipswich will protest. If they have to replay the game from the start, Blackburn will protest. And if it's decided that they have to play the last 10 minutes and just finish the game behind closed doors, the fans will get pissed off because they paid for their ticket originally. So and they've got to pay again, potentially. Just no one wins. No one wins. So I don't know. I don't know. It's a mess. But it's one of those rare freak events where you just, what happens when they have to replay the game and they decide to replay the game? Again, it has to be at Blackburn because it's Blackburn's home game, and the weather does a similar thing, and the drainage can't cope again. What then? Do Blackburn get fined as the club for the stadium not? What happens? Okay, they have to play it later on. It's in winter, and we get a blizzard. How it's just one of them where no one comes out a winner. There's going to be complaints whatever we do. There's no perfect solution to it, and questions will be asked of the Football League, knowing the history of drainage being an issue, not just at the stadium but in that area because of the river and where the stadium's situated, just the geography of the area, and the weather warning that was in place before kickoff. And I do say this now, that was Preston. If that was Blackburn Preston, the game doesn't get played. The game does not get played. Oh my God, my mustache. I've got this really annoying, fucking just there. You see, just there, this annoying little, it just annoys me intensely. I think Sheeran Yarm are on the verge of qualifying for the World Cup as well. That's an interesting. Sheeran Yarm and Cape Verde are both on the verge of qualifying for the World Cup. But this is where people will say, "Oh, it's an expanded tournament, so these sides, when it comes to the actual tournament, aren't going to be very good." Shave it all off. I'm debating whether to tidy up the beard and the mustache again, but it's getting cold out. And last time I decided to go skinhead and no beard, it was when I hit 1,000 subs, and I decided, right, I'm going to shave the hair and the beard off. And it was then the next day was the coldest day of the winter that we had in that 2022-2023 period, and I'm regretting it very quickly. So now it's either haircut or shave, not both. I either shave the beard, let it grow back a little bit, and then cut the hair, or I cut the hair and leave the beard for a bit and then shave the beard after getting used to having no hair. Never do both at the same time. Although this beard and mustache might go over the weekend. Everyone is these days. No, there were some big nations that were struggling. Brazil was struggling in this qualifying campaign. Italy have struggled in this qualifying campaign. So some of the big nations are not certain to qualify. I think, was it Sweden missed out on the last Euros, was it? Yeah, Sweden didn't qualify for the last year. Was it? No, was it the Euros before the World Cup before? There were some big nations that have struggled in recent years in the qualification process. I wouldn't say necessarily expanding to 48 means it's a bad spectacle. We'll have to wait and see, but I do think with it being an extra week as a tournament, it just means a shorter off-season for the players. It means a shorter off-season for the players and a more congested regular season for the players, because they're going to have to fit a tournament that's now a week longer into the calendar. That's where I think it will impact things. I'm not against seeing new nations. I'm absolutely not against seeing new nations. In my lifetime, we've seen Jamaica, we've seen Trinidad and Tobago, and we've seen Panama in regards to the World Cup from, the North and Central America and Caribbean. So CONCACAF. So that's in my lifetime. Now, some of you lads might be younger than me, but I remember Jamaica qualifying in '98 and playing at World Cup '98, and I remember obviously Trinidad and Tobago in 2006, and obviously Panama in 2018. So I mean, they've only appeared at the one tournament each, but I remember those days. And of course, we've seen Honduras a couple of times at major international tournaments. And so, yeah, there is that precedent. Togo is another one, yes. We've had Togo, we've had Angola in 2006 as well. So there is this precedent where you have debutants. Unfortunately, in the cases aforementioned, there was their only tournament appearance at the World Cup. Whereas nations like Honduras have appeared at a couple of tournaments now. So we get a bit more used to seeing certain sides qualify a little bit more regularly. That are what we would class like tier 2 or tier 3 emerging nations in that sense. We've now seen Macedonia. We've now seen Albania. We've seen Georgia, at international tournaments now through this expanded qualifying and growing tournament sizes. And actually, I felt Georgia at last year's Euros were a good addition. They were a really good addition. They played really well. They played an exciting brand. They were fun to watch. And they had one way of playing, which was, sod it, we're going all out. No pressure. We're just going to attack. We're just going to play a different brand, and we're just not going to, none of this passing around. We're just going to run at them. We're just going to go for it. And that was refreshing. Everyone remembers that breakdown, but at the same time, they weren't good enough. And back then, there was a massive, hang on a second, we're going to be hosting the World Cup in 2026, and we can't qualify. Are we good enough? And then when Canada were better than, Canada are now better than the US as well, which tells you something. The fact that for many, many years, the US were, they're dominating. And, apart from '86, Canada could not qualify for a World Cup until the last World Cup. And for many, many years, the US used to wipe the floor with Canada. They had more players playing in Europe, more players playing in England or Great Britain, actually class Scotland in that as well. And then they don't qualify. And then Canada start beating them regularly. And then Canada win the Gold Cup, which doesn't happen, by the way, which is their version of the Euros. And then Canada are ranked above them. And then the Canadian women are doing better than the American women. And suddenly the debate is, quite rightly, what's going on with our pathways, the club game, and the setup and the coaching and everything in between. And the same is happening in rugby union now on the women's side, but to a certain extent, potentially on the men's again, because Canada for many years was the dominant of the two, head to head. And in more recent years, the US is better on the men's side, and for a long time, are better on the women's side as well. And in the last decade, the roles have been reversed in the women's game. And now the last year or so, Canada are starting to rebuild again on the men's game and are now beating the US again when it hasn't happened for a long time, for a good decade. And the US doesn't quite know what to do, because in the US they put a lot of emphasis on the European sports like rugby union and football, or soccer as they would say, and their northern brethren are better at it than them. Yet the majority of the professional teams are in the US, and in rugby union's case, the Toronto Arrows don't exist anymore. And the domestic rugby union game is in crisis in Canada, and their best players play in England and play in France. And a handful, obviously, some of their good players play in Major League Rugby, but this mustache is doing my nut. There we go. That's what it should look like. Yeah, I'm going to shave off. And the US is now going, we've got a Football World Cup next year, and then in when is it? Is it 6 years' time? They've got a Rugby World Cup, and suddenly they're struggling at both. So the US has put a lot of emphasis on we're hosting a Football World Cup, and then we're hosting a Rugby Men's and a Rugby Women's World Cup, right? In both the men's and women's, 2 years apart. So they've really gone hard and fast. Going, we're going to be hosting a Men's World Cup, yeah, co-host, and then we've got both the men's and women's Rugby World Cups as well. They were meant to host a Rugby League World Cup this year, but that didn't materialise. And then France were going to host it, and now it's Australia again. But that's another story. But they were basically really, they're pumping the money in, they're growing the MLS, they're growing the domestic game in regards to grassroots, but you've got to pay to play. They don't have the organic club structure we have in Europe. It's a franchise structure. And you've got this pay to play dynamic, which is heavily criticised elsewhere in the world. And unless you've got money, unless you've got money or you get a scholarship, you could be a really talented kid from a poor background, and then you won't get an opportunity. That's the US system. You could be really talented, but unless you've got a bit of cash behind you, or when you're at high school, where you don't have to pay to play because you're at high school, but you can't join that youth club or that youth training camp, but you could be really talented. Unless you get that sporting scholarship to a top NCAA university, you're not going to get a look in. And then the amount of kids who go to an NCAA college, NCAA university in America, and when it comes to the draft and all the major leagues, and I don't know how the MLS, if it has a draft or not, how it works, but because you can go straight from high school into an MLS squad, but I think there is a salary cap system, and there may or may not be a some draft system there because of the collegiate aspect. You're not guaranteed to play professionally. And there's another problem because of the structures. Whereas over here, there is the club system, there's the promotion relegation system. So because there's a limited number of clubs, you could just drop down to the non-league. And a lot of non-league clubs are professional, but you could be semi-professional, still get paid to play, but also then pick up a day job in some kind, be it a PE teacher, get your teaching qualification. So you've got a skill set, post work. And I've always said, well, maybe he used to play for Farnborough Town and Stevenage, and he became professional. Mike Warner, I've covered him before, talked about him before. And he used to play for Northampton Town, was a professional. Then he went to semi-pro because he just couldn't crack the Football League at the time. What was Conference, now National League, was clearly his ceiling as a player back then. And whether now, if he was a player now, with better coaching and better diet and match recovery with all the sports science, 25 years later, that's again a separate topic for a discussion. And whether he didn't have those knee injuries he had throughout his career, again, another topic for another discussion. But he went from pro to semi-pro and got a day job. And then he went back to being a pro. His name was Mike Warner. I don't know if he was born in 1974 or not. But if you look on Football Manager and you type in Farnborough Town, you go back to the late 90s, early 2000s. I think it was between 1998 and 2002. 2002, he was playing for Farnborough Town. And then 2002 to 2004, he was a Stevenage player. I know he retired at 33, so I don't know. But he would have been. I was born in 89, and I'm now 35 this year. Well, I'm 36 this year. I'm 35 now. There you go. So he's born in 1974. Christ, 1974. He's 10 years older than my sister. He's 51 now. It's mad. That's mad. That is mad. That's crazy that you got his stats up. What website are you on to get his stats up? I need to find this because that's my old next door neighbour. This is crazy. That is my old next door neighbour for 5 years. And what? I got the clubs. I got his time right with the clubs. No. Worldfootball.net/player. Right. Let's give this a little click. I am staying on the accept all. Here we go. Oh wow! No way! You actually he played for Havant and Waterlooville. Are you joking? No way! Why is this in German? No way! That is insane. He played how many FA Cup matches? He played 9 FA Cup matches and 2 League Cup matches in his career. So his 2 League Cup would have been for Stevenage, I would have thought. Maybe Northampton Town. That is insane. That is insane. He's only saying FA Cup and League Cup. He played 11 cup matches in what? That doesn't feel. Ooh. So he started 2 League Cup matches that I can tell. I think no, he came off the bench. Sorry, in 2 League Cup as a sub, and he started 9. That is insane. That is mad. That's crazy that I didn't realise he played for Havant and Waterlooville. I knew he played for I knew he played for Northampton, then Farnborough, then Stevenage. I didn't realise he played for Havant and Waterlooville. That's mind blown that I actually got all his clubs right. Did he play for them when they played Liverpool? That might explain his FA Cup games. Because that might explain his FA Cup games. I don't remember. When did he retire? Can you tell me what year he retired? Because this is really interesting now. I've got to look this up now. There's got to be another website with those club stats. There has to be. It can't just be that one website. Ooh. Hello. We'll have a look. Of course, we'll have a look. Oh God, that is insane. That I actually remember. He told me Northampton Town, Farnborough, and I remember he was living next door to me. He actually was living next door to me when he was still playing for Northampton Town, because I think he was actually on loan at Farnborough that last season in 1998, if I believe correctly. And then he goes full time with Farnborough, and then it's Stevenage, and then he moved back up. I think he actually moved to Stevenage, and then they've obviously signed with Havant and Waterlooville. So it would have made sense if he'd stayed living next door to me. But oh well, he decided to move on, and fair play to him. But he was a really nice bloke. I really got on with him. Very friendly neighbour. I don't know if he actually watches YouTube or anything, but the fact we're talking about him, yes. So not only did he play against the great Patrick Vieira, he played against Steven Gerrard. Oh my God, 2 of the best midfielders in Premier League history. That's insane. That is mad. That is absolutely mad. 6 years apart. 6 years apart. Played against Vieira and Gerrard. Yeah, well, I'm gonna try and see if I can actually find another website with his career stats, because that is just ridiculous. Mike Warner football. There's a Mike Warner who also played for Chesterfield. So, football. What is it? Yes, they did. They did lose 5-2. I remember. Football. He played for Farnborough Town, not Farnborough FC. Oh my God. Yeah, I found it. Cobbler's past. Michael, this is from 2020. Michael spent 4 years as a professional at Northampton Town. He made. Oh, here we go. I found it. Found it. Found it. I found a couple of websites actually. I remember watching the highlight. I can't believe he played FA Cup against both Liverpool and Arsenal. That is mad. I would. Oh my God, that's it. That's mad. So that photo there, that's my old next door neighbour. He's quite a looker, isn't he? He's quite a handsome chap. Right, so Michael Warner. This is when Northampton Town. This is interview section from cobblers.net, which is a fan website for Northampton Town fans. One at Cobbler's past, Ethan Grand is the journalist, and he interviewed him. At today's game versus Swindon Town, ex-cobbler Michael Warner will be visiting the PTS Academy Stadium again for the first time since he played against Gas in the Goblin. Michael would enjoy some of the Cobblers' first loss in the. He spent 4 years as a professional at Northampton Town from '95, before moving to Farnborough Town in May '99, where he came to the attention of Ian Baird at the Borough. He gained Ryman Championship experience with cohort Justin Gregory before moving to Stevenage Borough with Graham Wesley in 2003. He quickly became the first choice right back at the side. In their promotion run in 2004, where his last-ditch injury time shot in the playoff final against Carlisle could have put Stevenage into League Two. During 2.5 seasons with Stevenage, he played 100 appearances, including 38 in 2005-2006. So 20 years ago, he had 38 appearances. And much like figure at the club, Michael left the Hawks in 2007 and moved to Finland. His wife. His wife was from Finland. I remember that. And he signed with HJK Helsinki. Wow. I didn't realise he played in Finland. Wow, hang on a second. He was at the end of his career when he went to Finland, but he trained with HJK and he played in their second division. In Finland, they have a summer season, and the main difference is the football culture, which is not as big as the ice hockey, which is their national sport. The Finns still love their football, but as a small nation, you don't get that many fans at games, and this means there's no real money in the game. And this is at the time when they qualified for Euro 2020, so this is obviously just before COVID. After my 4 years at Northampton, I had spells at Farnborough, Stevenage, and Havant and Waterlooville, which were my best years in football, as I was playing every week, and we had some success at those clubs and some memorable FA Cup runs, like meeting Arsenal in the third round and playing against the Invincibles at Highbury. Everyone was gutted. It was the end of my professional career. I was out of contract. Oh, that was with Northampton Town. And then I was out of contract. Ian Atkins wanted me to stay on a non-contract basis, but I decided to drop down to the Conference League and get a proper job. Train as you would play, full tempo, focus and passion. Play at the highest level you can, but make sure you play. Sitting on the bench gets you nowhere. Wow, that's mad. That is mad. Right, his detailed stats. Let's have a look at his detailed stats. This is going to be mad. It's my old next door neighbour. I cannot believe this. He's 51. Wow. Oh, it says he's retired. Oh, bless. Block that. Thank you. Filter by season. Oh, wow. That is mad. It's even got all his goals. It's even got all his goals. Jesus. And, right. It's got his FA Cup stats. That is insane. That is insane. It's got his FA Cup stats. That's brilliant. So he played in the fourth round against Arsenal in 2003, First round against Western-super-Mare in 2003, but in the following season, so the 2002-2003 season, he played against Arsenal. In the 2000-2004 season, he played against, in the first qualifying round, he played against Western-super-Mare. He played in the second round. Oh God, this is mad. He played in the second round against Swansea. He actually played against Stevenage Borough for Farnborough. This is mad. This is insane. He's played against Rochdale, Kettering, Northampton, his former club. He's played against Northampton twice in a replay in the second round in 2005. He's played against Wrexham, Millwall, York City, Notts County, Swansea in a replay twice. Liverpool in the season he actually he was on the team he was part of the team that beat Swansea with Havant and Waterlooville. There you go, 40. He played against Liverpool. He played against Brentford. He actually played against AFC Bournemouth for Havant and Waterlooville as well. Mad. Oh no, is that? No, he played against Havant and Waterlooville. He played against Preston, Marine, Charlton. Wow. That's mad. That is mad. Stats by club. To be fair, this isn't all his full stats, to be fair, but oh wow. That is insane. That is mad. Not his full stats, but oh God. No, go away. I hate pop-up ads. I really hate pop-up ads. That is mad. That is mad. That he actually made the FA Cup proper in 3 separate seasons as a player. That's insane. That is mad. Absolutely mad. Oh, he wasn't in the squad for all of them. Oh, he scored a goal against Swansea, and he got booked against Swansea in 2003. That's mad. That's insane. But that website doesn't look overly reliable, if I'm being honest. Not being funny, it doesn't look overly reliable. It's a bit, yeah. That is absolutely insane. Wow, he's actually shorter than me. I didn't realise that. And he weighs this. Wow. Oh God, there's some really old. They've got some really old photos of him. Jesus. And of course, he was playing in the FA Cup when it was sponsored by AXA before it was sponsored by Emirates. Gee, we're going back some. We are going back some. I now feel legitimately old. I'm not joking. Right, let's have a look at player marker stats. This is mad that, it was 175 centimeters, so he's shorter than me. I'm Born Harrogate. 175 centimeters, 68. Oh wow. I know he played a lot more games than what they're saying here. But he's limited because obviously. Wow, that is mad. Northampton, Farnborough, Stevenage, Havant, Waterlooville. But obviously, because he was playing at such a lower level, it. Oh God, ESPN United Kingdom game summary: Arsenal 5, Farnborough 1, 25th of January 2003. That that blows my mind. That blows my mind. It's even got the full. Oh wow, let's have a read of this. This article is so old. This is ancient. Oh God, it's actually. Oh God, yes. This is mad. So the Farnborough lineup for the game: Tony Pennock in goal, Mike Warner right back, Justin Gregory, Nathan Bunce, Darren Annan, Steve Watson, Danny Carr started the game. Lenny Pipe and got booked, and Lenny Piper came on. Gary Holloway, and Chris Piper subbed on. So the Piper brothers, both there were two brothers there. They had a player sent off, Christian Lee. This is in the days of three subs. Ken Charlie was replaced by Gary Butterworth, and Rocky Baptiste. Rocky Baptiste scored the winner of their goal, and their other two subs were Tony Taggart and Joff Van Start. And it was a 3 p.m. kickoff, 25th January. 35,108, and Mr. Wiley was the referee that day. And the goal scorers: Rocky Baptiste on 71 minutes for Farnborough Town. Sol Campbell, 19 minutes. Francis Jeffers, remember him? He scored on 23rd and 68 minutes to make it 3-0. Rocky Baptiste made it 3-1. Then a certain Dennis Birdcamp on 74 minutes. And then a Lauren, remember him? Scored in 79 minutes. And Christian Lee got sent off on 20. They were down from 28 minutes after they were 2-0 down, yet they still managed to score a goal, a man down, and they only conceded 5. He played right back, if I remember, and occasionally in midfield as a defensive midfielder. I've just found an old video of the Havant and Waterlooville Liverpool game, and there was a Warner playing left back that day. He was very versatile. I have no doubt that he was the. Oh wow, Stuart Taylor was in goal for Arsenal again, and Sol Campbell, Pascal Saigan, remember him? Lauren, Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, Patrick Vieira, Robert Perez, Dennis Bergkamp subbed on. Ray Parler, Colo Torre, Sylvain Wiltord came off the bench. Francis Jeffers, Kanu and Edu, David Seaman and Oleg Luzhny were the replacements not used by Arsenal that day. That is mad that I actually found the stats for round 4 of the 2002-2003 FA Cup. I think he was right back, left back, or defensive midfield. But that is absolutely insane. That not only I didn't realise he played for Havant and Waterlooville. I thought he retired at Stephen Borough. Oh well, I knew he had knee problems. I knew he had knee injuries. I knew he had knee problems. He was struggling with knee injuries when he was my next door neighbour, and that was when he was in his 20s. Jesus Christ! I now feel really. That's my youth right there. That's just mad. I would assume that it is the same guy because there's only one Mike Warner. He played for Havant, Waterlooville, Stevenage, and Farnborough, and Northampton Town. I don't think there's another Mike Warner who's played for all those clubs. But no, that is insane. That is mad. That's just made my day. That has made my day that my old next door neighbour. Not only did he play against Arsenal in the FA Cup, he played against Liverpool in the FA Cup. That is just mad. That is absolutely insane. It's mad. And he decided not once but twice to give up on being a full-time professional to be semi-pro. That is. I didn't realise he went to Finland though. Did not realise he went to Finland for a while with HJK and playing their second division. I didn't realise that. That is insane. That is absolutely insane that he went to Finland. Didn't realise that. I knew his wife was Finnish. I knew that. Although in that article it said it was his girlfriend, but his partner, she was from Finland and they had a couple of kids. HJK, yep. HJK, Helsinki. Wow. And they were a second division, so that's mad. I'm going to have to do a video on HJK Helsinki. I'm going to have to do a video on them. That's going to be interesting. But that was football 25 years ago, 20 years ago. That was football back in the day. How far we've come. But Farnborough, I mean, there's a guy at work now who actually knows what was going on at Farnborough Town because the owner was a dodgy so-and-so. And that FA Cup run against Arsenal and all that, the money sort of disappeared. Hence why Farnborough Town had to reform as Farnborough. The club had some, well, they sort of rebranded, but there was some going bust. There was some money issues. I'm going to have to look into what HJK stands for. Because you've got to remember, in Finland, the football clubs are actually departments of a sports club. So it's like TSP. Is it TSP or TPK? TSK or something? It has a basketball logo and a bandy logo, but it's also a football club, an ice hockey team, and a bandy team. Multi-sport club. I think the only one I can think of where it is actually a standalone football club is Tampere in Finland, if I remember correctly. Or Turku as well is another one. Tampere and Turku seem to be standalone football clubs which have split off from the main sports club in Finland. But I think most HJ. I'm going to have a look at HJK. Hang on. I'm going to really struggle with my Suomi, because that's what they call Finnish. In Finland, they call it Suomi, and they also call Finland Suomi. HJK Helsinki is a football club, and they beat. Okay. They won their last game 1-0, which was 4 days ago. And no, yesterday. Hang on. They won the Finnish Cup at the weekend. They actually won a trophy because it's a summer league, and they're in the Veikkausliiga. Veikkausliiga playoff, and they were. I don't know if that's promotion or if that's they have a regular season and a playoff structure to figure out, but I don't know about that. Okay. Hell, gods. Oh, Jalkapallo Kalubi. Okay. Basically, I think it translates as Helsing Football Club Helsinki. I think is basically. Okay. The Veikkausliiga. Okay, that's the highest level. Okay, they finished third overall. Okay, hang on. They do have a regular season and then they have a playoff structure. Right. Okay, so they finished third in the regular season. And then the top 6 play. Right, so the regular season, there's 12 clubs. And then the top 6 go into a playoff structure. And then the bottom 6 go into a playoff structure to avoid relegation. I think that's how it works. Yes. So it basically is a weird league structure. So you have 12 teams, regular season, play 22 games. Then you split into 2 leagues where you play some more games. And then the bottom 6, it's designed to, they have a playoff, home and away. That's another shit. How many games is that? And then out of that playoff, you get relegated or you stay in. Yeah, you're in the relegation playoffs. And hang on. I'm not sure how this works. Okay, so the winner goes forward to the Champions League, and then second and third go towards the Europa League. And then bottom of the relegation playoff thing gets relegated, and then second bottom goes into a relegation playoff. That's fucking weird. Yeah, there's a championship round, and then there's a relegation round. How that works, and then you go forward to playoff. I don't know how this works out. This is a weird season. That's just weird. Okay, so apparently their league. Oh shit! Right. Let's see what their league. Let's see what it says. Oh, this is just getting. I think so. I don't. I don't know. Right. Okay. It's called the Vikhaus Liga. So it's just Liga basically, but for sponsorship, it's Vikhaus and then Liga. Okay. Right. Okay. I'm not even going to pronounce their second tier because it's. Oh God. Okay. Structure. Here we go. So. It's summer league, April to October. The format and number of teams has changed. So as of last year, it was 12, which first fates the other teams 2 times in the regular season. After the regular season, the league is divided into Championship, 6 teams, and Relegation, 6 teams, with teams in both groups playing 5 further matches with points from the regular season carrying on. So that's a carryover. And then the total amount of matches is 27. At the end of the season, the team at the bottom is relegated to the. I'm not even going to pronounce the second tier, by the way. I'm not even going to try. And the winner is promoted to the Vikhaus Liga. Okay, the second to bottom team plays. So when you're divided top and bottom, you play every team once. So the top 6 play each other once, and the bottom 6 play each other once, with points carried over. Okay. Hang on. The second last team plays a playoff against the second place team in Division 2. Weird. In 2010, the average salary in 2010 was €24,500 a year. Not a week, year. The top earner a year, €200,000. You've got to remember that for the Finnish tax system, if you're a high earner, you're giving up to 70% of your salary in tax. Weird that. Okay. Oh, it's weird. The structure is weird. I don't like it. I don't like it's similar to the Scottish Football League. Yes, it is like the SPFL, Scottish Professional Football League. Yes, it is a bit weird. I don't. Yeah, it's crap. HJK Helsinki do have the most titles at 17, and Kupus, I think it's KUPS, are the current champions as of last season in 2024. The most appearances is Tony Hootonen with 441 in total, and the record goal scorer for the Finnish league is Valeri Popovic with 166. There are 3 domestic broadcasters, so they actually have 3 domestic broadcasters, and they also have an international broadcast rights as well. So Rutu Plus, which is one of the that is actually how you say it, Rutu, Nelonen, and Jim. Yes, there is a broadcaster called Jim, but that's for the second division. So there's 2 for the top flight and the second division, and then there's 1 for The second division. Okay. Um, and wow, that's mad. Um, wow, that's insane. And the current league structure, as we would call it now, with the Liga as the top flight, founded in 1990. So it's actually their version of a Premier League predates our Premier League by 2 years. And I'm not. I think it's Yukos. I think Yuk. I can't. Yeah. Yeah. It'll be Yukos Liga. Um, is the second tier. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that again. That is the Vicus is the company, and Liga is the league. But for sponsorship reasons, it's called the Vikhaus Liga. But in Swedish, it's called the Tipsligan. Tipsligan. Finnish as a or Suomi as a language is weird. I'm not even going to go into it. It's related to Hungarian and Estonian in the language family. They share the same language family. Don't ask me. But the Vikhausliga, I've given up trying to bloody pronounce that now. the Vik. The thing is, one of my mum's good friends is from Finland, and because I because I follow the NHL and ice hockey, there's a lot of Finnish. One of the funniest names, and I credit the guy with this is he has this, and this guy played for the Calgary Flames when they were, I think they were the Atlanta Flames. Yeah, Pekka Rectakallio. That's the name, Pekka Rectakallio. And then some of the best players, like Timu Solani, one of my favourite players, played for the Jets and the Ducks. No, when we talk about the Winnipeg Jets, the original Winnipeg Jets, and then he gets traded to the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim and wins the Stanley Cup in Anaheim. Timu Solani, and he obviously has the rookie record for the NHL, but his age would now mean he would not be rookie qualifiable. The reason why is he comes to the professional game later because he did compulsory military service in Finland, which they still have. Yeah, Uralic languages, yes, they do. And a lot of people think Hungarian and the Magyar people, which is the Hungarian people, are descended from Attila the Hun. And of course, the West, I'm going to do history now, but the Uralic languages, there's also some belief that Finns and Estonians are also descendants of Attila the Hun and the Huns, basically, who sweep across the steppes of Ukraine and the Hungarian plain and the Pannonian plain, and Attila the Hun and the battles with the Western Roman Empire and the Battle of Chalons, or Chalon, if you're French. And they obviously predate the Mongol hordes that come about 1,000 years later. But again, I digress. There is a belief that the Uralic languages are descended from the Huns of Attila the Hun, basically, and the peoples, the Hunnic peoples, who were a nomadic tribalic society, came from the same DNA stock as and the same area of the world as the Mongols and the Mongolian tribes, who Genghis Khan, obviously, about 1,000 years later. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. And it's believed that, again, the Silk Road, the Scythians and the Sumerian tribal peoples as well are all apparently related. So the Scythians and the Huns and the Mongols, they're all apparently sort of interlinguistically and culturally, because in Finland and parts of Sweden and Norway, you have the Sami people, so Lapland, and that is apparently the closest we have to the Huns and the Scythians and the Mongols, basically, because they are nomadic and they have Asiatic facial features. It's the thing. And the most famous Sami person who was a professional athlete is Morten Gamst Pedersen. There you go. Played for Blackburn. There you go. Morten Gamst Pedersen. And he's obviously Norwegian, but he's of Sami descent. And I believe there's a couple of ice hockey players in the NHL who are of Sami descent, who are Swedish and Finnish, who play in the NHL. It's getting weird. And if they come from the Ural Mountains, it's highly likely they are Hunnic or Scythian in origin originally via DNA, and therefore, yeah. We're getting into semantics now, but that's some theories by historians as to why Hungary, which is in Central Europe, shares culturally with Finland and Estonia, who are on the Baltic. It's weird. But now we've gone from sport to Uralic languages. But yes, I can pronounce a couple of. When it comes to Finnish names, I had a friend whose mum was Finnish, and he moved back to Seattle, where his brother lived, and he's now in Seattle. I have a funny suspicion. I have a sneaky suspicion that he's currently a channel member and that he is supporting the channel from a distance. Because I did keep his email address. I lost contact with him, but he was supportive of me doing YouTube and back in 2018 before he, in 2019, moved back to the US. And his name was Rob, and one of my members is called Rob. And it's just a little bit, I'm sensing, hang on a second, light bulb moment. But in regards to Finnish names, I'm surprisingly good at pronouncing people's names in Finnish, like Jari, Matti, Latvala, Patrick Laine, Pekka Rattakallio. That's it. I'm sorry, but Pekka Rattakallio. I actually used to work with a guy from Finland as well a few years back, and he was going, actually, you're getting the names right. You're getting the pronunciations of like the name. And I'm thinking, what? So I'm getting Mikka Häkkinen and Kimi Raikkonen and Mikka Salo. I'm getting them right. He goes, yes, you're getting them right. So I stand by that. And I when it comes to some of the, I look at like the letter, I'm like, but of course Jokerit, who obviously are the famous former KHL team, who are also part of the Finnish ice hockey. I think it's the SM Liga when it comes to ice hockey, as in the top level. Jokerit, I think that's how you pronounce Jokerit. People go Jokerit or Jokerit, but it's Jokerit. Because K's in Finnish are weird. They really are. I think it's TKS. I think is the multi sports club. But then you've got Tampere and Turku as football clubs. There's a couple of Turku and Tampere football clubs. And I know Tampere have a very good Liga ice hockey team as well. Helsinki, the big one is Jokerit. But then you've also, when you go to Sweden, there's several well-known Swedish hockey teams in the SHL. Frölunda being the real famous one with the Native American logo. So you got Frölunda in Sweden, and you have Jokerit in Finland. But yeah, more people understand Latin than Finnish. There's a radio station in Finland that broadcasts, and I believe it's a sports radio station in Finland that actually broadcasts internationally in Latin than in Finnish, because more people globally understand Latin than Finnish. It's because the Catholic Church. It's just weird. There's, I think, in native speakers of Finnish who speak it as a first language, because there's about 600,000 to 700,000 Swedish speakers in Finland because of the Åland Islands and the border region with Sweden. I think it's less than 5 million people globally Suomi, which is Finnish, which is Suomi is the official name for the language is Suomi. More people speak and understand Latin globally than Suomi, which is Finland. When it comes to Estonian, I think again there's more people globally that can understand Latin fluently. There's only I think 1 million native Estonian speakers. Because a huge proportion of the population of Estonia either speak Latvian or Russian as lingua franca. Yes, Jokerit did have a football department. They did, because again, Scandinavia, I think a lot of continental Europe and Eastern Europe especially, but also Spain as well and Portugal. Same with Germany with the sports clubs. The football department is part of the wider sports club. So when we're talking about in this case, Jokerit being the ice hockey team or TKS, I think it's TKS. They're a sports department. So the football side is a sports department, or the ice hockey team is a sports department. The bandy team, yes, bandy is a sport. It's weird. It's more Swedish than Finnish, but there are bandy teams in Finland. Gymnastics, boxing, swimming. The sports club, same with Barcelona, same with a lot of Spanish football clubs. We call them football clubs, but actually they're the sports club with a football department. It's the same in Germany with a lot of them as well. They're sports clubs with a football department. That is the most famous. Scandinavia is the same. What we would say is the football club is actually the football department of a sports club, and that's what we know. Like SK Brann, for example. I believe it's Valgarenga in Oslo is the big club in Oslo, but they're actually a department of a wider sports club. Bodo Glimt, I think, is a standalone football club, although the origins, if I remember correctly, are a sports club. I think it's Viking. I think it's Viking SK in Norway. I believe their origin is a sports club, and then the football club becomes the dominant and breaks away, and we know the football team. But there's also that wider sports club dynamic to it. And yes, Valgarenga, they don't underachieve as such, but they're the biggest club in Oslo. But yeah, SK Brann in Bergen and Bodo Glimt and Tromsø, ironically, more recently have more success. And of course, they play in Europe more regularly, like SK Brann and Bodo Glimt and Tromsø famously against Chelsea in the 90s. I've got to do a video on Valgarenga. I have to do a video on them because I've done videos on Viking, SK and SK Brann and Bodo Glimt. I've done a video on Tromsø. And I've got to do a video on Valgarenga at some point. But I want to do the Northern Irish clubs first and do all of them, get them out the way, and then I'll look at Valgarenga from Oslo and go from there. Because there's a few Norwegian clubs. Lillestrøm, yes, Lillestrøm. I've got to do a video on them as well. The clubs in Oslo do underperform. It's the same in Sweden, ironically, as well. Clubs outside Stockholm seem like Helsingborgs and Malmo seem to have a better international standing as well, with knowledge of the Swedish league. And of course, Malmo made a European Cup final, famously against Nottingham Forest, and they lost 1-0. But yeah, and Helsingborgs obviously is quite well known as well. I can't remember which club a certain Ibrahimovic came through the youth system, but yes, Tromsø is the snow game versus Chelsea. Yes, very famously is the snow game. But there was another European game where Tromsø were playing more recently. I believe it was in the Europa League. This is before the Conference League became a thing. And obviously Norway is summer league because of the winters, and of course being dark for 6 months of the year above the Arctic Circle, pretty much. I think it's 2 months of the year in total darkness, and 2 months of the year where the sun never sets. So, I seem to remember Tromsø more recently had a game where a European Cup. It was either that or it was SK Brann, and I can't remember. This is going back a few years, mine. It's not recent. It was before BT Sport ruined all the European rights, because that's when the Europa League, formerly the UEFA Cup, and the Champions League, you could watch on terrestrial TV. And I do remember. I can't remember who was playing. Obviously, an English club was playing. I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Aston Villa. I think it might have been Aston Villa were playing. It might have been Fulham, actually. I have a funny feeling it was Aston Villa were playing SK Brann. It's just in an early stage of this is before the Europa League group stages, so this is going back at least 10, 15 years. And it was a night game. Okay, it was Spurs then. I seem to remember SK Brann played Villa, but Tromsø, yeah. I remember a couple of Norwegian clubs were playing on terrestrial, and Eric Backer was playing for SK Brann at the time. But I do remember, yeah, Tromsø played Spurs, yeah. And of course, it gets dark, and while it's sort of got dark now outside because it's 9 o'clock, up there it obviously got dark at like 1 in the afternoon at that time of year, and it was just really. I believe this was early on in Harry Kane. This is when Harry Kane started to get a run in the Tottenham side. And I think Tim Sherwood was the manager who gave him that run. And he got his early run on the Tottenham side in Europe, I seem to remember. And I believe Gareth Bale had already left Spurs at the time and had gone on to Real Madrid. And Harry Kane was the next big thing coming through at Spurs at the time. And they had Pavlyuchenko up front. Or maybe was it Salado? I'm trying to remember. But Pavlyuchenko was a Spurs player, obviously, but Harry Kane's coming along, and I remember Tim Sherwood started him on as a left winger, and he got a run in the side. He got a run in the side in that season. Well, Roman Pavlyuchenko. I would go Arshavin was the better Russian player, but Pavlyuchenko, when he was fully fit and he was fully motivated, he was a damn good player. Povredniak was pretty solid as a big lump up front that you just get the ball to. For Reading, I seem to remember Povredniak and Pavlyuchenko obviously coming through that Zenit side. Yes, I do. I also remember a certain Kanchelskis for Manchester United. But Bilad, I wouldn't say they struggled to produce quality players. I would say they struggled to do it consistently. And I think that's in part because of the breakup of the Soviet Union. And that did impact the clubs, because they had the Soviet side of the 80s was a stacked team, and a lot of their players, ironically, were from Dynamo Kiev. And in part, I think that's why Ukraine continued for longer to produce quality players like Shevchenko and Rebrov and Timoshuk, amongst others, who've obviously gone on to play for the international team and play at a decent level in tournament football and get to, and then later on, obviously, Wales with that two-legged qualifier playoff against Ukraine, obviously get through a couple of years back. And obviously people wanted Ukraine to win that playoff game a couple of years ago. With what's happening, obviously now with the war and everything, when they obviously got through when Wales got through to the World Cup in Qatar, there were some Belarusian players as well, and there was a couple of Baltic players, but ironically, the Soviet side in the 80s, and we're talking the 80s, that made the Euros final in 88, and I think the Soviet team made the World Cup in 1990, if I remember my research and looking at my history, although I was only 6 months old in 1990. And then the CIS team that made the Euros in 92, which is basically the Soviet side, but the Commonwealth of Independent States, because all the various former Soviet republics hadn't formed their football associations properly at that point, and they'd qualified for the Euros in 92, but obviously that was still the Soviet Union in 1990 and 91 during that qualification process. Even though the nation basically catastrophically collapses and all the various Soviet republics decide to declare independence, they were still a Soviet side going into 1991. I think it Lithuania or Latvia was the first Soviet republic to declare independence. I can't remember. Was it Belarus? Was Belarus the last one? Was it Kazakhstan? I can't remember, but it was either one of the Baltic. I think it was either Lithuania or Kazakhstan was like the first to go, we're independent, and then it all went. But in 1992, it was the CIS team, the Commonwealth of Independent States. Because Yugoslavia had been booted from the competition and replaced by Denmark, UEFA didn't want to boot a second team from the comp and replace them with another team. So they allowed a special one-off team called the CIS, because no one actually fully knew what was going to happen with the breakup of the Soviet Union, whether all these new independent nations were going to stay as the CIS or actually remain fully independent. And because they hadn't fully organised their various domestic FAs and all that, and domestic league structure fully, it was all complete mess. Because the Soviet League breaks down and everything goes Pete Tong. They were allowed a one-off CIS team, and they got battered in every single game in 92, and just I think the morale was gone, and all the various nationalistic factions, Ukrainians, the Baltic states, where it all starts with the breakup of the former Soviet Union. You've got the Kazakhs, you've got the Georgians, you've got the Armenians and Azerbaijanis, where there's civil war been raging since 1980. There'd been a civil war raging since 88 within the Soviet Union during their withdrawal from Afghanistan. By 1988, Armenia and Azerbaijan have basically started their ethnic conflict, their own civil war within the Soviet Union, whilst they're still fighting in Afghanistan. Let that sink in. And this is just before the first Chechen war starts in the mid-90s. It's just a complete mess at this point. Internally in the Soviet Union, that then becomes the CIS, that becomes the independent states. And so the team that they send to Euro 92, the players just don't know what's really going on. They don't really want to be there at this point. They want to play for their respective new nations, and they don't want to be there. The nation that they qualified with no longer exists, and in part, there's now civil strife in a lot of the new nations. There are actually civil wars going on in Georgia. Azerbaijan and Armenia are at war, and they've been at war since they were part of the Soviet Union. Crikey, Lithuania, they go to the Olympics as a basketball team, can't afford kits, and so I can't remember who did the uniforms, but someone paid to have their uniforms done really famously. I can't remember if it was like a DJ or a surfer, and then the funky Hawaiian style. That was just mad. And so the CIS team that goes doesn't want to be there. Some great players in that team, but they don't want to be there. All the various players want to now represent their new countries. They don't want to be there as a team. It's riven with division, and it all falls apart very, very quickly. It's the same with the former Yugoslavia, and they play at Italia 90. Bearing at this point, Slovenia is fighting the 10-day war against Yugoslavia. Seriously, the Yugoslav team goes to Italia 90, and already the 10-day war, which is the first of the Yugoslav wars, has started with Slovenia going, we want to be independent, we are going to fight for our independence. And Slovenia win. So people wonder why the Yugoslav team didn't look particularly happy playing in 1990, because all the Slovenian players and the Croatian players and the Bosnian players, they all are going, well, we've got these nationalistic movements going for independence, and they just completely just falls apart. Another reason why Yugoslavia was sort of because there's a security risk, there's this ongoing conflict, multiple countries now. It's just a mess. Karpin, I remember Mostovoy. I do remember Mostovoy at Celta Vigo in the 90s. Oh God, can you imagine a combined Yugoslav team? Jesus God, that'd be well. They would actually probably win a World Cup. Not even joking. I know Serbia were terrible the other week against England. They were absolutely dreadful, absolutely dreadful, and they ended up with 10 men on the field. Shocking. But can you imagine Slovenia? They've got some good players who come through the Slovenian system. Croatia, look how good they are. And then you've got, oh God, we've got our first super chat. Oh, hang on a sec. Hang on. So let me just get back to this. So you've got Slovenia. You've had the Handanovic brothers, the goalkeeper Handanovic, and a few other high-profile players who played mostly in Serie A in the 90s, actually. Hence why they qualified for Euro 2000. And they've also qualified more lately for the World Cup in 2010. Croatia. Davor Šuker. Just going to put it out there. Davor Šuker in the 90s, and then obviously you've had Modric and co in the 2010s and 2020s. Just look at the players they continue to produce. And then you've got obviously the Serbian players. Of just look how many players. Bosnians: Edin Dzeko, Asmir Begovic. Although Begovic could have played for Canada, and Ibrahimovic could have played for Bosnia, plays for Sweden. But you've got, there's that potential. If the war doesn't happen and it's a combined team, Begovic doesn't end up in Canada as a family. They don't end up in Canada. Ibrahimovic doesn't end up in Sweden. And Edin Dzeko, well, I think he would have had an even better career than he actually did. He's still actually playing. I think he's 38 now, Edin Dzeko. But their families don't move, and but there is a big Croatian community in Bosnian, because Asmir Begovic is a Croat Bosniak, because there's a big, massive Croatian population in Toronto and Ontario and Canada. Massive community, massive. Not joking. There's a massive community. And then, it's just let me just have a look at the map. What do I think of Matt Sherritt? I'm assuming Matt Sherritt, obviously Cardiff Blues head coach, rugby union. I'm not being dense here. I'm not being dense, but let me just double check, because I have sort of looked at what's happening with the and then you've had Vlasic. Savic for Montenegro, obviously ex-Man City. Who's the Macedonian? Who was that Macedonian player? There was a Macedonian player. Pandev, another one. He was a great player, Pandev. Matt Sherritt. Let me have a look at this Matt Sherritt. Right, so Matt Sherritt, well, let's have a look at what they're saying about Matt Sherritt. What's actually been said. So, coaching wise, I know he was obviously the interim coach for Panic. Yeah, Panic. There's been others as well. Stankovic, Kral, who was the goalkeeper at Euro 2000. He could have played for Montenegro. Was it Slovenia? I can't remember. It was either Montenegro or Slovenia or Heritage. Kral, the keeper. He was a very good keeper, actually. I think it was Montenegro. There was another Montenegrin player who played for Yugoslavia, and then he played for. I think it was it. It wasn't Lecce, was it? I forgot. Oh God, it's going to piss me off now. You've had Milosevic, who obviously played in Euro 2000. Oblak. Jan Oblak is Slovakian or Slovenian. I can't remember. It's either Slovakia or Slovenia. Savasic, Mitrovic. There's loads. Right. Max Sherritt obviously left. He was coaching Cardiff, and then he obviously left Cardiff to do the interim job after Warren Gatland resigned during the Six Nations. And of course, he was the coach when they beat Japan after 18 consecutive defeats, because he obviously was in charge when they hit 18 consecutive losses. Steve Tandy's obviously taken over on a full-time basis. Has he gone back to Cardiff? I can't remember if he's gone back to Cardiff. But the situation, I think, with the Welsh, with the URC and the Welsh regions, and the idea is, I've done a video on this. I forgot that Matt Sherritt actually was the coach. It's very complex, but thank you very much for the super chat. It's not obvious. I think the second or third time we've had a super chat, so thank you very much for the £4.99. I know it's not a lot, but thank you very much. The situation, though, when Warren Gatland's reappointed, and I said it wasn't going to end well, Warren Gatland did not win a single game in his second stint as Welsh head coach. And I think the situation got worse when Lewis Rees-Zammit went to the NFL. Now, admittedly, Rees-Zammit didn't ultimately play a regular season game in the NFL. I don't think he even played a preseason. He was part of training practice squads and all that. But money was a big part of it. And I think also the selection rules was a big part of it. In regards to Matt Sherritt leaving Cardiff and doing an interim job with Wales, and I know it was an interim job, he only won the one test match. Let's be honest, he only won the one test match. And, okay, admittedly, they should have won both tests against Japan. Losing that first test against Japan from a winning position was embarrassing. The fact that when he takes over, the losing streak continued and reached 18 tests. They didn't win a game for 18 months, pushing 2 years. So let that sink in. The other fact that he's actually English and not Welsh, that to me sums up the state of Welsh rugby, that the last three before Steve Tandy takes over, Sherritt, Gatland, Pivac, are all foreigners and they're not Welsh, is a concern as permanent head coaches, even though he's an interim. He was interim. That's got to be a concern, that your last three test head coaches before Tandy were not Welsh. That's got to be a massive concern. Two of them were not even British. Even though Gatland and Pivac obviously won Six Nations titles, and Warren Gatland obviously successful with the Lions as well as Grand Slams with Wales. The issues off the field have to be more concerning. In regards to Sherritt leaving Cardiff and doing the job with Wales on an interim basis, yes, the losing streak did end, but it continued under his reign. The issues are far deeper, though, with Wales. And we've discussed the money issues and how the Welsh Union now plan to shrink the number of regions from 4 to 2, and potentially all 4 of them could go, and it could be 2 brand new regions come up with. That's their proposal. That's their preferred proposal. It's not concrete. Oh, so he's left Cardiff to stay in a coaching capacity. Okay. Again, thank you for the money. I appreciate another super chat. The fact is, he's become their attack coach. Well, he's had obviously the experience as the interim, as the head coach, and I think that can definitely help Tandy as the new head coach with someone who's done the job. In regards for him leaving Cardiff completely, I think that tells you what's going to happen with the regions. I honestly, and Cardiff with their money issues off the field basically being in administration as a going concern, and the union. I think that tells you that Cardiff ain't going to survive somehow. But then what happens with Cardiff Arms Park, which is right next to the Principality? What then happens there with that stadium, which used to be the National Stadium before what was the Millennium Stadium, which is now obviously the Principality was built for the '99 World Cup. I think he's obviously worked in the Welsh system with Cardiff, with the former Blues, with Cardiff, and he's obviously been interim head coach with the national side. I don't think that's a bad appointment because he's actually worked within the Welsh game. But at the same time, Wayne Pivac obviously worked within the regional game as well, with Llanelli, with the Scarlets. And so while he will know some of the players from his time with Cardiff or the Blues, at the same time, it wasn't a very successful head coaching reign, now was it? Now, yes, he will know a lot of the players that Stuart Tandy is going to be working with, and he's obviously coached them for a number of test matches. I think it's 5 test matches. So he was head coach for 5 tests, or 6 tests, or whatever it was, after Warren Gatland resigned mid Six Nations, which rarely, I don't know, the timing of that was ridiculous. The fact he was reappointed was ridiculous, but that's the Welsh Union with, oh, please save us. We're great before. He as interim Welsh coach, he was thrown into a fire pit. Basically, they threw him into the lions, literally threw him to the lions, threw him to the wolves. He wasn't given the players he had to work with. You could clearly see that these are young lads who are playing at the test level too soon. They're not ready for test rugby. They're a very inexperienced young squad, elite squad. Now, whether Rhys-Sammet is brought back into the fold after he's played a bit of time in the English Premiership will be interesting, and whether the Welsh Union decides to change their selection rules. Because it's very striking that Rhys-Sammet signed for an English club, not a Welsh region. The ongoing uncertainty about the elite level game in Wales is a problem. So yes, he's worked with the players as their interim head coach, and I think that is a very good appointment, I think, by the Welsh Union in that sense, because he's got a good relationship with the players as the interim head coach. He knows that they did respond. The performances did improve, yes, but the defeats continued. And look, I remember watching the rest of that Six Nations campaign, and it was tough viewing. It was tough viewing. There's no hiding from that. It was a tough watch. Now, am I a fan of Wales? No. have I had my personal battles and dealt with some pretty, I'm going to say, they push the passionate level. I've had my running battles with Welsh rugby union fans who follow the national side. Mostly back in 2018 and 2019. I'll give it that. Since then, I think the relationship has improved somewhat, but there were those Welsh fans that weren't happy with my match reviews of Welsh games, especially when it came to Wales England. They weren't overly happy with my critiques, let's say, or my match reviews and how I presented the match reviews. Not that I'm an England fan. When it comes to rugby union in Europe, I want to see Ireland and Italy do well. And when it comes to the wider international game, it's Ireland, Italy, and South Africa. Those are the three nations I want to see do well in the men's game. And in the women's game, I actually like Canada. I'm not going to lie. I want to see Canada do really well, and I want to see South Africa develop as a rugby union nation in the women's game. I've just got a lot of South African friends, so I've got a lot of South African friends, and I've got a lot of South African friends from all backgrounds and all communities. Let's just say that, and I want to see them do well. I've spent a lot of time in Italy, so I've got a soft spot for Italy when it comes to rugby. I do. I was disappointed with Italy's women this World Cup. I was expecting them to get the knockout stage, so I was a bit disappointed with them. And I think they as a squad would be disappointed with their performances. They just didn't turn up. But they're always really competitive in the Six Nations. They do better than Scotland and Wales, let's just say that. But here's the thing. Talking about the Six Nations and all that, and I do watch the Americas internationals when it comes to Canada and the US and South America, like Brazil and Chile and Uruguay. Before COVID, I watched the American Nations Championship, yes, and I have watched World Cup qualifiers and how these nations play. I do remember Canada and the US joined the Americas Championship. They used to play in the Pacific Championship, and when it came to it, I watched the decline of the US and Canadian teams. I watched their decline, and not beating around the bush. Canada haven't qualified for the last two World Cups, and the US didn't qualify for the last World Cup. So there is clearly a decline there, and so that's just I like watching tier two nations do well. I have a soft spot for the underdog. I do. I'm not gonna lie. I like seeing the underdogs do well. What's happening though in the Welsh game and now in the Scottish game as well with the women's side of things, with the centralised contract uncertainty and the funding uncertainty, and that's the thing. And with their new Celtic League of 6 teams, so 2 from Ireland, 2 from Scotland, 2 from Wales, we'll see how good that Celtic kind of competition is with only 6 teams, and how often they will play home and away, and how many games they'll play against each other with a 6-team league. It's a bit worrying. You would have thought Ireland would have had the potential for teams like the men. But they've decided with 2, 2, and 2. I'm surprised they haven't said to the Italians, can you bring 2 teams like you do in the men's at the URC? And I'm surprised they haven't reached out to the South Africans to say, look, they're still semi-pro. A lot of these women are got day jobs or are students and playing, and fair play to them. They're not fully professional, a lot of them, although a fair few do play in France and play in England, but not all. And there is that concern about centralised contracts and trying to, encourage as many to play domestically as possible. So when it comes to the test side, it's easier to bring players together. I sort of understand selection rules to a certain extent when it comes to test rugby. Although, if you look at the South African way and how successful that's been, where allowing their players to play outside South Africa has benefited the Springboks. Same as Scotland, allowing some of the players to play outside Scotland in England and France has definitely benefited Scotland. Ireland's a different case because they've got a very strong provincial system. But there's a fair few Irish players who are playing in North America, Major League Rugby, and playing in England and playing in France, who have decided, okay, at the moment, international rugby union is not on my radar. I want to earn as much money as possible and then at some point potentially go back to an Irish province. Fair enough. Be it they're younger players or they're older players. That's fair enough. Let's see how this Celtic kind of provincial league works. I understand the basis of it. I do, but let's see how it works. Let's see the quality that we get. In regards to Matty Sharrett getting back into and rejoining the Wales setup and staying involved with the Welsh setup, I think it's good for Wales. I think it's bad for Cardiff. It's a bad sign for Cardiff about which two regions in Wales are going to disappear or fall for disappear, and they have to restart up two new ones. It is. We'll see what happens with the URC and especially the Welsh side of the URC. Obviously, you've got two stable teams in Italy, two in Scotland, four in Ireland, and of course the South African teams. You've got the stable ones, and then Wales is where the instability lies, and that's got to be a concern. And it's got to be a concern for the rest of the URC because potentially, not only are you going to lose two, you could potentially lose all four, and you may not have two stable franchises to replace what is already there. So with what's going on in the club game in Wales and then the level below the Welsh Premiership as well financially, it's got to be a concern. It's gonna hurt player development. It's going to hurt the player pathways, coaching pathways, player retention within the sport, and ultimately that does impact the national side. And then you've got to look at the selection policy that they have. They're in trouble. Wales are in trouble. In regards to the women's game, I mean, look, there's a lot of discussion around the women's game for both Wales and Scotland at the moment. Ireland have obviously made great strides in the last few years and are getting some good support. And some of the best players from Ireland are playing in England, and some are looking at potentially going to France as well, where they can actually go full-time and earn money. Look what Canada have done. Most of the Canadian players play in England and France, and they do really well. So, same with the US now. A lot of the US players are now playing in England and France as well. Admittedly, they didn't have the best World Cup in comparison. I expected them to have played better, and they didn't. But Canada at the moment in North America is where you want to be. But ultimately, at the moment, I think with the Welsh especially, there's a lot of concern going forward with the structures and the finances. And it's getting to the point now where it's crisis. It is actually getting to crisis time. And in years past, there was a big talk about Canada being brought into the Six Nations. And that's when Canada had a decent test side in the late 90s, early 2000s, when they actually made a World Cup quarter-final in 1995. And 1991 as well, I seem to remember. They were quarter-finalists in the 90s. I believe maybe in 99 as well. I'm not 100% certain on the 99 World Cup. But there was a big discussion about Canada being admitted to the Six Nations or make it a Sevens Nations. Well, this is after Italy have joined. There was a big talk about maybe we should get Canada and potentially the US to join, make it the 8 nations. And this is when US rugby is on the up and Canadian rugby is on the up. And there was a big discussion around 15 years ago, 20 years ago, about potentially expanding the Six Nations to 8 and bringing those teams in. The US and Canadians in the last, I'm going to say the last decade, so basically since Major League Rugby, really, but there's issues in the domestic. There's a big debate around how good Major League Rugby's been and how that's benefited US and Canada. Those test sides, considering they didn't qualify for World Cups, especially the last one, both didn't qualify for the last time, whereas Chile did. and there is that concern there. And the fact that the women's teams are now better than the men's as well. There is a concern within both, especially with the US going to be a future World Cup host, about the state of rugby in the US and Canada, and whether Major League Rugby is actually helping or hindering, and is it a success, or is it actually not working as well as intended and improving the player quality? It's an interesting one. And Joel, I mean, thank you very much for the super chat. I mean, that is, I don't expect it. I really do appreciate, the fact that you're willing to. How much did you actually spend? So you've done $4.99. That's what I've got. I think now how much $4.99 is done. So 5 by 2 is 10. That's £9.98. But then YouTube takes, is it 20 or 30%? YouTube takes a chunk out of that. I've got to try and think how much it is now. Actually, how much YouTube takes it? 20 or 30% disappears to YouTube. So out of the £9.98 that you have given, I think I will earn £6.60 something out of that. Maybe £5.80, £6, somewhere between £5 and £6 something. After YouTube's gone, we're taking a huge chunk of that. I think it's somewhere between 20 and 30%. So let's say it is. Let's round it up to 10. Let's call it £10. And so that could be, if it's 20% they take, that's £8 I get back. If it's 30%, it's £7 I get back. So you donate it, yeah. So it's somewhere about £6 something, £6.90. I'm trying to approximate. I'm not very good at maths. Maths was never my strong suit. But look, at the end of the day, it's not often that. Why is it not letting me Thank you. Not letting me like the comment. That's really. Oh, that one did work. That one worked. There we go. For some reason, when I put the mouse icon and I used the touchpad, it didn't work. But when I used the touchscreen, it worked. What the hell? I hate tech. I love my Chromebook, apart from the keyboard. There isn't a caps button. There isn't a caps lock button. You've got to hold down the Alt button and the taskbar button, which is where your start menu button. You've got to hold them both down to turn caps lock on, and then you'll hold them down to take it off. And so when I do my video titles, I've hit that, and I think I've done it. There are some of the keyboard functions are just really weird on a Chromebook. It's weird. There is no tab. There's no tab button, and there's no caps lock button. It's just really weird. It is really, really odd. Really odd. Yeah, the 6 teams. I think. I mean, how that's going to be a competitive league, and how many games you play home and away against your opposition to make it a competitive league, so you get as many games as possible. Otherwise, that's a home and away. That'd be a 10, 11 game season or something. That'd be a 10-game season. You're playing 5 other teams twice, 10-game season. That's not a lot of games. That's not a lot of competitive rugby. And I know there's obviously that concern about limiting the amount of games players play and putting a cap on how many games you play. But not all of those players are going to be test players. So how big would the squads be, for example, if you're limiting the amount of games players play? It's an interesting one, how competitive that would be. And also how that would then benefit the test sides for competition, not only for club places, but also competition for test places as well. That will be a really interesting one. But I also hope I've answered your questions, Joel, as well, with Sherritt obviously joining the coaching setup with Wales on a permanent basis. That's an interesting. Do I think it's a good thing? What limiting the number of games as a calendar year a player can play? So load management, or the fact that there is this Celtic League, it's similar in idea to what we have with the URC. I think I think limiting the amount of, well, they've obviously changed rules around training. I think World Rugby, the players have actually said, there's only so many. I wouldn't say cutting squads. I think actually increasing squad sizes, I think is a way to go. If you want to limit the amount of games a player can play, you're going to need a bigger squad because the risk of injury in the sport is so high. I mean, look, rugby league, you've got a 30-player elite squad, and then you have the reserve grade players. So the under 20s, those on development contracts, there's 6 development contracts and 30 elite contracts in an NRL squad, for example, a rugby league squad. So that's 36 players. You've got your elite 30 plus 4 to 6 on developmental and trial and train contracts. You've got a couple as well on a trial and train. Or is it train and trial? It's train and trial. And then you've got the developmental and then your elite 30. So in reality, you've got about 36 to 38 players in a full NRL squad, an extended squad. And they're playing 27 rounds a season with, how many buys is it? There's I think 3 bye rounds a season. I think it's 3 buys. I think it depends on they rotate it because the odd number of teams. So each week a team has a bye round, plus then you have the origin. I think it's a minimum of 2 buys, and some teams have 3 buys this season. Other teams have 2 buys this season. I don't know how they work it out in the NRL. But if you play every game plus every game in the finals, you're playing 29, 30, and then you've got the test matches. You're playing over 30 games a season. If you play every available game you could. And the maximum number of games to win an NRL grand final is 4. Plus you've got the buys. I think it's 2. I think it's 2 per season. You have buys in the NRL. I think it's 2. Yeah, it is 2. It is 2. So you play 25 regular season plus. That's 29 games maximum a player could, in theory, play and then win the grand final. And then you'll have 3 test matches at the end of the season, potentially 4. Yeah, that's 20. That's about 29 games. That's 29, 32 to 33 games in a calendar year a player could play. Not including, but then if they're playing Origin, they're not playing club games unless they're backing up. So you could look at 36 games for an Australian player. 36 games. So, and I think rugby union, I think they're trying to cap it at 28 games a season for rugby union. But in the NRL, you can play 36 games. So it's an interesting one. And bear in mind, there's 52 weeks in a year, and these players are playing 36 of them. Plus, you've got the pre-season and the off-season. It's not the pre-season starts the week before Christmas, and then you get Christmas week off, and then you're back into pre-season again for the regular season to start in the NRL in the first week of March, first or second week of March, and then you've got the pre-season trial matches, which are in February and March. Not a lot of time to have off. It really isn't. If you're playing, in theory, 30 odd weeks, 36 weeks a year, if you're playing every single game, you don't miss a single game, you stay fit the entire season, no injuries, no suspensions, no illness, because illness as well, no family emergency where you need, for personal reasons, take some time. You're playing like and then training, you're not getting a lot of time off. Really, you'd be playing or training in pre-season or regular season. You'd be playing or training, and then you include the international games at the end. You're playing or training basically from the end of December, so mid-December. So we'll say about the 15th. There you go, 15th December, through till about first or second week in November, something like that. Somewhere between the 15th and 21st of December, all the way through until I would say the 15th of November, something like that. Maybe a bit later in November. I'll have to have a look when the 3 England Australia tests are. But you're basically getting 4 weeks off, 4 to 5 weeks off a year as an NRL player. So basically, it's a full-time job with your annual leave. And people go, oh, they're only playing once a week. No, they're training 2 to 3 times a week. Then they have the team meetings, plus club functions where they've got to go and do their media days, community days, where they do the talks at schools and colleges and universities. So their community centre, when they go to community centres, community outreach, training, media availability, captain's run, travel, playing. Yeah, that people go, it's easy being a pro athlete. They are living every kid's dream, especially every young boy's dream is to play professional sport. Yes. They actually get a less off season than a football player. The NRL players get less of an off season than a football player. They get less of an off season. Yes, they're playing less games, but the sport they're playing is far more brutal and intense. And then you look at the NHL. Now, this is really interesting. Yes, they're playing less minutes per game. They're averaging anywhere between 15 and 25 average. Some players play up to 30 minutes per game. I remember there was one player in the playoffs who was playing 45 minutes per game out of 60 in the playoffs last year. That's insane. So you've got an 82 regular game season this year. Next season is 84, but this season coming up is 82. So for this current coming up season, you have got 82 regular season games plus a minimum of 16 playoff games to win the Stanley Cup. So 82 plus 16. So what's that? 82 plus 10 is 92. That's 98 games minimum required if you don't miss a game to win the Stanley Cup. But in reality, most teams that win the Stanley Cup play about 20 to 24 postseason games. So they play anywhere between 4 and 8 games more than the minimum 16. So you're looking at over 100, 110 games between October and June. And then your pre-season is August and September. And you look at the salaries, you look at the average salaries, and you look at the salaries NHL and NRL players are earning a year on average, and then you look at what a Premier League player earns a year. It is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There's no comparison. There's no doubt that football players, when it comes to salaries for full-time football players and NFL players, well, the NFL is skewed by the average with the top talent, but football players as a sport, association football as a sport, the fact that the average salary now is around 70 to 90 grand a week, thereabouts, somewhere between 50 and 90,000 a week. When the year I was born, so the 1989-1990 season, a weekly average salary, an average earnings a week on the weekly earnings, was an average salary for a year for the top flight. So, let me type this in. I'm going to. This is going to be weird. So the average annual. This is going to be weird. Right, here we go. Wow, here we go. So, here we go. Okay, so the exact figures are not certain, but the professional footballer's average annual salary in the 1989-1990 season ranged estimated annual. This is a year between 50 and 75,000 pounds. Wow. Yeah. So the average for the first division that year was 75, and for the championship was 50. So that's your top level professional players at the time. That was a yearly salary. That is now a weekly salary. Let that sink in. Yeah, so between 1984 and 2015, we go from £100 a week, £100 a week average to 500 a week in a very short time, and then it obviously becomes add a couple of zeros to that, and then oh god, no, go away. And now let's have a look at the 2020. Right, so last season, so we're talking 50 to 75 grand. Oh god, so 50 to 75 grand a year in the 89-90 season. Oh god, the average Premier League salary, average, so this is not talking about the top earners like Gareth Bale's back in the day a couple of years ago on 600 grand a week. The average Premier League salary per week, 80,000 last season, which equates to 4.16 million per year in salary. Oh my god, that is ridiculous. This year, I think, you know, that's it's different this season because obviously players can still get signed in the January transfer window and new contracts and all that. But the average salary last season was 80 grand a week, which is 5,000 more pounds than the average salary a year the season I was born. That is some ridiculous. That's basically more than 52 times. Oh yeah, 52 times wage inflation, or 5.2 times, I think. That is absolutely ridiculous. Are there too many transfer windows? Well, there's two per season. One which shuts at the beginning of September, which used to end at the beginning of August, and the one in January. There are some people saying that there should be from the season's end till, let's say, end of February, beginning of March. That's your transfer window, and then it transfer freeze, player movement freeze between, let's say, 31st of March until the end of the season, which is the end of May, beginning of June. And then it reopens again, very similar to the North American leagues like the NHL, where you have the trade window. And then the trade window closes, and you've got a player roster freeze, basically. Those players are now contracted, and then the trade window reopens for the next following season. As soon as the Stanley Cup is awarded, you can then start trading players again. So basically, you've got 9 months of the year where you can make transfers or trades in the NHL, but 9 months of the year, and then there's that 3 months of the year where that's your roster freeze. The players you've got to finish the season with, and then the cycle starts again as soon as the season ends. You could argue that's a better system. You could argue that. But with the UEFA's rules, where you've got register squads for FA Cups, League Cups, domestic league, and European competition, you've got to register your squads. And with competing in 4 competitions here in England, for example, 3 domestically and 1 in Europe, and you've got to get your squads registered and got cup tied. So let's say, for example, you play each other in the Champions League group stages, as it is now. and the transfer window runs from, as I say, 9 months, and you sign that player from the other club to your club, he's cup tied. He cannot, and he's not registered for your Champions League squad. So they would have to change the competition rules for the Champions League and the Premier League and the FA Cup and League. And it just becomes a bit complicated with the fact that they would have to change competition rules. And all the various leagues that play in these competitions would have to agree to that. And then the various FAs would have to agree to it. It means a lot of common sense and cooperation, basically, where they would have to basically change the rules and say this is just your squad. I think some of the rules in regards to limiting, overseas players or squad sizes and all that, we can debate whether they're good or bad for player development and stuff, but it would require a lot of things to change, including special exemptions under European employment law and national employment law, depending on the country, because some countries that are part of the continent of Europe don't have EU law, but their laws are related to EU law when it comes to employment law and freedom of movement and restraint of trade. You could argue the current transfer windows, the two of them, you could argue is a restraint of trade because they only are open for a period of time and then they shut. I think they're only open for 3 months a year, whereas 9 months of the year they're closed. Whereas under the system I would be proposing, they're open for 9 months of the year and 3 months of the year. At the end of the season, they're closed. Honestly, I don't know whether we should have a year round. It's just a weird one. I don't know how you would work it. I don't think the system now works, personally. Having a transfer window mid-season, I find that weird. Just a mid-season one. Should it just be in the off-season? And that's when you get all your players signed and moved? Or should it be a longer transfer window that goes from end of the previous season all the way through until the last 3 months of the season? Basically similar to what they have in the NHL or Major League Baseball, where you have that trade window and then it's shut. And then that's your trade window for that season done until the end of the season, when it's for the pre-season into the next season. I don't know what's perfect, but it's basically every 5-6 months you got a transfer window. Having one mid-season is weird to me. I've never understood the January transfer window. That's what you call panic buying. It's good for injury cover, but then what's your squad for, and what's the under 21s for? What was the reserves back in the day before that was scrapped? I think it needs looking at, but it would require a lot of cooperation from the various leagues and FAs domestically and UEFA to come up with a solution that won't be challenged in an employment tribunal or employment law, basically, because there'll be those that argue a restraint of trade. And you've also got that Bosman ruling as well, which needs to be taken into consideration because that also comes under employment law under the subsection of sport and entertainment. This is something that the Bosman ruling is something that North America doesn't have. And the employment law in North America is completely different. And one video on the NFL potentially having European teams, which looks very likely that they will expand into Europe at some point, with at least 4 teams in a European division. I don't think fully what the NFL have realised is that Europe classed as precedent for professional sport in Europe. I don't think they've factored that into their thinking in regards to the potentially European franchise system in Europe with the NFL. So that is a watch this space. Anyway, look, it's now gone 10 o'clock. I've got to be up really early in the morning for work. I've got to be up in not many hours. In fact, 5-6 hours I've got to be up for work. So I'm going to call this a stream. I've really enjoyed having this impromptu live stream. I wasn't planning on having a live stream today, but you know what? I think it's worked quite well. It's been fun. It's not often that we get super chats. Thank you very much, Joel, for those super chats. Really appreciate it. Even though YouTube takes a fair chunk of it, I'm trying to approximate. I think it's between 20 and 30%. We've discussed some sports, obviously rugby union and football and rugby league, and my views on other social media entities and YouTube and the podcast realm. Don't get me wrong, I'll be interested in the podcast realm. I just think some of them, it's there's a lot of cookie cutter, copy and paste. Well, I'm not against having podcasts with ex-players or fans or whatever it may be, journos. I think a lot of them are very copy and paste, very copy and paste. There's a lot of similarities with a lot of them, and it's a very congested marketplace when it comes to the sports podcast. Everyone seems to be doing it at the moment. It's very, very congested, very congested. But anyway, thank you very much for everyone for taking part. I really appreciate it, really do. And keep your eyes peeled. Obviously, we have the Women's Rugby World Cup final on Saturday, 4 p.m. kickoff. And then I've got to catch up with my NRL and NRLW final series, how that's going, because their grand finals are next weekend. And then we've got the 10 hours of Road Atlanta, the Motel Petit Le Mans in the IMSA series, which I'm really looking forward to this year. It's potentially the last race for the Lamborghini hypercar. So I'm really, really, really looking forward to the Petit Le Mans this year, Road Atlanta. I'm really looking forward to it. And hopefully, we don't have cars losing their headlights on the final hour of the race in the dark and the weather. Let's see what the weather does, because it's been a very quiet hurricane season so far. And the last couple of years has been, the weather's impacted that 10-hour race. And I really love my endurance racing. I really do love it. When you're getting 50 to 60 cars on a grid, that for me is fantastic. And it's just fun to watch. And the longer, I'm a big fan of 12 Hours of Sebring and the Petit Le Mans, my two favourite endurance races. I prefer them over Daytona and Le Mans. They are my two favourites. And they're both IMSA races, and they are fantastic. The circuits work really well for endurance racing. Sebring is just insane. The bumps, the fact it's an old World War II era airfield, which is made of concrete. And then, of course, you've got Road Atlanta, which is flowing, and it has some sections that are based on Le Mans, but it has elevation changes, so it goes high and low, and there's some elevation changes, and you've got to respect the curbs there, and it's a very quick track. It's a very short track in regards to the lap is over very, very quickly. It doesn't take long, and there's a lot of cars on track, and so there's always chaos and safety cars. So anyway, I'm going to call that a day. Thank you so much for everything tonight. Thank you so much, obviously, for those super chats, Joel. Really appreciate it. And I will have, obviously, more content for you all very, very soon.